Chapter 1. The same fallen people in the end of the world. It's hot in September, and the sun is as hot as fire. In the only shade of the tree at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ling had still stood for more than an hour. He was sweating profusely, but his heart was as cold as winter. Still, your mother is so sick, and your sister is only in primary school. My mother feels too burdened and does not agree to our marriage, and she doesn't want me to raise my sister with you. Let's just break up and don't delay each other. The phone call that has just been hung up has not disappeared in my ear. Unconsciously, tears slipped down Li's still white little face. She and Li Tianhao were together in their sophomore year. When they graduated, they got married to Li Tianhao. He also promised to work hard with her and be together for the rest of their lives. But now her mother has been found to have advanced liver cancer, and there are only a few days left to live. The only thing she and her sister are worried about, hoping to see her get married. She was taken home by her mother from the orphanage at the age of 6. She couldn't repay the kindness for more than 10 years, so she had to try her best to achieve her wish. I thought it was logical to marry Li Tianhao, but I didn't expect that he not only let her go, but also broke up with her. Just because you don't want to raise your sister with her. But she has never asked him for half the money. All promises and vows become realistic and cruel in the face of real responsibility. I don't want to go in. Suddenly, a sharp female voice came, interrupting Li's still helpless grief. She couldn't help turning her head and looking over. A woman in bright clothes and exquisite makeup is throwing a red velvet box in her hand at the man opposite. You are a liar. What kind of city people are you from? You don't dress as well as me. A poor security guard took a broken ring bought in a 2-year store and told me that it was ancestral. You are a liar. I won't get married even if I die this marriage. After saying that, she turned around and left, and the smell of inferior perfume was sucking from afar. Huo Jinling hummed contemptuously and dusted off the clothes stained with inferior fragrance in disgust. Such a gold-worshipping girl is worthy of her grandmother's hunger strike to force him. He also threw away the ancestral emerald ring as the rag of the 2-year store. It's ridiculous. He was about to bend down to pick up the box, but a small hand handed him the box. The fragrance of osmond thus dispels the disgusting smell of perfume. Huo Jinling looked up at Ling still, and her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed coldly. Thank you. Ling was still slightly short-sighted. He didn't see Huo Jinling's appearance clearly just now. At this time, when he saw his handsome face up close, he couldn't help being stunned. How can you be dumped on the street when you are so good-looking? It seems that he is really poor. She has no time to think much. When I saw a man being divorced, an extremely bold and absurd idea came to my mind. She needs to get married. It's urgent. And this person who came to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married in security work clothes must be very anxious. At the same time, people in the end of the world may be able to help each other. Hello, sir. My name is Ling Still. I am 25 years old. I am in good health and have no bad hobbies. I have partnered with someone to open a fried chicken restaurant, which can share about 8,000 yuan a month. I have a 7-year-old sister at home to raise. My mother is seriously ill. I hope I can get married as soon as possible. Huo Jinling stared at Ling Still. His identity often attracted a group of crazy bees and butterflies, and he was not surprised by any encounter tricks. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing that he was about to leave, Li was still anxious in an instant. I don't dislike your poverty, and I don't want a dowry. If you are worried that the responsibility is too heavy, I can sign an agreement with you, and I will bear all the expenses of my family. You just need to marry me, sir. Can you think about it again? Huo Jinling's steps suddenly stopped. He looked down at the security uniform on his body. How could such a poor image be proposed to? Out of curiosity, he looked at the woman suspiciously. Seeing that the other party did not immediately refuse, Li still took a step after him, stood in front of Huo Jinling, and took out all the materials prepared in the bag. I'm not a liar. If you don't believe me, we can sign the agreement first and then go in to get the certificate. The girl's eyes were clear and eager, but the corners of her eyes were red. Huo Jin and Ling Meifeng were slightly picky, but they were a little interested. There are many tricks for grandma to force marriage. This time, she saw that she was going to get a certificate and was regret her marriage. If she wanted to be pure in the future, it was undoubtedly the best choice to find someone to marry. My name is Huo Jinling. I am 30 years old. I work as a security guard in CK Group. The company is 5,500 yuan, and I have a bonus of 20,000 yuan at the end of the year. I have no house or car. The family is crowded in the old house. I still have 2 children who have just entered kindergarten to raise. Will you marry me? How much money depends on the ability, which is difficult to change. But he didn't abandon the old man and children to enjoy himself. At least the man was very responsible. Unlike her adoptive father, she hooked up with a woman who didn't care. When she gave birth to a son, she didn't care about the life or death of her adoptive mother and sister, which completely exposed the inferiority of son preferring to daughter. Ling still hesitated for a few seconds and quickly nodded in agreement. I'm getting married. Huo Jinling was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that this woman would also marry under such conditions. Ling still seemed to see Huo Jinling's distrust, and she smiled. We are still young. As long as we are willing to work hard and endure hardships, we will definitely be able to live a good life. Don't worry, when my sister was born, I was already in high school. She was basically raised by me, and I have experience in taking care of children. Not only did he not dislike his 2 children, but he also offered to help take care of him. Doesn't this woman want to make money? Do you want to color? Huo Jinling looked a little strange. I can marry you, but I have to make the agreement. As long as you are good to my family, I won't ignore your family's expenses. But in the life of husband and wife, I can't do it without an emotional foundation. Ling's still face turned red in an instant. She didn't even kiss with Li Tianhao. Suddenly, she was discussing her married life with a strange man on the street. She was ashamed to find a crack to get down. I agree. She suddenly sweated with heat. She fanned it with her little hand awkwardly, and her mouth was also dry. Wait for me for a while, and I'll be back soon. After saying that, she turned around and ran. The slender figure quickly disappeared at the door of the supermarket around the corner. In less than 5 minutes, she ran back and handed it to Huo Jingling with a bottle of ice water in her hand. Security clothes are not breathable. Drink some to cool down and don't get heat stroke. As she said, she took out the paper and pen she had just bought, lay on the roadside stone and began to write. The back that could not be covered by the shade of the tree, the white shirt was quickly soaked with sweat. Huo Jingling looked down at Jin Mailang, who had $1 in his hand, and the coolness dispelled his irritation. His long legs moved and silently blocked behind lay still. Ling was still feeling dazzling, and suddenly a shadow fell. She looked back. The man was looking up and drinking water. His cold chin was not friendly, but at this moment, Ling was still inexplicably relieved. Thank you. She quickly wrote the agreement. After the two signed it, they walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau one after and after. Chapter 2 Get the certificate. The central air conditioner in the Civil Affairs Bureau blew away the sweat. Ling still tidied his shirt and looked up to see a long queue at the window of the divorce. The faces of men and women are full of indifference. Her steps stopped abruptly. Huo Jingling, who was following her, almost bumped into her. He took a step aside and looked down to see that Ling's face was still very gloomy. The eyes that were bright and excited just now are full of resistance at this moment. He couldn't help laughing in his heart. I haven't filled in the form yet, and it's too late to regret leaving now. Huo Jingling Liang reminded. Ling still suddenly returned to his senses and turned to look at Huo Jingling. His little face was very tight, and even his body was very tight. Can you remain loyal during your marriage? She doesn't care whether he is poor or not, nor does she care whether he has children or an old man to support. But she can't accept cheating in marriage like her adoptive father. She had seen the pain of her adoptive mother with her own eyes, and the fear in her heart could never dissipate. Huo Jingling was stunned. She didn't expect that she would ask such a question, but she nodded subconsciously. Of course, even if I don't like you, I will respect my marriage. Ling still stared at Huo Jingling, and the tight string in his eyes did not loosen. After marriage, I will do my best to live a good life with you. But after all, we have no emotional foundation. If you meet someone you really like, you can tell me directly that we can divorce, but I don't accept cheating. Huo Jingling thought of the flushing of the corners of her eyes when she saw Ling still at first, and then combined with these words, her expression couldn't help but sink a little. Do you want me to record what I just said? The man raised his eyebrows with arrogant eyes. I can live a good life with you, and you should also be loyal to me. After saying that, he grabbed her wrist forcefully and came with me. When he got to the corner, he took out his mobile phone first and turned on the recording function. I, Huo Jingling, promised Miss Ling Shiyu that I would maintain absolute loyalty during my marriage. If there was any misconduct, I would automatically divorce and leave the house cleanly. At the same time, I would compensate Miss Ling Yuyi for the mental loss of 1 million. The man's voice is low and firm. That's it. Even if he didn't do anything, it seemed to be slowly appeasing Ling's worries. I, Ling, still promise Mr. Huo Jingling that I will maintain absolute loyalty during my marriage. If there is any misconduct or harm to Mr. Huo Jingling's family, I will automatically divorce and leave the house, and at the same time compensate Mr. Huo Jingling for 1 million in mental losses. When Huo Jingling heard Ling's words, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart, but she pretended to be indifferent. She promised not only promises, but also responsibilities. This woman seems to be a little different. The two people put away their mobile phones, queued up to fill in the form, and completed the sacred ceremony under the guidance of the staff. When the marriage certificate arrived, Ling was still relieved. Huo Jingling just glanced at it faintly, put it in his trouser pocket casually, and strode out. I came here to get married temporarily, and a meeting has been postponed. Ling still saw that he was walking fast and quickly chased him. It was not until he was outside the door that he finally stopped him. Mr. Huo, wait a minute. Huo Jingling frowned and seemed to be a little unhappy. What's the matter? He just got married because he was forced, and he doesn't like clingy women. His promise has been recorded, the certificate has been received, and the goal has been achieved. What else needs to waste time here? His attitude still made Ling a little flustered, and she couldn't help tightening the marriage certificate in her hand. Now that they are legal husband and wife, visiting their parents should be within the scope of their obligation. Mr. Hua, my mother knows that I will come to the Civil Affairs Bureau to go through the formalities today. Can you accompany me to the hospital to see her? I have fulfilled this wish. Maybe she can survive. Ling's words still choked in his throat, and he felt a little stupid. There was no good possibility of advanced liver cancer. Looking at her red eyes again, Hua Jingling's heart suddenly touched a little, and finally nodded and agreed. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and sent a message to the assistant. Ling still thought that he was asking the leader for leave. He pursed his lips and said, "Thank you for your trouble today. I will try not to delay your work time in the future. Let's go." Hua Jinling didn't say anything. He quickly walked down the steps to call a taxi, but was still stopped by Ling. Use the applet to take a taxi. There are coupons today, which can be much cheaper. She pulled Hua Jinling to stand in the shadow and began to operate flexibly. Hua Jinling stopped talking when he wanted to speak. With this wasted time, he can earn back a truckload of Grandpa Mao. "Brother, happy wedding. Shall we buy a bouquet of flowers for your bride?" A tender voice suddenly sounded, and a little boy holding more than a dozen single bouquets of roses and wearing a school uniform came to him. He raised his small face and looked at Hua Jinling expectantly. Ling has been staring at the map on his mobile phone, which shows that the driver is still 200 meters away from here. "Mr. Hua, the car is almost there. Let's go to the roadside." Seeing that the car was almost there, she looked up and was unexpectedly stuffed by Hua Jingling and put a handful of roses into her arms. The fragrance came to his nose in an instant, and Ling was still stunned for a moment. A girl's marriage is the most special day in her life. Even if there is no expectation, Ling still has a little sweetness in her heart at this moment. It's not easy for primary school students to do internship during the summer vacation. Support. He looked cold and suddenly opened his mouth coldly to interrupt Ling's still immersion. When she reacted, he chased after her again. "Thank you, Mr. Hua. I like it very much. But don't waste money next time. The money spent on these is enough to buy a few catters of ribs. Children in kindergarten are just the time to grow up, and nutrition must keep up." She recited it in a small way. Her crisp voice was obviously the short fireworks of the parents, but it sounded inexplicably comfortable. Hua Jinling glared at her arrogantly. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the two tiger-headed children. The death of their parents was not impressed by them. Every time they saw him, they would naively ask him for a mother. "I just don't know if they will be satisfied with this mother." Hua Jinling turned his head and looked at the woman who played with roses from time to time. "The red earlobe is like a very seductive cherry. Forget it, let's wait. In case this woman reveals all illusions, it will cast a shadow in the child's heart. My parents and children both live in their hometowns and will not move here for the time being. I live in the staff dormitory now, and I can't bring my family in the 4-person room. If I rent a house..." Ling still withdrew his gaze from the rose and raised his head. "You can move to my place. I rented a house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room outside. I usually cook by myself, which can save a lot of living costs. If you take the child in the future, we will find a way to rent a bigger one." Hearing this, Hua Jinling frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, she entered the role so quickly and included his and his child's life in the plan. The man seems to have captured some information from it. "Do you live by yourself?" He is not used to living with too many people. He only goes back to the old house of the Hua family once a week. Ling still immediately explained, "My sister lives with me, and there are enough rooms." When Hua Jinling heard this, she had some inexplicable expectations in her heart and began to report in advance, "I can't do housework." Ling still didn't expect that a father couldn't do housework. "I guess there are elderly people at home to help." She thinks just a moment. "It doesn't matter. I can teach you. It's very simple. My sister can wash her own clothes and cook instant noodles. You must also learn it." The black line on Hua Jingling's forehead. Did he express that he wanted to learn housework? Does this woman's encouraging look despise his IQ? What a 7-year-old doll can do, can't he do it? "Okay, I'll move there tonight." Hua Jingling agreed with a cold face. Chapter 3 Contact Information. Ling still didn't see Hua Jingling's mood change. She took out her mobile phone and said, "Let's add a contact information. I only have a key in my hand. Call me when you move there, in case no one is at home when you get it." Hua Jinling opened her mouth indifferently and reported her private phone number. Ling still called over. After saving the numbers to each other, her mobile phone suddenly rang again. Seeing the caller ID, she immediately became a little nervous. She took a heavy breath and picked it up. The little girl's helpless cry came from the receiver. "Sister, I'm afraid. My mother fainted and was pushed into the emergency room. Doesn't she want to cling to it?" Ling Yi's crying made Ling's eyes still red in an instant. She tried her best to suppress the fluctuations of her emotions, and her hands involuntarily clenched the bouquet, and her joints turned white because of the force. "Yi, my sister will go back soon. Mom hasn't seen her get married yet. She will be fine." Her voice was extremely gentle, but tears fell uncontrollably. Huo Jinling didn't appease him. He only looked at the driver in front of him and said in a low voice, "Please hurry up." The car accelerated, but stopped quickly when it turned to the street of the hospital. There is a traffic jam in front. If you are in a hurry, it is faster to get off from here than to take a car. Ling still hung up the phone and immediately pulled the door and rushed out when he heard the words. Huo Jinling looked at the hot weather outside with a look of no love and could only accept his fate to follow. Outside the emergency room on the 6th floor, only Ling Yi was waiting. The thin figure curled up on the ground, bowing his head and holding his legs, and the suppressed cry was full of helplessness and fear. Hearing the rapid footsteps, she raised her head in a panic and cried loudly the moment she saw Ling still. "Sister!" She got up and rushed directly into Ling's arms and hugged him, as if the drowning man had caught the only straw. She was scared. She was afraid that her mother would never wake up again. Ling still coaxed her to pull her to the chair and sit down. Ling Yi clenched her hand. "Sister, if Mom can't wake up, will you give me to that man?" That man is Ling Tianhong, Ling Yi's biological father. In the 2nd year of Ling Yi's birth, Ling Tianhong had a son with someone else. Over the years, she has been living with the mother and son, but she refused to divorce. It's for the old house left by Ling Yi's grandmother. The old house is within the scope of the school district plan. The document has just been issued to be relocated this year. Although the house is not big, it is in an excellent location, and you can get at least 2 or 3 million in compensation. Once his adoptive mother, Xu Wen, dies, Ling Tianhong will definitely take Ling Yi away for the money. That man didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a father for a day. How could Ling Yi follow him and have a future? However, Ling is still just an adopted daughter. She can't grab it at all. Looking at Ling Yi's panic, she can only suppress her sadness and promise in a warm voice. "My sister promised that she would never let him take you away, okay?" After being assured, Ling Yi was in a much better mood. She also noticed Huo Jinling, who was beside her, and blinked her big eyes. "Sister, who is he? Aren't you going to marry brother Tianhao? Why didn't brother Tianhao come?" Ling still said hurriedly, "This is Mr. Huo, the person who married his sister today. Li Tianhao didn't come." When it comes to this name, Li's heart still hurts a little, but she is not an entangled person. She has some unworthy feelings. If you lose it, you will lose it. Huo Jinling leaned over and looked at Ling Yi, trying to make herself smile gently. "Hello, I'm your righteous brother-in-law. I will take care of you with your sister in the future. If you have any requirements, you can ask me." Ling still looked at Huo Jinling in surprise. She didn't expect this man to make such a promise. Whether it was deliberately to make Ling Yi happy, or to really think so, she was full of gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Huo." Huo Jinling quickly glanced at Ling still, and his expression returned to normal. "Now that we are married, there is no need to say thank you." He paused for a moment and asked uncommentally, "What's the disease your mother has?" "Late stage of liver cancer." Huo Jingling's face is slightly gloomy. "Can't she have a partial resection surgery?" It was too late when it was discovered. The doctor said that it was meaningless to cut it or not. Cancer cells are constantly spreading, and we can only do our best to obey fate. Li's voice was still slightly choked. Ling Yi's mood also decreased. Huo Jinling's eyes darkened and he thought for a moment. Jingguang Pharmaceutical has introduced a new drug from abroad, which has a good therapeutic effect on liver cancer, but there is no large number of clinical use in China. I heard from my friend some time ago that they are recruiting clinical testers. The requirement is the advanced stage of liver cancer, which has been carried out to the 3rd stage. I heard that the effect that's good. You can have a try. Ling Still and Ling Yi looked at Huo Jingling at the same time, and the 2 pairs of crystal clear eyes were ecstatic after despair. Does it really work? It is said that the lowest inhibition rate can reach 30%. 30%? Ling Still stood up suddenly and grabbed Huo Jingling's hand. Your friend, can you help us sign up? I want to send my mother there. The hospital has issued several critical illness notices, and the doctor also told Ling bluntly that Xi Wan could not last for a week. Whether this medicine is really effective or not, at least it is a hope. Huo Jinling felt the softness and trembling of the little hand. His cold and stiff lines instantly tightened, and he pulled back uncomfortably. Ling was still aware of his impulse and hurriedly let go of people, and his face was slightly hot. At this time, Ling Yi suddenly pulled the hem of Huo Jingling's clothes. "Brother-in-law, you just said that I can tell you whatever I want. I want my mother to be alive. I don't want to be taken away by that man." Her big eyes were full of tears, but her brother-in-law cried sincerely. In the face of children, there is no Huo Jinling tried to restrain the sharpness in his eyes and opened his mouth gently. "I can't guarantee that your mother will be alive, but I will try my best to help." Ling was still afraid that Huo Jinling would be embarrassed, so he quickly pulled Ling Yi over, but said no, if he was embarrassed, it would be okay. Like Ling Yi, she urgently needs Xu Wan to live. Only when she is alive can Ling Tianhong get what he wants. Huo Jinling seemed to know her entanglement. He took out his mobile phone and said, "You are here to guard." I'll call and ask them if they need anyone else. Ling still looked at his straight back in the distance, and the sense of down-to-earthness came again. Ling Yi suddenly said, "Sister, will your brother-in-law not come back like brother Tianhao?" Ling was still stunned, and inexplicably felt that he couldn't. Huo Jinling dialed his friend Shen Qing as he walked out. "How is your new drug development going?" Shen Qing was sorting out the data in face of the computer and opened the hands-free directly. He laughed when he heard the words. "Oh, my big boss, are you finally interested in the project you invest in? Are you really afraid that I will run away with more than 1 billion? Don't talk nonsense. Is it bragging that you told me last time that the suppression rate reached 30%? Mr. Huo, you can question my character, but you can't question my professional level. Let me tell you the latest progress. Yesterday's data, the inhibition rate has soared to 142%, isn't it awesome?" Huo Jinling frowned slightly and relaxed, and she was relieved. "I sent someone there and used the best medicine, the best instrument, and the best treatment plan to prolong her life as much as possible." Shen Qing was stunned. "Master Huo, which high-ranking official asked you to touch this big Buddha?" "My mother-in-law." Chapter 4. She is not a person who hates poverty and loves wealth. Shen Qing was stunned. He shook his hand and almost deleted the newly prepared form. It took him a long time to find his voice. "Mr. Huo, are you married?" Huo Jinling hummed. Shen Qing's tongue is about to knot. "You? Did you really marry that country woman you had never met?" Huo Jinling had a baby kiss, which was said to be promised by Grandpa Huo to the local village secretary when he went to the countryside. No one took the verbal promise seriously. But when Grandpa Huo passed away, he thought of this matter again and left a word that as long as the other party was not married, Huo Jinling must marry her as promised. At that time, Huo Jinling was only in her early 20s, and her career was in full swing. Grandma Huan actually didn't like the marriage, so she didn't say anything. However, Huo Jingling's career was successful, but he was given the title of Buddha in the upper-class circle, and there was no female around him. Later, he took the 2 children of his dead friends home, and he looked like he had everything. Seeing that she was over 30 years old, Grandma Huo was anxious. No matter how much other people's children like them, they are not the blood of the Huo family after all. Grandma Huo repeatedly introduced several celebrities to Huo Jingling, but they were rejected, so she directly threw out Grandpa Huo's last words. "From then on, I cried, made a fuss, and hung up, forcing me to get married. Only a few of Huo Jingling's good brothers know about this matter, but no one takes it seriously. Huo Jingling doesn't like so many beautiful and knowledgeable women, and how can he marry a strange country woman? But now..." Shen Qing held back his smile and comforted, "Mr. Huo, in fact, the old lady just wants to have a child. It's almost the same for women with the lights off and blindfolded. It really doesn't work. I still have medicine here, so that you can't distinguish between male and female. Get out of here." Huo Jinling scolded angrily and briefly talked about the flash marriage. Then she said that her mother's illness was not optimistic. According to her situation, it would be very troublesome if her mother was gone. "I didn't want to get into trouble when she first got married. You arrange someone to come over now and pick her up immediately when her mother comes out of the emergency room." Shen Qing tshd twice. Although Huo Jingling is known as the Buddha, the woman who wants to pull the Buddha down from the altar is like a carp crossing the river. No one has succeeded for so many years. Now, it's a bargain for a woman picked up by the Civil Affairs Bureau. Who can believe it? "Master Huo, is this the first time I've seen you care so much about a woman? I can't wait to see this little sister-in-law." Huo Jinling was slightly stunned, and a light that he had not noticed flashed in his eyes. However, it soon disappeared again. Does he care? Isn't this what a husband should do? He didn't want to be misunderstood by his best brother that he would be interested in a woman he picked up. His voice obviously sank a little. This was a marriage obligation and had nothing to do with women. "Also, I didn't tell her my identity. If you want to see her, you'd better change into a security guard's clothes and carry a stretcher." Poof. The security guard carrying the stretcher. "Master Huo, do you force me to act as a security guard? Are you afraid that my appearance as a nobleman will blind my sister-in-law? She is not a person who hates poverty and loves the rich." Huo Jinling was shocked after saying that, and then explained that "I just want to prove this, if I can bring it to Dabao Orbao again." "Master Huo, did you also talk about the child?" "Well, I said it was my child. She accepted it and was willing to raise it with me." Shen Qing suddenly understood why Huo Jinling agreed to marry Li Still and was anxious to send her mother to the research institute. Shen Qing, the parents of Dabao Orbao, also knew that the child's father had cancer, and it was found to be in the late stage. He could not stand the blow and chose to commit suicide. The child's mother learned the news that the child's premature birth collapsed and could not be saved. The 7-month-old twins survived after being raised in the incubator for a long time. Huo Jin, because of this matter, Lin also invested in the research institute and introduced a lot of new drugs. He spent billions before and after, and now he has finally made achievements. "Master Huo, since your sister-in-law accepts the child, what are you hiding? Take it back directly. Haven't the 2 children been looking for their mothers? My identity, if we can't get a divorce in the future, will have a great impact on each other." So it's the best way not to tell her at present. I don't want Dabao to lose her mother. Huo Jinling has always taken all possible results into account when doing things. He is used to controlling it. Shen Qing didn't persuade me anymore. I'll arrange someone, but the procedures in the hospital need to be completed. Okay, I'll deal with it. After saying that, Huo Jinling hung up the phone and looked at the time on the screen. It was past 12 o'clock. After thinking about it, he walked out quickly to buy some food and bring it up. The scene of his departure was really seen by the sisters standing on the windowsill. Ling Yi's little mouth shriveled, and tears wanted to fall again. Sister, my brother-in-law really ran away. Ling still bit his lip and felt very uncomfortable, but he still comforted Ling Yi in a soft voice. No, we are married, and he won't run. Her voice was so soft that she didn't even seem to believe it. Although Ling Yi didn't know how to love, she knew what it was like to be abandoned, and her little hand immediately hugged Ling still. Sister, Yi will never run. At this time, the door of the operating room suddenly opened, and a nurse hurried over, holding a page of paper in her hand. Who is Xu Jie's family? Come and sign the critical illness notice. Ling's legs almost softened on the ground, shaking his hand to sign the word. The door of the operating room was closed again. The hearts of the two sisters fell to the bottom again. Huo Jinling came back with 2 boxed lunches, looked at the closed door of the operating room, and said in a low voice, "Eat first. You still need to take care of the patient later. My friend from Jingguang Pharmaceutical has signed up for you." Looking at the man who went and came back, Ling still mechanically took the boxed lunch. Didn't he run? After all, Ling Yi is a child. At this moment, she smells the fragrance of rice. She has been hungry for a long time. She immediately opened it and began to eat while saying vaguely, "Brother-in-law, I thought you were not back." Huo Jinling smiled when she heard the words. "We are a family. You are here. How can I not come back?" Ling's tears, which were originally dull, suddenly fell without warning and hit the boxed lunch. Her heart was both moved and sour. The boyfriend, who had been in love for many years, left, and the man who had just met for a day was busy with her affairs. All kinds of efforts before were only for her to feed the dog, and she would definitely be twice as good to Huo Jinling in the future. "I'm not hungry. You can eat." She sniffed and handed over the boxed lunch. Huo Jinling raised his hand to open the lunch box and put it back in her hand. "Jingguang Pharmaceutical will send someone here soon. How can you have the strength to go through the formalities without eating?" Ling still remembered the critical illness notice just now and what the nurse said, and his heart was so heavy that he couldn't eat a grain of rice. "Mr. Huo, thank you very much. The doctor said that my mother may not survive this time." Huo Jinling's eyebrows crinkled in know him. If people can't wake up, it's meaningless to turn around and take medicine. He couldn't do anything about this kind of thing, but looking at her giving up on the unknown result, he said coldly, "If you don't believe that your mother can survive, where does her desire to survive come from?" Ling's heart was still shaking, and her red eyes lit up again. After hesitating for a moment, she lowered her head and quickly dug a large spoonful of rice mixed with vegetables and stuffed it into her mouth. Yes, Mom doesn't know that she is married yet, and how can she be willing to leave? Chapter 5 Where do you live? After waiting for another half an hour, the operation was over. The doctor said that the patient had a strong desire to survive and supported him. Ling Still and Ling Yi cried with joy. After sending Shi Wen back to the ward, Li Still went to the doctor's office and said the request for the transfer. In Xu Jie's case, it is also normal for her family to give up treatment. After all, no matter how you treat it, you can't last for a few days in the end. It's already very filial to stick to it until now. There is no problem with the transfer procedure, but wait until the patient wakes up. Your mother is not a completely unconscious patient. You need to obtain your consent and signature to be discharged from the hospital. Otherwise, if you agree to your family to be discharged from the hospital without authorization in a coma, our hospital is also responsible. Ling still asked Xu Wan about the time when she woke up and thanked her. She went back to the ward and told Huo Jinling about the matter again. Huo Jinling didn't mind. He sent a message to Shen Qing and booked a transfer to the hospital at night. Things have been arranged. Huo Jinling does not plan to stay in the ward and pretend to be a reasonable security practitioner. Today's leave has been asked, and there is no full attendance when he goes back in the afternoon. I will go back to the dormitory to clean up and move. You can call me if you need anything from the hospital. Ling still nodded and handed over the key. After Huo Jinling took it, he paused for a moment. "Which room do I live in?" When Ling Yi heard this, she suddenly raised her little hand. "I want to live with my sister. Although this brother-in-law doesn't look bad, he is still a stranger to her after all." Instinctive rejection and fear still can't dissipate at once. Ling is still busy and said, "Mr. Huo, the summer vacation will be over in a few days. Yi goes to school and I have to get up early to cook. You can sleep better in a room alone." Huo Jinling is full of black lines. He didn't seem to ask to share a room with her. A sharp look stared at Ling Still. "So, which room should I sleep in?" Ling still seemed to realize something. For a moment, he was a little embarrassed and said urgently, "The one on the west side." She gave up the largest bedroom. For her, Huo Jingling was not only a newlywed husband, but also a benefactor of their family. Good. Huo Jingling was not entangled. She took the key and turned around and left. Ling Yi stared at his back and whispered, "Sister, does your brother-in-law want to sleep with you?" Huo Jingling, who hadn't gone far, staggered and almost fell down. Ling's little face still turned red, and he quickly covered Ling Yi's mouth. Children are not allowed to ask about adults. Huo Jingling quickened his pace to walk out, and at the same time gave the bodyguard a position. Soon a black Cullinan stopped at the intersection. Huo Jingling's security uniform was taken off, revealing a black customized short t-shirt. Her muscle lines loomed under the black cloth. Her cold and white skin had an enchanting desire, but the aura scattered around her was also showing the pressure of rejecting people thousands of miles away. Back to Nanlingying. Yes, Master Huo. Nanlingying is the old house of the Huo family. The quaint courtyard has experienced 100 years of wind and frost. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall of the house is extremely tense. The broken porcelain pieces on the ground show that someone has just made a big fire. Song Yuan, wearing a noblewoman's cheongsong, motioned to the servant to clean up the broken porcelain pieces, and then came to the sofa and sat down. Mom, she is just a country woman. Jinling doesn't want to. If she can't succeed, it's okay. And the other party regrets her marriage, which is not against her father's last wish. The old lady was so angry when she heard it. Why doesn't she like my grandson, who is so good-looking and able? Do you still regret your marriage on the street? Does my grandson want to lose face? Don't you want to lose face for the Huo family? Song Yuan. Well, she thinks too much. No matter when or what happens, no one can compare with Huo Jingling's status. The old lady will definitely protect him as soon as possible. Yes, Jingling, waved casually and surrounded a bunch of women. Mom, are you still afraid that he can't find his wife? The old lady's tone was gentle, but her expression was extremely resentful. What's the use of a bunch of women around? He doesn't want it. Yuan, you think Jin Li won't really like men as rumored in the outside world, right? Song Yuan choked again. The old lady was anxious again. No, you quickly brought the information of those celebrities and nobles who had been suppressed before. No matter what you said, you had to let Jingling marry a wife back. The Huo family's 3-generation single transmission, how could you break the incense in my hand? She was urging, and the housekeeper hurried in. Old lady, the young master is back. The old lady came to her senses in an instant. Daughter-in-law, the family selection ceremony will be held in Nanlingying tonight. Don't watch them one by one. Call them all and tell them that as long as my grandson likes it, we will give 900 million as a dowry. Song Yuan held her forehead. The old lady really wants to say it one by one. If this is really released, Huo Jingling must not be eaten raw by a group of goblins tonight. She couldn't persuade her, so she could only hope that Huo Jingling could help herself. Huo Jingling came down from Cullinan and went straight into the lobby. On the way, he called his assistant and went to his usual villa to pack up some daily necessities, and prepared several sets of security suits and a broken suitcase. He was not resident in Nanlingying in the first place. He came here to tell the old lady about her marriage, lest she mess around again. Grandma. Huo Jingling greeted the old lady, and her handsome face was a little more warm. The old lady quickly stepped forward and pulled his arm on the sofa, and then shouted to the housekeeper to let all the bodyguards of Nanlingying guard the door. No one is allowed to let the young master go tonight. And those cars were all driven outside. And the keys were also taken away. Huo Jingling. He has the illusion of being under house arrest inexplicably. Grandma, what are you going to do again? The old lady smiled and said, do a big deal. I'll ask the cook to cook a bowl of tonic soup for you. You drink more. Let's go directly to the cave room to see anyone at night. Huo Jingling almost vomited blood. Grandma, don't be impulsive. In fact, The old lady raised her hand to interrupt. I'm not impulsive at all. I know you have been wronged today. The family has been scolded by me. What is it? Even my grandson is bullied. Don't worry when Grandma is here. Grandma will definitely choose the most handsome daughter-in-law for you. Huo Jingli knew that it was useless for the old lady to say anything on Xing's head, so he directly took out the marriage certificate in his pocket and handed it over. The red book stunned everyone. Song Yuan was the first to react. Son, where did you get the marriage certificate? Huo Jingli was speechless. Of course, it was from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Is this married? Song Yuan shouted indisbelievably. Married? Married? With whom? Male and female? The old lady almost choked Huo Jingli to death with one sentence. At this time, Song Yuan had opened the marriage certificate, looked at the photo and handed it to the old lady. Mom, she's a woman, and she's very well behaved. Really? The old lady immediately took away the marriage certificate. Lean still. Whose girl is this? How old are you? How did you know each other? 25, picked up at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Huo Jinlin's words stunned everyone again. Picked up? Can my wife pick it up on the street now? Chapter 6 Flash Marriage to Strangers. The old lady's first reaction was that her grandson was lying to her. She looked at the marriage certificate over and over for a long time, and almost found someone to verify the authenticity. Song Yuan obviously knew her concern and also took the marriage certificate and checked it again. "Mom, this should be true." Huo Jinling was speechless. If he wanted to make a forgery to fool them, would he still need to do it now? "Grandma, if you don't believe it, you can find someone to check the household registration. The system is updated very quickly. My marital status column should have been changed to married." Only then did the old lady believe it and asked the Civil Affairs Bureau about picking up her wife for a long time. After listening to it, she didn't know what to say. Although she was really anxious to get Huo Jinling to marry, she had not investigated the baby kiss clearly, and she had carefully read the resumes of other blind dates. At least there is no problem with appearance and education. But this little girl named Ling is obviously worse, but it's not bad. She can still accept the existence of Dabao and Arbao. The old lady was not entangled, and immediately recognized her granddaughter-in-law. "Now that the marriage is over, let's bring people back to recognize the door. Yuan, you go to prepare the new house and let them stay at home tonight." Song Yuan looked at Huo Jinling and had a kind of helplessness to dig a hole and jump in by yourself. Huo Jinling put the marriage certificate back in her pocket, looking calm, and completely predicted the old lady's idea. "I don't plan to bring people back for the time being. Grandma, I came here today to tell you that I will move to her rental house during this period. I am a security guard and have no money and no power, so don't raid. In case someone scares you away, don't blame me for not finding your granddaughter-in-law in the future." The old lady choked. Song Yuan's eyebrows showed a little joy. She knows her son very well. The way he can arrange it shows that he is very careful about this marriage. She pulled the old lady who wanted to persuade her again and said in a gentle voice, "Jingling, Mom supports you. After all, your marriage is too sudden and there is no emotional foundation. It is appropriate to cultivate feelings together. Grandma and I won't disturb your world together." As she said, she blinked at the old lady again. The old lady understood in a second. Of course, the relationship between husband and wife is cultivated in bed. She seemed to have seen her close grandson running towards her with his chubby hands. She was so happy and smiling. "Grandma also supports you. However, the girl knows that you are old and young, and it is not appropriate to see each other. The girl should be more careful." She still couldn't resist the desire to see her granddaughter-in-law. Some people can't see it through the photos. They must see her with their own eyes to be completely relieved. "I told her that you and your 2 children live in your hometown. When you find a chance, Grandma and Mom will cooperate with me in acting. As long as you can see your granddaughter-in-law, no one will pretend to be poor." The old lady and Song Yuan both nodded in agreement. At this time, 2 voices of milk hoo hoo came from outside. "Dad." 2 little guys rushed directly into Huo Jinling's arms. Huo Jinling smiled a little more, and his big hands rubbed each of them on their little heads. "Did you listen to the teacher today?" The 2 little guys nodded together, chirped around Huo Jinling and began to pester him for his mother. Huo Jinling still used the previous wording perfunctorily. The old lady and Song Yuan didn't dare to mention it. After playing with the 2 little guys for a while, Huo Jinling was ready to leave. Song Yuan deliberately sent him to the car, and he still looked a little worried. "Jingling, if you think that girl has a good character, don't lie to her for too long, otherwise, no matter how good the relationship is, there will be a gap. Trust and support are very important between husband and wife. You didn't tell your grandma all just now, did you?" The girl was dumped by her fiancé. What really made her ridiculously want to flash marriage with a stranger was something else, right? Huo Jinling knew very well that although the old lady was anxious to let him get married, the concept of the door was still a little heavy, otherwise the baby kiss would not have been delayed until now. He didn't say everything, and he just didn't want to make a branch outside the festival. "Mom, it's really difficult." He briefly talked about the situation at Ling's family, and Song Yue was a little more happy with the daughter-in-law he had never met. She is a good girl who never leaves her family. "Jinlin, as a husband, you have the responsibility to protect them." "I know." Huo Jinling smiled at Song Yuan and left the old house in the car. In the hospital ward, Ling still pulled Ling Yi to wash her face and helped her tie her crooked braids. "I promised my sister that after my mother wakes up, she is not allowed to cry, okay?" The little girl nodded obediently. The 2 sisters were talking when Guanwan, the partner of the fried chicken restaurant, pushed the door and came in. "Still, how is Auntie's situation?" Guanwan is still 3 years older than Ling. Ling still worked in her store before graduation. After graduation, she also wanted to find a civilian job, but the salary was too low to support the family's expenses at all. Guanwan just expanded the shortage of manpower in the store, so La Ling still worked together. He didn't ask for her move-in fee, but 10% more would be deducted from the monthly dividend. This is still a great kindness for Ling, so the relationship between the 2 has also become extremely close, more like sisters. After Xu Wen got sick, Guanwan came to see her many times. "It's not very good, Sister Wang. Let's go outside and talk." Ling still pulled Guanwan out of the door of the ward. Just as he was about to tell her about sending Xu Wan to the research institute to try the new medicine, she interrupted her directly. Still, what's going on with you and Li Tianhao? I saw him and a woman on a blind date in the cafe opposite our store today. When they left, they were very close hand in hand. Even though he had decided to forget, Lin still felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. When Lin still went to Guanwan's fried chicken restaurant to work part-time for the first time, it was Li Tianhao who sent her there. In recent years, the relationship between the two has been good, and Guanwan also knows about Li Tianhao's marriage proposal. Now that she has seen the scene with her own eyes, how can she keep the secret? Didn't you say you were going to get the certificate with him today? Why did he still talk to others? Lin still restrained his emotions and told him about her flash marriage after the breakup. Guo Huang gritted his teeth. This Li Tianhao is too irresponsible. How good you have been to him over the years. Except for the money he earned, he spent all the money he earned for his family. He's a bitch. Lin still felt a little pain in his heart, and he just shook his head when he heard the words. I don't want to mention him anymore. I just hope my mother can get better now. Guanwan sighed. Do you want to tell your aunt about your breakup with Li Tianhao? Auntie has always been as painful as a son-in-law. If she knew that you were bullied by Li Tianhao's bastard and flash married a stranger, could she accept it? Chapter 7. Keep your mood. Lin still looked sad. The doctor explained that she should keep the patient in a good mood. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be in a hurry to get married. But as Guanwan said, can mom really accept a strange son-in-law? Will it be counterproductive? Seeing that she was bored, Guanwan could only persuade her. If it really didn't work, she would hide it first and talk about it slowly. In case. Alas, no, auntie will definitely get better. I can't stay away for too long. This is the income in the store these days. You take it first. After saying that, she stuffed an envelope into Lin Still's hand and left in a hurry before she refused. Lin still feels warm and guilty in his heart. Since Xu Wan was sick, she still had to take care of Ling Yi. She lacked skills in the split body, and the time spent in the store was obviously reduced. Guanwan not only did not complain, but also helped everywhere. She remembered this kindness in her heart and must repay it if she had a chance. Holding the envelope tightly, she turned around and went back to the ward. Just as she was about to let Ling Yi sleep on her stomach for a while, Xu Wan suddenly woke up. This is much earlier than the doctor expected. Does it mean that Xi Zhao's physical condition is better than what the doctor said? Is there a greater chance of recovery? Lin was still overjoyed and immediately held Xi Zhao's hand and asked her if there was any discomfort. Ling Yi also obediently hugged the other hand and rubbed it on her little face. Xu Wan consciously returned to the cage and looked at the two women and couldn't help but burst into tears. She knew that she had dragged them down, but she was reluctant to leave like this. Still, Mom is fine. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, you and Tianhao? She has always been thinking about Li's marriage. Lin's face still changed slightly. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, the door of the ward was pushed open again. Xin Caidie, dressed in beautiful clothes and with heavy makeup, came in. The strong smell of perfume made Xu Wan can't help covering her mouth and coughing. Liu still quickly handed her a glass of water to help her breathe. Ling Yi hid beside Xu Wan again, her little face bulging with anger. Bad woman. Xin Caidie sneered, little girl, when your mother dies, you have to call me mother. Now you don't flatter me well, and you dare to scold me. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Ling Yi was so scared that her little body trembled. Lin still suppressed his anger and pointed to the door coldly. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately, or I will call the security guard. Xin Caidie was not afraid at all. He raised his hand to push her away and looked at Xi Wan on the hospital bed, with a contempt and disdain on her face. He is still sick like this and refuses to die. Do you want to use this method to ask for money from my husband? It's really shameless. My husband makes money for me and my son, not for you to lose money. Being poked in the heart bluntly, Xu Wan trembled with anger. Lin still doesn't want to fight with Xin Caidie in front of Xi Wan, just for fear that Xi Wan will be stimulated. But this woman's mouth stinks so bad. Lin still couldn't stand it. He grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it on the ground to threaten. Get out of here. Xin Caidie is fearless. Oh, do you want to hit me? Come on, say hello to my face. When I go back, my husband will see you hurt. Do you believe it or not that he can come over with a kitchen knife and chop you? She is going to come and make trouble today. It's better to be angry with Xu Wan directly. Her relative's daughter is a nurse here. She just reported that Xu Wan was going to be transferred to the hospital for new treatment. In case she is really cured, she can get that house in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Lin still saw Xin Caidie playing tricks and was about to go out to call people, but was pulled by Xin Caidie. While the two were pulling, the envelope in her pocket fell out. When Xin Caidie saw the exposed money, he immediately let go of Lin Still, bent down and grabbed it. What are you doing? That's our money. Lin Still reached out to grab it, but was pushed away by Xin Caidie and almost fell to the ground. Xin Caidie proudly raised the envelope. Your money is my husband's money, and my husband's money is my money. Ling still saw that Guanhua's hard-earned money was taken away, and immediately rushed over and slapped Xing Caijie in the face. She snatched the money back in her exclamation and pointed to the door tremblingly. If you don't leave, I'm really not polite to you. She was in a state of tension all day. At this moment, she hit someone impulsively. Her body couldn't support it at all. She staggered back 2 steps and helped the bedside. The spicy butterfly has the opposite taste, and the nature of the bitch is fully revealed. You bastard, how dare you hit me? I must teach you a good lesson today, you bastard. With that, she slung the bag in his hand smashed at Ling Still. Ling still avoided it. Unexpectedly, Xing Caijie would move the chair to smash Ji Wan on the hospital bed. Ling Yi screamed in fright, and her whole body subconsciously plunged into Xi Jia's arms. Ling still rushed over, and all he could do was to protect Xi Wan and Ling Yi under him. As for avoiding the attack, it is simply impossible. The expected pain did not appear. Ling was still panting and turned around in a panic. He saw Huo Jingling's straight back blocking in front of her. His slender and powerful big hand held the chair leg tightly and directly threw Xing Caijie out. Ling was still shocked and immediately checked Xi Jia's situation. Seeing that she was just so scared that she was not in a coma, she was relieved. Huo Jingling put down the chair and frowned at Ling Still. Who is she? What's the matter? Before Ling could still speak, Xing Caijie sat on the ground and howled. Oh my god, I beat someone, and there is no one to take care of it. The movement was so loud that the nurse on duty rushed in soon. What are you doing? This is a hospital. If you want to make a fuss, go outside, which affects the rest of patients. Can you afford to bear this responsibility? Xing Caijie was not only not afraid, but also covered her stomach and began to complain with tears in her eyes. Nurse, I'm going to have a full body examination. They beat me so much that I can't stand up. When the nurse saw this, she didn't dare to ask for it. She immediately prepared to call the stretcher. At the same time, she still told Ling to come and pay the fee. Ling's little face was still pale when she was angry. She had nothing to do with us. She rushed in and began to fight. My mother just woke up and almost fainted because of her anger. The nurse doesn't care about these. She only cares about whether there will be a fuss in the ward under her jurisdiction. The doctor and the patient caused trouble to the hospital and immediately reprimanded him with a cold face. The injured person is large, and the injury should be checked in advance. You can solve the enmity between you privately. Ling still clenched his fists, and his tears were forced down. Huo Jinling raised his hand and patted her on the shoulder, and went straight to Xing Caijie. Call the police before checking the injury. You just raised a stool and were about to hit the hospital bed. I have reason to suspect that you deliberately murdered. Everything in this ward is physical evidence. When the police take fingerprints to determine the nature of the case, I will pay for the examination fee. Xing Caijie was in a panic. Report. Why do you call the police? I'm just joking with my sister. Doctor, I'm fine. I don't feel any pain at all. There's no need for examination. I'll say a few words to my sister and leave. I will never delay the patient's rest. The nurse was also speechless. After telling her not to make any more trouble, she turned around and left. Chapter 8 Shameless. As soon as the nurse left, Xing Caijie changed her face, looked at Ling still waiting for others with resentful eyes, and suddenly raised her hand and slapped herself twice. She was so cruel that her fingerprints quickly swelled up. Ling was still so scared that he immediately stepped forward and pulled Huo Jingling back a few steps, with a wary face. What do you want to do? She had a deep experience of this woman's many tricks before. Originally, after Ling Tianjin cheated, he knelt down to Xu Wan and begged for forgiveness, saying that he could not give up the family and the child. Although Xu Wan was cold-hearted, after all, the child had just been born and she also needed a father, so she endured it. At that time, although the relationship between the two people was not as good as before, it did not make you live or die. However, since Xing Caijie became pregnant, she began to make trouble in different ways, and she was the best at pretending to be pitiful. In addition, it was found that she was pregnant with her son, and Ling Tianjin never gave Xu Wan a good face again. Later, he was instigated by Xing Caijie to take away all the savings at home, and asked for money for 3 days. Xu Wan would threaten Ling Yi and Ling Still if she didn't give it to him. In the past few years, it has been very popular. Ling Still knows very well that Xing Caijie is a master who never loses. Huo Jingling just taught her a lesson. She is slapping herself now. There must be a conspiracy. Huo Jingling looked down at the little woman who was obviously afraid but insisted on protecting him. Her eyes were slightly warm and she did not break free. At this time, Xing Caijie pointed to the clock on the wall and smiled calculatingly. Before Ling Still understood what was going on, Ling Tianjin rushed in. Xing Caijie immediately fell to the ground, covered his face and cried. Sister, I just want to see you and give Yi some money to buy a new school bag. How can you let them beat me? Ling Tianjin grew up to be 5. Sanso, the pestle is very deterrent there. When he is not angry, it is already very scary. At this moment, his anger is uncontrollable, and his face is even more ferocious. Bastard calf, how dare you beat my wife? Don't you want to live? He stared at the bull's eyes and raised his arms to fan the forest. Ling Still and Ling Yi have been afraid of him since they were young, and they are not close to him. The instinctive fear made Ling Still tremble like a sieve, and he didn't know how to hide at all. Huo Jinling hugged her waist and took her to the side, and her eyes suddenly became cold. He is not sure who the other party is, and it is difficult to do it directly. However, no one will be allowed to bully Ling in front of him. The little woman in his arms was still shaking, and the little hand unconsciously grabbed the hem of his clothes. Her soft body had a very sweet fragrance. It's not as disgusting as perfume. Huo Jinling did not let go of the hand that fell on Ling's waist, and the meaning of protection was clear. He didn't notice that after he entered the ward, Shi Zhen's eyes had been looking at it from time to time. At this moment, she opened her mouth slightly in shock, and even the disgust and fear of seeing Ling Tianjin dissipated a lot. Ling Tianjin almost fell headlong to the ground. Xin Caidia got up and helped him, pretending to be scared. "Honey, stop it. They just threatened me to call the police. You and I didn't get a certificate in the first place. Others scolded me as a junior and scolded our son for being wild. What can I do?" She cried a lot, but Ling Tianjin was heartbroken. She immediately roared in a thick voice, "Xu Wan, I felt sorry for you and wanted to have a wedding with Xiaojie when you died. Since you can't wait, well, get me up and we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for divorce." Xu Wan had wanted to leave for a long time. At this moment, her eyes lit up when she heard this. Ling Tianjin said again, "Before the divorce, make it clear that the house and children belong to me. As a person who wants to see the King of Hell, you don't need these. Don't worry, I will definitely raise Yi well. I also expect her to get married in the future and exchange the dowry money for my son." Ling Yi cried anxiously. "Mom, I don't want to go with him." Ling Tianjin immediately stared over and said that if you don't follow me, you will go into the coffin with your mother. Ling's eyes were still red with anger, suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted angrily, "If you want to get a divorce, go through formal procedures. If Yi is not a child, the judge will also ask her opinion on who her custody belongs to. That house is even more impossible to give to you. It was left by grandma to Yi. It is a legacy gift and has nothing to do with you." Her words were sharp and the regulations were clear. Huo Jinling can't help showing some praise. Force is not the best way to deal with scoundrels. His newlywed wife is very smart. Ling Tianjin hasn't read many books, and he is confused at the moment. Xin Caidia came to him and said a few words, and Ling Tianjin was immediately overjoyed. "You don't have to tell me so much that it's useless. If you want to transfer your mother to the hospital, can you do it without my husband's signature? You are an adopted daughter who is not related by blood. Does the hospital dare to let her go? When I kill her, the house will still be mine." Ling's face is still like ashes. She almost forgot that this scumbag is the key person who can legally decide whether she wants to continue treatment and whether she can transfer to the hospital. Huo Jinling looked at Ling, still in shock. It is already a good character for a biological daughter to be able to do this step. He didn't expect that Ling was still just an adopted daughter. Did she do so much for the house she just said? Seeing that Ling was still silent, Ling Tianjin immediately laughed proudly. "If you want to transfer the hospital, then agree to the division of property. Maybe she can live a few more days if she works hard. Also, your Aunt Saidia found you a good marriage, everyone's family 300,000 yen dowry to marry you, the date has been set, you should get married before your mother dies, so as not to be contaminated with the bad luck of the dead. Get out of here. Get out of here." Xu Wan clenched the quilt and gasped at Ling Tianjin. "If you dare to touch my daughter, I won't let you go. You are a ghost. I will be afraid of you." Ling Tianjin became more and more domineering. "I'm not afraid to tell you that as soon as Ling Yi is 18 years old, I will let her get married. At that time, she will receive a dowry again, and my son's house and car will be available." Xu Wan is really angry to death. Ling still suddenly pulled Huo Jingling to Xu Wan, looking very calm. "Mom, I'm married. His name is Huo Jingling, and he is my husband." Xu Wan was stunned and pointed at the two of them with her mouth open. She was speechless, and her face was full of disbelief. Ling still didn't prepare to give her a chance to ask questions. She originally wanted to talk slowly secretly, but now it seems that it is not necessary. She wants to force it again to make Xu Wan completely cruel. "Mom, I have a support. Don't worry about what that bastard will do to us. Divorce. If you are worried about your health, entrust Yi's guardianship to me. The house will always be left to Yi, and we will sign a legal agreement. I will definitely take good care of her." Huo Jinling didn't call Xu Wan, but at this moment he agreed. "I can also sign it." Ling still turned his head in shock and looked at Huo Jinling. The tears in his eyes were spinning, but he didn't dare to fall. Huo Jinling smiled at her, and all the speculations were only distressed at this moment. "Since we are husband and wife, we should share the burden." The tear fell and was wiped away by Huo Jingling's hand. Xu Wan watched the interaction between the two in a daze. Although she still didn't understand why her son-in-law changed, she was very satisfied with the man who protected her daughter everywhere. Since she was sick and hospitalized, Li Tianhao has been here once. He threw a bunch of bananas and left with his nose covered in disgust. At that time, she felt that he was not a good match for her daughter, but her daughter liked him, so she could only pretend to be confused. Now it seems that my daughter's eyesight in choosing people is still very good. She held Li's still hand and patted it gently. The breath in her heart finally relaxed. Before she said anything she wanted to say, she suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Chapter 9 Suddenly in sight. Ling Tianjin, who was originally unhappy with Ling and still got a marriage certificate, became happy. The doctor came to check, and he asked directly, "Is he dead?" Ling's eyes were still red with anger. "Ling Tianjin, are you still human?" Ling Tianjin said contemptuously, "You yell fart." Xu Wan was angry to death because you were disobedient and married a wild man. Unfilial things. These words suddenly dispersed Li's still anger, and her stomach was full of grievances and guilt that she couldn't breathe. Huo Jingling hurriedly helped her with a calm and powerful voice. "Let's hear what the doctor said first." Ling's still cold little hand unconsciously grabbed Huo Jingling's big hand, which had nothing to do with love. At this moment, the man gave her enough sense of security and made her calm down. After the examination, the doctor did not let anyone go to the emergency room, but gave emergency treatment on the sit. After more than 10 minutes, Xu Wan woke up quietly and quickly signed the discharge letter in Ling's explanation. Seeing that there was no benefit, Ling Tianjin took Xin Caidie to curse and left, not mentioning the divorce at all. Huo Jingling went out to call to arrange the transfer, leaving Shijia's mother and daughter in the ward again. Xu Wan stopped Ling Jing, who was busy packing his luggage. "Still, did Li Tianhao bully you?" Ling still shook his head. "Mom, I broke up with him long ago. Didn't you urge me to get married after you got sick? I'm afraid you won't be happy, so I asked him to come and pretend." Xu Wan had the same expression as before. "No wonder the last time he came to the hospital to see me, his attitude was so bad, and my mother has been worried about what you have done." Ling still laughed at herself in her heart. It turned out that Li Tianhao had already shown disgust, and she foolishly thought that he was busy with work and had no time. After Xu Wan asked about Li Tianhao, she asked Huo Jingling's situation carefully. Ling was still afraid that Xu Wan was worried that she would be someone else's stepmother. She only talked about Huo Jingling's age and occupation, and his family's urging to get married. Xu Wan became more and more satisfied with Huo Jingling. Ling Yi cooperated with the gag next to her, and the atmosphere in the ward soon became extremely warm. Huo Jingling brought Shen Qing in. After a brief introduction, Xu Wan got on the ambulance of Jingguang Pharmaceutical and soon went to the special clinical inpatient department of the institute. Looking at the luxurious and high-end VIP room and the excellent quality special nurse, Li was still stunned. She found an opportunity to pull Huo Jingling and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure we don't need to pay any fees?" Huo Jingling was also speechless. He just instructed Shen Qing to give the best treatment. Unexpectedly, his arrangement was so exaggerated that he could only explain stubbornly when he heard the words. "Your mother's role here is not just a patient. She needs to cooperate with the research of new drugs. The research institute should want to abandon all external factors that affect the effect of drugs. Accommodation and diet are standardized." Ling was still relieved and worried. Will it be painful to do a lot of living experiments? Shen Qing didn't know when he came over and kept looking at Ling, still with a smile. Ling still felt a little uncomoiled and subconsciously moved to Huo Jingling's side. Shen Qing raised his eyebrows and looked at Huo Jingling. Seeing that he had no intention of avoiding him at all, he couldn't help but sing in his heart. "They are not close to Master Huo, who is not close to women," finally got the hang of it. Huo Jingling's cold eyes swept over. Shen Qing held back his laughter. At a glance, he would not lack a piece of meat. How could this still be protected? Huo Jingling ignored the mocking in his eyes and asked for a document from the new drug tester to participate in the research and handed it to Ling Yi. After taking a closer look, Ling was finally completely relieved. He hurriedly took it to explain to Xu Wan, afraid that she would change the new environment. Xu Wan didn't have much hope about whether the new drug would be effective. She just took Ling's hand and told her, "Find a lawyer. Mom wants to write a will. Before she dies, she must divorce Ling Tianjing. Mom doesn't want to die, and she still has the surname of the Li family." Ling still agreed with red eyes. When I returned to the rental house from the research institute, it was already dark. Ling still cooked a meal neatly, 3 dishes and 1 soup, with meat and vegetarian. After all, Ling Yi is a child. When she heard that Xu Wan had a chance to live and she would not be taken away by Ling Tianzhong, she immediately recovered her nature and cried out for food. "Sister, you actually cooked 4 dishes, and I want to have 2 bowls today." Ling still tapped her on the head and asked your brother-in-law to come and eat together. Huo Jinling was processing documents on the computer. Ling Yi pushed the door and came in, her little face blushing with a little arrogance and shyness. "You are so old that you still have to eat. My sister cooks and cleans up the house when she comes back, but you are playing with the computer. This is not right." What she said was serious, and it was quite a bit like a crusade. She has never lived with Ling Tianjin. In fact, she doesn't know what a real marriage and family are like. But she was still inclined to Ling from the bottom of her heart. Seeing her hard work, she was naturally not happy. Huo Jinling closed the computer with a smile and walked over to rub the little girl's head. My brother-in-law is making money and will support you well in the future. Ling Yi was stunned and pouted, but my sister also made money. Huo Jinling was stunned. His life has always been taken care of, including the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the two children. He is very clear about the responsibility that the husband should bear in marriage. Make money to support your family, the hero is outside and the heroine is inside. But at this moment, a little girl couldn't say a word. Ling still arranged the dishes and chopsticks and poked his head to urge. Wash your hands and eat. I didn't buy any new dishes in a hurry today. You just want to eat anything or don't want to eat. Tell me. Huo Jinling felt a trace of shame when he opened his mouth to the meal for the first time. I'm not picky about food. Thank you for your hard work. Ling still smiled, and his bright eyes and teeth made people look extremely comfortable. You have helped us so much today, but I haven't thanked you properly. Come out quickly. It's not delicious when the food is cold. Huo Jinling's heart moved slightly, and Ling still came to the living room. Although the food was simple, the taste was excellent, and he ate very comfortably. After dinner, Ling still got up and cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, and Ling Yi also helped. Huo Jinling, who wanted to continue to work, was stunned and rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. You cook, then I'll wash the dishes. Ling was still about to refuse, but was dragged away by Ling Yi on the grounds of the title. Huo Jinling stared at a pool of dishes and chopsticks and had no way to do anything, but she really couldn't open her mouth to ask what to do, so she took out her mobile phone and searched on the internet. 10 minutes later, Ling was still frightened by a crackling sound and immediately opened the door and rushed out. Huo Jinling's hands are foam, and his feet are fragments of a porcelain plate. He smiled awkwardly. I'll clean up right away. Ling still sighed and quickly pulled him out. I'll wash it. If there's nothing left by you, you'll have to pay for it tomorrow. Huo Jinling didn't insist. I'm going to help Yi tutor my homework, he said and quickly fled the scene, pushed the door into Ling Yi's room, but saw the clothes that had just been carried by Ling on the bed, and a pink and white underwear was in sight. Chapter 10, Rely on me in the future. Huo Jinling's face suddenly felt a little hot. She quickly looked away and walked to Ling Yi's desk. Ling still quickly cleaned up the kitchen. As soon as she wiped her hands, she suddenly remembered that her clothes had not been packed up and her underwear was still there. She rushed back to the room in a hurry. Seeing Huo Jinling sitting next to Ling Yi talking to her, she didn't seem to notice what was on the bed. She quickly blushed and stuffed her underwear into the quilt, and then coughed in a low voice. It's late. Go back to your room to rest. You have to go to work tomorrow. The small bedroom, which was not spacious in the first place, is more crowded at this moment because of the appearance of Ling. The faint fragrance came from the woman's body from time to time. Huo Jinling only felt uncomfortable and got up and left with a hum. After closing the door again, Li still breathed a long sigh of relief. Ling Yi tilted her head and looked at her. Sister, you are so red. Hot. Ling still said perfunctory and came over to continue to tutor Ling Yi, but when he saw the problem-solving analysis left by Huo Jinling, he was stunned. Under the powerful pen, the knowledge points involved in a question, the methods that can be used, and the possible direction of this type of question have been clearly sorted out. Although it was only a question for the second grade of primary school, it still shocked Ling. Ling Yi's small face worships. Sister, my brother-in-law is so awesome. He just talked to me for a while and explained all the knowledge points I had gathered before. In the future, when my brother-in-law gets off work in the evening, can I ask him to lecture me? Ling was still inexplicably disliked and raised his hand angrily to scratch the little girl's nose. You were captured so soon? Didn't you firmly stand on my side before? Ling Yi shrugged the tip of her nose. I haven't been captured. I'm just saying one thing fairly. Ling is still laughing. I will tell your brother-in-law about this matter. If he has to work the night shift, there is nothing he can do. She knows that the security guards have to work in shifts. Thinking of this, Ling is still going to ask Huo Jingling's duty schedule so as to adjust her working hours. Quickly folded the clothes and stuffed them into the cupboard. Ling still asked Ling Yi to go to the bathroom to wash herself, and she knocked on Huo Jingling's door. Come in. Huo Jinling was having a transnational meeting. He replied casually and continued to focus on the computer. Ling still thought about the wording before he opened his mouth. He was shocked by Huo Jingling's pure English. She is not a scumbag. At least she passed the 985 exam and passed the CET4 and CET6 exams, but at this moment, she doesn't understand half a word. Are the security guards so demanding now? Do you still need to speak English? Huo Jinling and Ling still looked at each other. They immediately raised their hands to turn off the voice and threw the computer on the bed at will to think of a lame reason. I'm studying by myself. I want to take the college entrance examination this year so that I can find a decent job in the future. Ling was still full of doubts and disappeared in an instant, while looking at him with praise. It doesn't matter if you are poor, but you have to make progress. This man is indeed very responsible. Mr. Huo, I'm sorry to bother you. I want to ask how your duty schedule is arranged. If you need to be on duty at night, I can deliver food to you. I'm not on duty. Huo Jingling replied casually. Lin is still puzzled. Isn't the security guard going to take turns? Huo Jingling. The security guard of CK Group is divided into night shift and day shift, and I work the day shift. Lin still didn't doubt it, and then said Lin Yiyi's appeal. Huo Jingling's face was overjoyed. Since he was speechless by Lin Yiyi, he has been thinking about the problem of his marriage life. Now that I am asked for it, I am naturally happy. No problem. I'm not good at housework. For other things, feel free to tell me if you need anything. Lin still felt warm when he saw his sincere smile and not perfunctory. Mr. Hua, thank you very much. My family's affairs are a little bad, but don't worry, I will deal with my mother and that person as soon as possible. Huo Jingling's eyes sank when she took the initiative to mention Li Tianjin. What are you going to do? He wants to know Lin's true thoughts and provide ideas or help. Lin was still a little nervous because of his sudden serious aura, but he soon understood. So many things happened on the first day of marriage. It is rare for him to be busy without complaining, and there are family and children behind him, so naturally, he should be worried about being threatened by a scum like Lin Tianjin. Thinking of this, Lin still felt more and more guilty. Sorry, I will definitely do my best to prevent Lin Tianjin from harassing you and your family. If he really dares to do that, I won't miss the old love. I will directly call the police and send him to prison. Huo Jingling didn't expect that this was what she was worried about. Harass his family? Lin Tianjin's ability alone is not qualified enough. However, the woman didn't seem to be cruel and directly smashed Lin Tianjin to death. Are you kind? Sometimes kindness to the wicked is not a good thing. So, before harassing my family, what you can do is to let your mother divorce him, right? Huo Jingling's tone was a little cold. He was not angry, but naturally, took the momentum of daily life in the face of the unsatisfactory plan. Lin still clenched her fist in clenching. She didn't like Huo Jingling's aggression. Xu Wan was found to be infertile. So they went to the welfare home to adopt her. When she first entered the house, although she was afraid that Lin Tianjin would not be close to him, Lin Tianjin was not as bad to her as he is now. Later, when he accidentally got Li Yi, he became hateful. Lin still can't remember the kindness of those years. She is a trapped beast. She was trapped to death by the marriage of Lin Tianjin and Xu Wan. She tried to break free, but with little effect. Huo Jingling's stimulation only made her see her embarrassment more clearly. The fire in his chest roused up. Lin still clenched his small fist, and the corners of his eyes were a little red. Mr. Hua, I have written the prenuptial agreement very clearly. My family affairs will never involve you, and I will handle it myself. She is as stubborn as the grass under a slate. Obviously, the fragile one is broken, but he refuses to bow his head. Huo Jingling sighed, and her heart was inexplicably tight. Then she turned back to the bedside and took a business card and handed it over. Whether it's divorce or real estate, you need a lawyer. This is my friend. If you go to him, he will help you with everything. Lin was still stunned and looked at Huo Jingling in a daze with water mist. Do you still have lawyer friends? Huo Jingling raised her hand and touched the tip of her nose unnaturally. Well, she knew her when she went out with her boss before. I helped him, so if someone was in love, he would take care of her. Lin was still holding the business card, and his heart was surging with thousands of emotions. For a moment, he didn't know how to express it. His little head was low, like a child who did something wrong. Huo Jingling didn't know what she was thinking. She smiled. We are husband and wife. In the future, you can rely on me. Chapter 11 Stir Up Trouble. The night is getting darker, and the sky is full of stars dotted with the dark blue night sky, like natural gems inlaid in it, and the whole city is shrouded in silence. Lin was still tossing and turning, thinking a lot, and Huo Jingling's words had been echoing in his mind. We are husband and wife, and you can rely on me in the future. In just one day, her situation was frequent, but Huo Jingling didn't complain. She tried her best to run up and down. How could Lin still not be moved by this? After tossing and turning all night, Lin still followed the address on the business card and found Huo Jingling's friend, Lawyer Fang. Huo Jingling had already said hello to Lawyer Fang in advance, so he was not surprised to see Li still. The two made an appointment in a cafe, and Li was still a little uneasy. Lawyer Fang, I have to ask you more about my mother's affairs. Our family's situation is special. I'm afraid it's a little difficult to deal with their divorce. It doesn't matter. I will do my best. Don't worry. Although he didn't know the relationship between Huo Jingling and this little girl, since he had specially called to explain, he did not dare to slack off. Hearing the words, Li was still warm in his heart and handed over the materials prepared in his hand. Lawyer Fang, this is the material I prepared. Please see what else you need. I will try my best to prepare it. The information is indeed not complete, but Lawyer Fang probably knows the ins and outs of the matter. He frowned slightly. The house is easy to handle. If your grandmother makes a will, it can only belong to your sister, but her custody is a little tricky. After all, Lin Tianjin is her biological father. When Lin still heard this, he was a little emotional. He stood up with a brush. No, Yi must not follow him. He is not as good as a beast, and he will ruin Yi. Lawyer Fang didn't expect that Shehe was so resistive of this matter and comforted. Don't worry, I will do my best to fight for you. Now, it's just an analysis of the current situation from facts, and we need to collect other evidence to succeed in one fell swoop. Well, noticing that he was out of control, Lin still sat down with some embarrassment on his face. I'm sorry, Lawyer Fang, I'm mainly worried about my sister, so I was a little excited. I understand. It's okay. Lawyer Fang smiled as a gentleman. I will take these materials back and study them carefully. In addition, one day we need to meet Ling Tianjin to see if we can find any other clues. Lin still had a headache at the thought of meeting Ling Tianjin, but she hesitated for a moment and said, okay, I will arrange it. Out of the cafe, Lin still looked up at the clear sky, relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. A few days later, Ling Tianjin received a call from Ling Tianjin and came to the cafe with curses. Xin Caidie, who was beside him, looked at the cafe carefully, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he winked at Ling Tianjin. Unfortunately, Ling Tianjin didn't notice it at all, and only cared about the abuse. Li still, if you have a fart, you and I are very busy, and I don't have time to spend time here with you. Ling has still heard too much of dirty words. She looked up without changing her face. This is Lawyer Fang. My mother is going to divorce you and has entrusted him with full authority. I came to you today, but I just want to talk to you about some details. Lawyer? Ling Tianjin's face changed slightly. He knew that if there was really a fuss, he would not be able to take advantage of it. His heart suddenly burned with anger, but his face still pretended to be calm. He looked at the two people opposite facelessly. I said, divorce is fine, but the house must belong to me, and Lin Yi will follow me. It's impossible. Lawyer Fang cut the nail. To put it technically, the house is an inheritance gift, and you are not the recipient. As for the custody, the court will consider it comprehensively, and you may not have a good chance of winning. You. Ling Tianjin's face turned green when he was angry. Knowing that he really couldn't take advantage of it, he scolded angrily, you, an adopted daughter, are you qualified to interfere in our family affairs? That's right, I really don't know what Xu Wan was thinking at the beginning. She made such a drag oil bottle. Now her wings are hard, and she dares to find a lawyer to deal with you. Xin Caidie was originally dissatisfied with Ling still. When he heard Ling Tianjin's whining, he naturally followed him to stir up trouble. Li was still angry. Xu Wan was her weakness. If she said she could, she couldn't, especially Xin Caidie, who was not qualified. I'm not qualified to say it. If you are an outsider, you are even more unqualified to say it. Don't forget that my mother is his wife. Little bitch, I think you just owe it to clean up. The matter of identity is the pain in Xin Caidie's heart. She must not tolerate others mentioning it in front of outsiders. For a moment, she was so angry that she took the coffee plate in her hand and waved it to Ling still. Hiss. Ling was still caught off guard and was directly hit on her forehead by the coffee plate, and the sharp porcelain suddenly scratched her white and tender skin. Shrew. What did you say? Xin Caidie raised the plate and wanted to hit someone again. Lawyer Fang quickly held her raised hand. I am a lawyer. If I blatantly hurt someone, this can also be a court testimony. His words were obviously very deterrent. Xin Caidie withdrew his hand, and the two of them cursed and left. After a lot of noise and a mess, Lei still picked up a tissue and gently wiped the bloodstains on his forehead, and sighed helplessly. Sorry, Lawyer Fang, I'm sorry to trouble you. It's okay. Lawyer Fang has packed up and got up. Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital. Well, no need, Lawyer Fang, I won't bother you. I'll just go home and treat the wound myself. My forehead is bleeding. If I don't go to the hospital to treat it, I'm afraid that the wound will be inflamed and leave scars. Anyway, I'll be fine in the afternoon. Let's go. Lawyer Fang thought that Ling was still really afraid of bothering him. In fact, she was worried about spending money to go to the hospital. It's okay. My mother has been in the hospital for a while. I'll just ask the doctor to deal with her when I go to see her later. I don't have to go to the hospital. Seeing that she repeatedly refused, Lawyer Fang couldn't insist any longer, so he had to give up. The two said goodbye and left. Looking at Li's still figure gradually disappearing on the corner of the street, Lawyer Fang took out his mobile phone, dialed Huo Jinlin's situation, and told him everything that happened today. Hearing that Li was still injured, Huo Jinling frowned in horrible way. Is her wound serious? Have you been to the hospital? No, Miss Lin refused. Well, Huo Jinling probably knew the reason, and turned to ask, what about Ling Tianjin? What about this matter? Is there a chance of winning? There is a chance of winning, but Ling Tianjin was tight-mouthed and did not reveal anything. I think he was deliberately procrastinating. Chapter 12, Break Down and Cry. I got it. You have to find a way to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Huo Jinling is decisive and doesn't like to drag mud and water, especially to Ling Tianjin's helplessness. He is too lazy to deal with him. Hao Fao's lawyer was originally from the legal department of the company. Huo Jinling spoke, and he naturally understood the importance of this matter. Hanging up the phone, Huo Jinling drove home without hesitation. Ling was still back, and the little figure was busy in the kitchen. Huo Jinling has never experienced this kind of life. Now, the rental house with a little smell of fireworks everywhere makes him feel unprecedented warmth. Brother-in-law, are you back? 7-year-old Lin Yi was sitting at her desk doing her homework. Her small eyebrows wrinkled like two caterpillars. The moment she looked up and saw Hua Jinling, she immediately opened up. Ling, who was busy in the kitchen, also poked his head out when he heard the words, "You're back. Come in, what are you doing at the door?" She was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. Hua Jinling felt a strange feeling in her heart for the first time. Well, Hua Jinling came back to her senses, changed her shoes and walked in. She saw that Ling's hair was still scattered, and the wound on her forehead was covered. He pretended not to know and asked carelessly, "How are you today? Have you gone to a lawyer?" "Well, I looked for it." Ling still came out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly fried dishes. The lawyer has also met Ling Tianjin and others. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Thank you for recommending the lawyer. They were inevitably worried. Ling still did not mention that Xin Caidie and Ling Tianjin made a fuss in the cafe and her injury. Hua Jinling didn't expose it and said lightly, "We are husband and wife. Your business is my business. There is no need to say thank you between us." Ling was still warm in her heart and knew her situation well. If she changed to another man, she would feel that it would be a burden. Only he silently supported her. "Let's eat." She brought up the food and shouted in the direction of the room, "Yi, come out to wash your hands and eat." Seeing that she kept her mouth shut and did not mention the truth of the injury, Hua Jinling was not easy to expose the identity of the lawyer, so she had to continue to pretend not to know. After dinner, Ling Yi kept giving Hua Jinling a wink. Hua Jinling had to stubbornly propose to wash the dishes again. Ling still remembered the broken bowls and still had some pain, so she was embarrassed to refuse. "You'd better help Yi tutor her homework. I'll wash the dishes, otherwise you'll have to pay for it if it's broken." Seeing that he was disliked, Ling Yi stuck out her tongue mischievously and pulled him to the room. Ling Yi's grades are not bad. She can do most of the questions by herself, so Hua Jinling always writes with her. If there is something she can't do, she will explain it to her. "Brother-in-law, how to write this question?" "Brother-in-law." Realizing that he was distracted, Ling Yi called him a few times, and then Hua Jinling came back to his senses. "Brother-in-law, what are you thinking about? I told you no matter how many times you agreed. Do you have something on your mind? It's okay. If you don't know any questions, I'll teach you." Hua Jinling was particularly uncomfortable with her straight look. She quickly turned her eyes to her book. This girl was very strange. Sure enough, Ling Yi secretly poked her head out. Seeing that Ling was still tidying up the table, she didn't pay attention to them. Then she whispered to Hua Jinling, "My sister was injured and her forehead was bleeding. When I came back in the afternoon, she was taking care of the wound. I was afraid that you would not let me tell you." Hua Jinling had known about this matter for a long time, but in order not to make the sisters suspicious, he pretended to be surprised and blamed Ling Yi. "Is your sister seriously injured? Why didn't you say it earlier?" Ling Yi looked aggrieved and said, "My sister won't let me tell you that I'm a traitor now, and you still scold me. You do the problem first, and I'll go out to buy her some medicine." Hua Jinling got up and walked straight out. Ling Yi tilted her head and glanced at it, and continued to bury her head in her homework with a bad smile. Ling still didn't know that Ling Yi had defected so quickly. Seeing Hua Jinling coming out of the room with a calm face and opening the door straight out, she was puzzled. "I was thinking about dragging the ground to ask Ling Yi." Unexpectedly, before she could make it, Hua Jinling came back with a large bag of medicine in her hand. "Hurry up and treat the wound." Hua Jinling pulled Ling still to sit on the sofa in a strong tone, gently pushed away the hair on her forehead, and the long wound was exposed. For the first time, the two of them were so close. Ling still seemed to smell the special male smell of Hua Jinling. She was a little embarrassed and ready to get up. "It's okay. The wound is not deep. I have dealt with it in the afternoon. Don't move." Hua Jinling ignored her words, pressed her shoulder and sat down. She directly took the cotton swab to treat her wound. She just looked at the long mouth, and her tone couldn't help softening a little. "How about it? Does it still hurt?" Ling's eyes were still sore when he heard his concerned tone, and his tense nerves relaxed in an instant. Tears fell down like short beads. Since Xu Wan fell ill, she has become the pillar of the family. She has to worry about big and small things, and she has to bear the bad words of Ling Tianjin and Xin Caidie from time to time. She also feels very wronged in her heart. Hua Jinling has never been with a woman. When he encountered this situation for the first time, he was so scared that he didn't know what to do for a moment. When Ling Yi in the room heard the movement outside, she poked her head out and took a look. It happened to meet Hua Jinling's helpless expression. She quickly commanded secretly to let Hua Jinling appease Lin still. Okay, don't cry. I'm in everything." He took a tissue and gently wiped Ling's tears, but he didn't know that Ling still cried even more. Hua Jinling didn't know what to do, so he had to look up at Ling Yi, and under her command, he took Ling still in his arms and patted her on the back. Ling's emotions exploded in an instant, and he lay directly in Hua Jingling's arms and cried out of breath. At this moment, it has nothing to do with love, but after so many years of grievances and helplessness, I finally found a harbor to tell. Huo Jinling kept patting her on the back gently, and kept comforting, "Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'm still there." When Ling was still tired of crying, she looked up and saw a large area of Huo Jingling's clothes wet. She was a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry to let you watch the joke. Take off your clothes. I'll wash it for you." There was an awkward atmosphere in the air, and Huo Jingling was also a little uncomfy. "It's okay, just cry." Chapter 13 Injury. At the same time, Xing Taidie came home. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he always felt unwilling. I'm so angry, Ling is still a bitch, who dares to hook up with outsiders to bully me. It's too much. Ling Tianjin is also a little worried. Ling Yi is her money tree. If she can't get custody, how can she rely on her to earn dowry money in the future? Ling still has some ability to pay for a lawyer. If this lawyer really makes us lose the lawsuit, Ling Yi's custody will definitely fall into her hands. Xing Taijie didn't think so and said contemptuously, "Do you really think that Ling is still so kind-hearted? Isn't it the house in Li Yi's hand? As the saying goes, if you can't bear to have a child, you can't trap a wolf. This little bitch is shrewd. How about we also hire a lawyer?" Ling Tianjin hesitated a little. After all, he didn't know how much it would cost. Xing Taijie always regarded money as life, and I'm afraid he would definitely not agree. Sure enough, Xing Taijie was furious when she heard this. "No, you are her biological father. When her mother dies, you are naturally her righteous guardian. Why do we spend that money in vain?" Ling Tianjin had no choice but to say something more. Suddenly, Xing Taijie seemed to think of something, his eyes lit up, and he was excited to give him an idea. Ling still has no blood relationship with Ling Yi. As long as we can prove that she abused Ling Yi and ignored her, can't we logically compete for custody? Since Ling still can't get water and rice, let's start with Ling Yi. In short, Xing Taijie is bound to get this house and will never give it to Ling Yi. Ling Tianjin wondered, but how can we find such evidence? Xing Taijie looked at him with hatred. Since there is no evidence, we can find a way to make evidence. We can find two people at the gate of Ling Yi's school, disguised as robbers who kidnapped her, and then you show up at the right time and sacrifice your life to save each other. We will take a video as evidence. In the future, in the court, it can be said that Ling still has nothing at all. I don't have time to take care of Ling Yi. It's not suitable to be her guardian. That's a good idea, so let's arrange it quickly. Ling Tianjin has always been a brainless person. Xing Taijie's few words made him dizzy. Ling was still busy taking care of Xu Wan during this period. He really had no time to take care of Ling Yi. Huo Jinling had nothing to do, so he took the initiative to take on the task of taking Ling Yi to and from school. Ling Yi herself admired Huo Jinling very much. When she saw him coming to pick her up, she was so excited that she kept chatting with him. In order not to make Ling still suspicious, Huo Jinling did not drive. Fortunately, the school was not far away, and the two decided to walk back. But as soon as the two walked out of the school, Huo Jinling keenly sensed that something was wrong, as if someone was following them. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Noticing that he looked back, Ling Yi also looked back, but saw nothing, but Huo Jinling was obviously a little useless. "It's okay." He rubbed Ling Yi's hair with a smile and said pamperingly, "Let's go. Your sister is waiting for us at home." The two took a few more steps forward. When they passed an alley, two people suddenly jumped out of the alley and blocked their place. "Stop and put this little girl down." Ling Yi had never seen this kind of situation. She shrank back in fear and pulled the corner of Huo Jingling's clothes with her little hand. "Brother-in-law, I'm afraid." "It's okay." Huo Jinling pulled her behind him. With his brother-in-law, they didn't dare to do anything to us. There were so many people at the gate of the school that it was really not appropriate to do anything, so the two of them were chosen in an empty alley. Unexpectedly, they bumped into the muzzle of the gun. Huo Jinling observed the two of them silently and hooked their lips disdainfully. She didn't want to hide this little trick from him. "Who sent you here?" The two didn't expect that the man's face didn't change and there was no fear at all. Their eyes looked straight at them. On the contrary, the two of them were a little timid. "Turn off. Turn off, what's the matter? Hand over the person, and we can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being polite." Huo Jinling glanced at them disdainfully and didn't pay attention to these two people at all. "It's too early to say this because of you." At this time, the two people were angry and took out a small knife directly from the bag and waved it at Huo Jinling and Ling Yi. Ling Yi shouted in fright, "Brother-in-law, they have a knife. What should I do? I'm afraid, woo-woo." The little girl has never seen such a scene, and she was scared to tears in an instant. Huo Jinling didn't expect that the two of them would carry knives with them, and hurriedly hid Ling Yi behind her. After a fight, Huo Jinling had been protecting Ling Yi and gradually took the wind. The two gangsters took the opportunity to swing a knife over. Huo Jinling didn't notice for a moment and was stabbed in the arm by them. Now the next to the gangster was even more proud and said viciously, "If you hand over the person, we can let you go." "Why are you so stubborn? I think you are looking for death." Huo Jingling covered the wound on his hand and looked at them coldly, like a demon from Shura hell, which made them unable to take 2 steps back in fear. At this time, Huo Jingling was completely angry. He directly took Lin Yi aside and took a strong kick to restrain the two. When the police arrived, Huo Jingling was restraining a gangster with 1 foot. Lin Yi hid in the corner and trembled with fear. The 2 people were quickly shackled. Before leaving, they looked at Huo Jingling viciously, and their eyes were full of resentment. When they were taken to the police car, Lin Yi dared to come out. Looking at Huo Jingling's white shirt stained with blood, she cried out with a wow. "Brother-in-law, how are you? You must not die. What about me and my sister when you die? Woo woo woo." Huo Jingling. Lin still cooked, but Huo Jingling and Lin Yi still didn't come back. They didn't know until they called and knew that they had been sent to the hospital. They roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Lin's still nervous heart raised his throat. She hurriedly changed her apron, ran downstairs to take a taxi in a luxurious way, and then rushed to the hospital. "Master, please hurry up." Along the way, Lin was still nervous and dared not show his aura. He kept twisting the corners of his clothes with his hands and kept praying in his heart. When she arrived at the hospital, Huo Jingling's wound had been bandaged, and Lin Yi's crying face was like a kitten. "Sister." Seeing her appear, Lin Yi threw herself into her arms in fear and began to howl. Lin was still sure that she was not injured, and then let go of her hanging heart. It's okay, my sister is here, it's okay." Lin Yi cried out of breath, "Will my brother-in-law die?" He bled a lot. Chapter 14, Collecting Evidence. Is Huo Jingling injured? Lin was still shocked and suddenly looked up at him, only to find that his arm was wrapped like a zongzi, wrapped in a thick layer of gauze. She quickly let go of Lin Yi and walked to Huo Jingling. "How about it? Has the doctor seen it? Did you hurt your bones?" "It's okay. It's just a little skin injury. The doctor has dealt with it. Just go home and change the medicine regularly." Lin still felt guilty. He had caused him so much trouble in just a few days of marriage. "Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I'm afraid what would happen to Yi? It's okay. Since we are married, she is also my sister, and I also have the responsibility to protect her." Huo Jingling knew what Lin was still thinking, and what he said was indeed in his heart. Since he was married, he would choose to try his best to maintain the marriage. Lin was still very grateful and decided to take practical actions to repay Huo Jingling in the future. If he took the child over, he would definitely treat it as himself and help take good care of the 2 children. "Let's go home." This time, Huo Jingling was injured to save Lin Yi, and both sisters were very grateful to him. When the 3 of them came home, the table was the food that Lin had cooked before going out. It was already cold at this moment. She hurriedly cooked the food, and the 3 of them ate a little, and Lin Yi went into the room to do her homework. Lin still packed up the kitchen and came out. Huo Jingling was processing the documents sent by the assistant on her mobile phone. "Are you busy?" Seeing her coming, he put away his mobile phone without moving. "No, just look at your mobile phone casually." Lin still didn't know him well and didn't ask much. After all, everyone has their own privacy. She just sat down beside him and looked at the wound on his arm, still feeling a little guilty. "What happened to those gangsters today, and the wound on your arm? What did the doctor say?" In the hospital just now, in front of Lin Yi, Lin still didn't ask much. "It's okay. It's just a minor injury." Huo Jingling shook his head, but his expression was a little serious. "I guess this is Lin Tianjin's trick. I must find evidence that all this is a scene they directed and played by themselves." When Lin still heard this, he also resented Lin Tianjin in his heart. As the saying goes, the tiger poison does not eat children. I think this Lin Tianjin is simply inferior to the beast, and actually attacked his own daughter. Well, if the evidence can be found, they will not dare to make waves in the future. Hand over the evidence to the lawyer, and the divorce will be a nail on the board, and there will be no room for maneuver. Lin is still a little worried. "Lin Tianjin, such a cunning person, I'm afraid you won't find evidence." "Don't worry, leave this matter to me." His words were concise, but Lin was still very at ease. Although she had no hope for this matter at all. However, a few days later, Huo Jingling really collected the evidence of Lin Tianjin and Xin Saidie's self-directed and self-starring play for Lin Still. Lin Still looked at him dumbfounded. "How did you do it?" She rummaged through the thick cowhide pocket, which contained all the surveillance photos and mobile phone photos. There was also a USB flash drive in it, thinking that it should be the video at that time. Lin Tianjin annoyed Huo Jingling. When he did this, he was only unhappy and did not consider these things. At this moment, Lin was still asked, and he was still a little confused for a moment. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin still thought he didn't understand what he meant, and asked, "You, an ordinary person, how could you get so much information and these surveillance pictures in such a short time? How could they give them to you?" Huo Jingling didn't know how to answer, so she had to make an excuse. "I asked a friend to help me. He happened to have some connections, so he helped me get this information." Lin is still half-hearted, but it is not surprising to think that he can have a friend like Lawyer Fang, and a friend who can get the surveillance video. On this side, Lin Tianjin and Xin Saidie saw the failure of the plan. Both of them were furious and began to toss and turn again. On this day, Ling was still delayed in the hospital for a while. When he picked up Ling Yi, he was a few minutes late. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked to the gate of the school, he saw Ling Tianjin arguing with Ling Yi and wanted to forcibly take Ling Yi away. "Stop, what are you doing?" Ling still scolded loudly, and the two people who were pulling were stunned. Ling Yi quickly broke free and ran to Ling Tianjin's side while Ling Tianjin was not paying attention. Ling Tianjin sneered. Deliberately roared loudly, "I'm her biological father. Don't I have the right to pick up my daughter from school? Who do you think you are? Why do you care about our family affairs? Damn, you can say this out loud. Isn't it disgusting? Aren't you all for my mother's house? Why do you pretend to be filial here? You. Wait for me." There were more and more onlookers in the crowd. Ling Tianjin's face was a little unbearable, and his angry face turned green, but he could only slip away. Ling Yi was afraid for a while and pulled the corner of her clothes. "Sister, you'd better ask your brother-in-law to pick me up in the future, otherwise I'm afraid that they will come again and you won't be able to deal with it." "It's okay." Ling still rubbed her face and comforted, "Don't be afraid. No matter what, my sister will protect you." She thought to herself that she would have to carry some self-defense weapons with her in the future. This group of people is really hateful. Unexpectedly, after that day, Ling Tianjin never went to Ling Yi's school again. After a long time, Ling still gradually let go of his guard. As a result, when the two sisters came home talking and laughing, Ling Tianjin and Xin Saidie blocked her door again. As soon as Ling Yi and Ling Yi saw them, their faces changed instantly. "What are you doing here?" Perhaps it was Xin Saidie who gave him an idea. Ling Tianjin pretended to be kind and purposeful, squatted down and looked at Ling Yi. "Yi, Dad, come to see you and stay with Dad for a few days, okay?" Ling still pulled Ling Yi behind him and looked at him vigilantly. "You don't pretend here. Who doesn't know your flowery intestines?" Ling Yi also looked at him with a disgusted face. Ling Tianjin was completely angered, and his face suddenly became fierce, staring at the Ling Still sisters. "Little girl film, you are young, Heartsy is so vicious. Isn't it to dominate the house in the hands of your adoptive mother? Why are you pretending to be high here? Don't think I don't know. I'm afraid you expect her to die earlier than me, so that you can inherit her inheritance quickly. You." Ling is still angry. "Get out of here. This is my house. What qualifications do you have to talk nonsense here? Get out of here with your little one. Don't dirty my house." Chapter 15, Forced Divorce. "What did you say? Tell you to talk nonsense again and see if I won't tear your mouth." Xin Saidie came forward angrily and slapped him fiercely while he was unprepared. Ling was still caught off guard, and a trace of blood was stained at the corners of his mouth. Ling Yi cried in fear, "Sister, you are not allowed to bully my sister." Just when the scene was out of control, Huo Jinling opened the door and came in. Seeing the 5 bright red fingerprints on Li's face, he suddenly became angry. "Get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." Ling Tianjin didn't know that Li still had received the certificate from him, and argued with a straight waist, "Why do you want to drive us away? I'm her biological father. Don't I have the right to come to see my daughter?" Huo Jinling pointed to the surveillance in the corner. "What happened today, the surveillance can see clearly. If you mess around again, I will hand over the video to the police and let the police deal with it." "You." Xin Saidie and Ling Tianjin looked at each other, afraid that they would still be held accountable by Ling, and they were afraid to speak again. "By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you." Huo Jinling smiled strangely. "We have collected all the evidence of your last kidnapping of Ling Yi. If you still don't agree to divorce, I don't mind presenting this evidence to the lawyer. At that time, if you are accused of kidnapping and extortion, you will probably be sentenced to more than 3 or 5 years. Ling Tianjin moved his lips and argued sophistry, "We didn't do it." He obviously lacked confidence in saying this, and it seemed pale and weak to say it. Huo Jinling didn't say much to him. He went directly into the room and brought the cowhide bag containing the information, and it was still on the table. "Take a look for yourself. This." The moment Ling Tianjin's eyes came into contact with those materials, his face turned pale as paper in an instant, and his body collapsed on the ground uncontrollably. Naturally, Xin Saidie also saw it, staring at Ling Yu with an ugly face. "You little bitch, how dare you trick me?" Huo Jinling hooked her lips. "If you want people to know, unless you don't do it, if from now on, I hear you insulting their 2 sisters and do something to hurt them, I will never let you go." Ling Tianjin has seen his methods. How dare he to provoke him? He naturally agreed to divorce Zhu Wan like a shrinking turtle. When the two left, they were as grey as a bereaved dog. Xin Saidie's face was full of unwillingness, but there was nothing she could do. The door was slammed heavily, and the room finally returned to its former calm. Ling Yi looked at Huo Jinling, and her eyes were full of admiration. "Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. They will definitely not dare to come again, and it's great that Mom can also divorce." The little girl chirped a rainbow fart, and Huo Jinling was a little at a loss. Ling was still grateful in his heart, and he also saw Huo Jingling's embarrassment, so he hurried out to relieve the siege. All right, hurry up and do your homework." Ling Yi stuck out her tongue mischievously and jumped into the room. With these evidence, the divorce was indeed much smoother. Lawyer Fang dealt with it with full authority. The divorce was done quickly, and Ling Tianjin did not take advantage of it. Huo Jinling looked at the 2 small notebooks, and a big stone hanging in her heart finally fell. Mr. Huo, this Ling Tianjin is not a good man. I'm afraid he won't give up. Huo Jinling had also thought of this for a long time. He stopped his work, looked up at the people in front of him, and said fiercely, if he is unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Continue to stare at them. If we have more handles in our hands, they will not dare to act rashly again. Well, do I need to tell Miss Ling about this matter? Lawyer Fang shook the divorce certificate in his hand. Huo Jinling contributed a lot to this matter. If he told Ling still, it would be impossible. Don't tell them for the time being. When I investigate the details of Ling Tianjin and Xing Taidie, I will bring this thing to them. Unexpectedly, the next day, the assistant in charge of investigating Xing Taidie brought Huo Jinling a shocking news. The son born to Xing Taidie was not Ling Tianjin's own flesh and blood at all. Xing Taidie was with Ling Tianjin in order to find a pickup man. Who knew that he was so deceitful and believed that he had been raising other people's sons for so many years? The assistant also couldn't believe that there was such a stupid person in the world who didn't know it. Huo Jinling was also a little surprised. If this is the case, then we don't have to spend a lot of time. We just need to go to Xing Taidie to talk about this matter. In the future, she will blow the wind in Ling Tianjin's ear from time to time, and no one will dare to trouble Ling Tianjin again. After the matter was solved, Huo Jinling opened the drawer, took out the divorce certificate inside, put it in his pocket, and left with the car key. It was inevitable that Ling still doubted that he did not dare to drive home during this period. He could only park his car in the parking lot at the 2 intersections of Lei's rental house, and then walk back. However, coincidentally, Xing Taidie learned that Ling Tianjin's divorce was successful, but he did not take any advantage. He was unwilling and was threatening to find Ling Tianjin's trouble. Huo Jinling happened to bump into her on the way back. What are you doing here again? Xing Taidie was also surprised. Why did this man always ask, who the hell are you and what is your relationship with Lei? We got married. What do you think we have? Ling is still my wife. If you come to trouble them in the future, don't blame me for being rude to you. What? She secretly married you? Shameless little bitch. Full of obscens, Huo Jinling frowned slightly. Men are unmarried and women are unmarried. How can't we get married? Besides, it's much more open and honest when you come to find a pickup night with someone else's child, right? Xing Taidie's face suddenly turned pale. What did you say? Huo Jinling lowered her voice and came closer. Your son is not Ling Tianjin's. He doesn't know about this matter, does he? If you are not honest, I don't mind helping you tell him about this matter. You. Xing Taidie's teeth clenched, trembling all over and unable to speak, and your face is hard to see the extreme. Huo Jinling smiled darkly. Of course, if you are honest and don't make trouble anymore, I don't need to say that I have to make this matter public, so you can do it yourself. Humph, let's wait and see. Although she was angry, she didn't dare to force herself, so she had to step on her 7-centimeter high heels and leave angrily. Ling Tianjin dare not let his son's background know, otherwise she will be finished. Chapter 16. Sit in the town in person. The sound of high heels gradually went away. Huo Jinling turned around and went upstairs. When she got home, she kept her mouth shut and didn't mention the fact that she met Xing Taidie downstairs. Ling still had already cooked. Huo Jinling handed her the divorce certificate that Lawyer Fang helped her. Ling was still surprised and didn't know how to release it. How could it be so fast? How can Ling Tianjin, a scoundrel, divorce obediently? Ling is still ready to fight a protracted war. The evidence of his kidnapping of Yi last time was put there, and he didn't dare to leave. Ling still suddenly realized that Ling Tianjin had been making trouble for the past 3 days, but she had forgotten about it. Ling Yi looked at Huo Jinling with a pair of clear eyes. Brother-in-law, don't I have to go to my father? That cautious appearance stung Ling's heart a little. If it hadn't been for Huo Jingling's intervening, I'm afraid there would be no way to keep Ling Yi with them. During this period of time, Ling Yi's innocence and cuteness also made Huo Jingling like it very much. He rubbed her hair spoiledly. Yes, you don't have to go to your father. My sister will be your guardian in the future, and I will raise you with your sister. Oh, the little girl jumped up in the living room excitedly. What a cute appearance that day made Ling still more grateful to Huo Jingling. Although the simple words, thank you, are pale and weak, other than that, Ling still really doesn't know how to thank him. Several families were happy and sad. When Ling was still celebrating Shijia's successful divorce, Xing Taidie was worried that Ling Tianjin would know the truth about his son. When he came home, Ling Tianjin was lying on the sofa and playing with his mobile phone. He didn't change his shoes, and his footprints were all over the ground. Xing Taidie suddenly felt unhappy in his heart. Why don't you change your shoes when you go home? It's full of mud. My shoes are clean. Besides, aren't they always like this? Ling Tianjin doesn't know why. He usually does this. Xing Taidie never talks about him. Did he take gunpowder today? Xing Taidie didn't say anything. She put down her bag and walked into the room, but saw that the room was messy everywhere. clothes and shoes were scattered all over the ground. When she came out, the living room was full of ash. She was a little uncomfortable and angry. "You are idle all day long. Can't you clean up the house? I really don't know why I was blind to find such a useless thing for you." Originally, he was angry with Huo Jingling, but when he came back and saw this messy appearance, he felt that Ling Tianjin was worthless. Ling Tianjin was also scolded inexplicably. At a loss, Xing Caijie cursed and entered the room. "When I had dinner at night, my son was cooking again." After being scolded by Ling Tianjin, Xing Caijie was even more worried, afraid that Ling Tianjin would find out that the child was not his own flesh and blood. Early the next morning, Xing Caijie asked Ling Tianjin to give him the money, on the grounds that his son's school had to pay the information fee. Seeing that she directly emptied her wallet, Ling Tianjin asked doubtfully, "What information fee? Why do you have to pay so much money?" Xing Caijie was afraid of being exposed, so she pretended to be ordinary and replied fiercely, "The school asked me to hand it over. I don't know. If you want to know, go and ask his school teacher." As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped on her high heels and went out. The moment she closed the door, she heard Ling Tianjie's dissatisfied murmurs, and she was more determined to find the next home as soon as possible. Xu Zhe's condition here is gradually getting better. Ling still looked at her rosy face and was overjoyed. Xu Wan was originally worried about Ling Yi Ran was so angry that he casually found someone to marry. Now that he saw Huo Jingling busy for his family all day long, the hanging heart in his heart finally let go. "Xiao Huo, thank you for your hard work during this period. There are too many trivial things in our family. You have just got married and made you busy." Huo Jingling's slender fingers were peeling apples. Hearing the words, the movements in her hands stopped and looked at her and said, "These are what I should do. It's all a family. Don't say this." He was still a little awkward. He didn't call Xu Wan, and Xu Wan didn't care. Now she likes this son-in-law very much and is relieved. Several people were talking and laughing when a crisp bell suddenly rang in the ward. Everyone said that the laughter stopped, and Ling still took out his mobile phone and pressed the answer button. However, listening to the voice from the other end of the phone, Li's face suddenly changed greatly, and everyone looked at her in unison. Sister Nwa's brother-in-law went to the fried chicken restaurant to make trouble. "I have to go and have a look." Guanwan has always taken good care of Ling, and Xuan also knows this, so when she heard this, she was also a little anxious and angry. "Hurry up. She is a girl, and she will definitely not be able to cope with it. I'll go with you." As soon as Huo Jingling heard that someone was making trouble, he was also worried that Ling still couldn't deal with it. Ling still glanced at him and stopped talking. Finally, he turned to Xu Wan and said, "Mom, have a good rest first. I'll go and see Huo Jingling." "Well, go quickly and be careful." Huo Jingling and Ling still came to the fried chicken restaurant. The store was in chaos. The tables, chairs and plates were smashed all over the ground, and the shop was full of people watching. Guanwan saw the two of them coming over, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. "Still, I'm sorry to bother you to come here again." Originally, this matter should not be still troublesome for Ling, but nominally, the fried chicken restaurant is still a partnership between two people. Now that they have destroyed the things in the store, Ling still has the right to know about this matter. Ling still saw the situation in the store and was used to it. She comforted Guanwan, "Don't worry, leave it to us to deal with it." When Guanwan's brother and sister-in-law saw the two of them appear, their greedy eyes were undisguised, but they were more fierce than just now. "Stinky girl, what if you find a helper? If you don't take out the money today, we won't give up." The two of them pulled a chair and sat in front of the cashier with hatred. "That is, we will never leave if we don't see the money today." Huo Jinling hooked his lips. "I've seen a lot of people like you. I don't mind sending you to the police station to sit." Guanwan's sister-in-law said arrogantly and unreasonably, "You Count Laoji, why do you say that? This store is my sister's. We raised her from childhood. Now she gives us some money to use. Shouldn't we?" They are arrogant and unreasonable. Guanwan has already seen it. Except for constantly shedding tears, there is nothing they can do about them. But Huo Jingling was not afraid of them at all. He said coldly, "As you know, the store is your sister's. Now, the nominal partners are her and Li still. You are not legal persons. If you continue to make trouble, I have the right to sue you for making trouble and extortion. Don't blame me for being rude at that time." Chapter 17, Designing Dolls. The brother and sister-in-law were obviously a little scared, but Guanwan still pretended to be calm and stared at Huo Jingling fiercely. "Who the hell are you? Don't scare me with these things. What qualifications do you have to ask about us?" Ling on the side still couldn't listen. "He is my husband. Do you think he is qualified to ask about things in the store? And if you don't believe what he said, you can try it. Anyway, there are surveillance cameras in the store." Huo Jingling heard Ling still introduce him for the first time. It seemed that a feather was gently scratching his heart, and a strange feeling was born. After listening to Ling's words, the two looked at them half-heartedly, and then looked at the surveillance in the store. Seeing that Huo Jingling was still sitting there full of momentum, they knew that they could not take advantage of it and were afraid of being beaten back, so they had to leave. When she passed by Guanwan, her sister-in-law also pointed at her fiercely, "You dead girl, find a chance to deal with you." The two finally cursed and walked away. This was the first time they didn't take advantage of Guanwen's place. Looking at them disappearing on the street corner, Guanwen was relieved and cried on the table. Ling still didn't say anything. He just accompanied her silently, helped her wipe her tears, and waited quietly for her to vent her emotions. Fortunately, the reputation of the fried chicken restaurant has always been good. After the storm, it soon returned to calm. The three of them roughly cleaned up the store and began to return to normal business, and the guests came in one after another. Ling and Guanwen were still busy soon, and Huo Jingling didn't understand this, so he could only sit aside and play with his mobile phone. Your husband is much more handsome than I thought, and he is considerate and caring for people. I want one wherever I picked it up. The two were in the back kitchen together. Guanwen glanced at Huo Jingling, who was playing his mobile phone, and bumped into Li's arm with deep meaning. As soon as Ling still looked up, she met Guanwen's joking eyes. She suddenly blushed like a ripe apple, and her voice was a little quiet. Sister Wan, don't make fun of me. Didn't I tell you last time that we met at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau? Guanwen picked up the spoon and turned over the chicken chops in the oil pan, and mocked, is everything thrown at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau so good now? I'll pick up one tomorrow. Ling still ignored her and went out with the meal with a red face. When Huo Jingling saw her coming out, he asked doubtfully, why are you so red? Oh, it's okay. Ling still reached out and patted his face, saying, it's too hot inside. Really? Huo Jingling half-hearted and didn't ask much. She looked at the food in her hand and suggested, you can bundle fried chicken and sell other snacks, and design some set meals and make regular activities. The effect should be much better. Guanwen happened to come out. When he heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect you to know this. I think this proposal is very good. What do you think? Yes, Ling still nodded. Some things in the store are indeed relatively single. If they can be combined for sale, I guess the effect will be very good. Well, that's true. Your husband made a good suggestion. Guanwen is still a few years older than Ling. His personality is different from the little girl who twists and pinches, so he speaks more directly, but when he hears the word husband, Li still blushes and his heart beats and dares not look at Huo Jingling. After finalizing the plan, the two packed up and left. Ling Yi was still in the hospital and had to be picked up. The store sold according to Huo Jingling's proposal, and the effect was as expected. In just 1 week, the sales rose sharply. When Ling still received her call, she was cooking in the kitchen. She glanced up and saw Huo Jingling burying her head in the living room and fiddling with something. The phone hung up, and Ling still came out of the kitchen. He saw Huo Jingling writing and painting on the small notebook, and there was still a pile of messy materials on the table. Are you designing something? Huo Jingling is busy with his own hands. I didn't raise my head, I'm helping the fried chicken shop design a cartoon doll. On weekdays, most of the customers in the store take care of children. If a cartoon doll can be designed, it can not only represent the image of the fried chicken shop, but also be used as a souvenir for children. When Li still heard it, he was surprised. How can you have so many skills? After getting along with Huo Jingling for a period of time, Li still found that living with Huo Jingling was like digging a treasure. How many things he didn't know about him. Huo Jingling was afraid that Li was still suspicious, and said lightly perfunctorily, I'm just bored at ordinary times. Sometimes I encounter these things when I'm on patrol, so I learn a little by the way. I know a little about it. Ling is still a little curious. How many skills do you have that I don't know? Looking at his hands moving, the material of Tom was turned into a magical cartoon character by him like magic. And Ling was still surprised. Huo Jingling put things in front of her and said lightly, how can I do anything else? That's all I can do. Day by day, Shu Wan is slowly getting better, and Ling can still relax a little. On the way to pick up Ling Yi from school, she has been chirping like a sparrow. Ling was still busy in the fried chicken restaurant, just smiling and not talking to her. Ling Yi muttered dissatisfiedly, you are so boring. It's better to change your brother-in-law to pick me up in the future. He will teach me a lot of things. Unlike you, he ignores me when talking to you. Ling still. Wasn't it always like this in the past? Why has she become boring since Huo Jingling picked her up several times? The two came home sullenly and spread in the kitchen as soon as they opened the door. There was a crackling sound. Ling still thought that the thief had entered. He was so scared that he picked up the broom by the door and rushed in. Looking at each other, Huo Jingling smiled awkwardly. I wanted to learn how to cook, but I didn't expect to make it like this. The pots and pans in the kitchen were in a mess. Huo Jingling's clothes were still stained with egg liquid, and he was still holding a bowl of eggs mixed with eggshells in his hand. Ling still couldn't help laughing. Since the two met, it was the first time she saw Huo Jingling's embarrassed appearance, and she almost couldn't straighten her waist with laughter. If I don't come back, I'm afraid you will blow up my kitchen. Huo Jingling was embarrassed and didn't talk to him. He picked up the broom and dustpan beside him and began to clean. Ling still looked at all this, knowing that he was learning to take care of his family, and his heart was like a deer bumping and pounding. The man in front of him, not only I am diligent, hardworking, and responsible for my family. What else can I not be satisfied with finding such a person in my life? Chapter 18 Money. On this side, Ling Tianjin successfully divorced, and from then on, he had no fate with the house in Xi Zhao's hand. In Xing Caidie's eyes, he was a completely abandoned pawn. She was careful everywhere and secretly made an appointment with other men, but she didn't expect to be found out by Li Tianjin. You bitch, I paid money to raise you, but you dare to do such a lowly thing. As soon as Xing Caidie came back from outside, a thick pile of photos hit her body fiercely and fell to the ground and scattered. It was a photo of her and the man's intimate appearance in the hotel. When she first saw these photos, Xing Caidie was shocked, but then she thought that since Ling Tianjin had investigated to this point, she didn't want to live a worried life anymore. Ling Tianjin, you are nothing. How dare you take out your anger on me? Obviously, you are not able to do, but why do you dare to scold me in the end? Bitch, you dare to be hard-mouthed. Ling Tianjin was cheated on by someone, and he was furious. At this moment, he was insulted by her again. He was so unhappy that he slapped him. At this time, Xing Caidie seemed to be stepped on by someone's tail, and his hair exploded in an instant. He picked up a chair in his hand and smashed it. Ling Tianjin was caught off guard and met the corner of the stool with his forehead straight. In an instant, his head was beaten and his head was bleeding. At this time, both of them were angry and directly tore their faces and fought. In the end, both of them were injured, and both of them were sent to the hospital. After the examination, the doctor said that both of them needed to stay in the hospital for observation, especially Ling Tianjin, who had multiple fractures on his body, accompanied by a slight concussion. It's just that all the money on Ling Tianjin was scraped away by Xing Caidie. Now he is so depressed that he can't even afford to pay for the hospital's medical expenses. The two were arranged in the same ward. When Ling Tianjin saw Xing Caidie, he was very angry. It was just that he really had no money on him, so he had no choice but to ask Xing Caidie for it. No, you want money to find your daughter. I'm not close to you. Why can I give you the money? Since the two were together, Ling Tianjin has never dared to attack Xing Caidie, let alone fight like this, so this time, Xing Caidie has decided to kick Ling Tianjin away, and naturally, he will no longer care about him. In desperation, Ling Tianjin had to call Ling still despite his injuries. Ling was still feeding Xu Wan in the hospital. When she saw the caller number on her mobile phone, she hung up the phone without hesitation. Xu Wan wondered, who made the call? Why didn't you answer? Harassment call. Ling still silently pulled Ling Tianjin's number into the blacklist, and then the mobile phone became quiet. Unexpectedly, when she packed Xu Wan and came out of the ward, Ling Tianjin was waiting for her downstairs in the hospital. The moment he saw him, Li's expression immediately became cold. What are you doing here? You and my mother have divorced. Don't bother her. She was surprised who Ling Tianjin had offended. He was beaten with wounds all over his body, his nose and face were swollen, and he was covered with gauze everywhere. If it hadn't been for a part of his face, it would have looked somewhat similar to the mummy. I didn't look for her. Ling Tianjin's voice was a little hoarse. I came to you, I was injured, the doctor asked me to be hospitalized, and I had no money. The implied was that he just came to ask for money. Ling still didn't say anything, so he picked up his bag and left. Seeing that she was about to leave, Ling Tianjin was anxious and quickly ran over to stop her. Li still, if you don't pay, I will follow you every day. Ling still ruthlessly pushed away his hand and said coldly, what does it have to do with me? I'm not your daughter. Why do I give you money? Ling Tianjin was speechless when asked. In the end, the two broke up unhappily. Ling still didn't take this matter to heart. He came out to pick up Ling Yi. The sisters went home talking and laughing. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw Ling Tianjin, who had just blocked her in the hospital, who came directly to her door. Ling Yi has been frightened by Ling Tianjin several times in a row. At this moment, when she saw her, she was so scared that she hid behind Ling Tianjin. What are you doing here again? Didn't I tell you? I won't give you money, and I don't have any money. Ling Tianjin obviously came prepared. He deliberately blocked their sisters in the corridor and shouted loudly, I'm your adoptive father. Isn't it right for you to support me? The quarrel was so loud that the neighbors poked their heads out when they heard the sound and boldly went directly to the corridor to watch. Shameless, I really don't know how you say this. Anyway, no matter what you say, don't want to take a penny from me today. Ling still pulled Ling Yi back a few steps and was about to go directly into the room, but was quickly stopped by Ling Tianjin. He deliberately made a big noise and said in a loud voice, if you don't pay me today, I will move to your rental house. Anyway, I'm injured like this now, and I just need someone to take care of me. When the neighbors who didn't know the inside story saw this scene, they all condemned Ling for being too cruel. In addition, Ling Tianjin was covered with gauze, so everyone naturally favored Ling Tianjin. An old woman came over and saw Ling Tianjin's bandage. After squatting at the door, she persuaded Li still solemnly and said, girl, no matter what he says, he is still your elder. We dare not abuse the elderly. It's better to take him to the hospital quickly. That's right, look, he's hurt like this. You girl, why are you so cruel? Yes, no matter what, you can't treat him like this. There was a verbal fight between the crowd. Li still didn't know how to respond. He pulled Ling still to stand there and felt a little uneasy. Ling still couldn't argue, but Ling Yi couldn't stand it any longer. She stood up from behind Ling, looked at Ling Tianjin, and said with a disgusted face, "You don't deserve your father. You haven't done anything for me and my sister, and you are not qualified to ask your sister for money." The little girl's words stunned everyone. Why does a 7-year-old girl have such deep hostility to him? Is this man really so unforgivable? Seeing that Ling Yi opened her mouth, Lin still ignored everyone's eyes and stood up and said with words, "If I had known this, why did everything today be the bad consequences of what you did? No matter what you say, I won't give you money. If you don't want to leave, I have to call the police. You. Ling Tianjin was so angry that he dragged Ling Yi over and said viciously, "If you don't give me money, I will only take her back. After all, I am her biological father." Chapter 19 Shocking News. "I don't want to, sister, I don't want to go back with him, sister, help me, sister." As soon as Ling Yi heard that Ling Tianjin was going to take her back, she immediately screamed in horror and began to struggle with punches and kicks. Ling Tianjin grabbed her and didn't let go. Although he was bruised all over, he was still amazingly strong. Ling Yi struggled and had to ask Lin for help. Ling Yi is Ling Yi's weakness. Seeing that he was serious and wanted to take Ling Yi away, Ling Yi hurried out to stop her. "Let go of my sister. You are not qualified to touch her." She wanted to go forward to rob people, but she didn't expect that Ling Tianjin grabbed Ling Yi, and the other hand could still push Ling away steadily, not like a patient at all. The people around him treated each other coldly. Ling still saw that Ling Yi was going to be taken away and quickly asked everyone for help. "Help, please. This person is not as good as a beast. My sister is so young that she can't be taken away by him." Everyone was indifferent and had a high attitude that it was none of his business. Ling still tried to ask everyone to save Ling Yi, but in the end, he collapsed in despair, because no one was willing to get involved in other people's affairs. Ling Tianjin seemed to have been sure of all this for a long time. He was not in a hurry to take Ling Yi away. Instead, he looked at Ling's still embarrassed appearance and stopped to curse. "Ling still, why do you pretend to be a good person? How dare you say that you did all this for the house in Shijia's hand?" Everyone was confused, but seeing Li's attitude towards Ling Tianjin, they began to blame her one after another. "Girl, anyway, it's wrong for you to treat your parents like this. Yes, no matter how wrong they are, as a daughter, you should be filial to them. That's right, it's okay if your father is injured. How can you say such a rebellious word? It's your fault as a junior." Everyone chirped and agreed with the old lady's words, and stood at the moral high point to kidnap her. Ling was still very desperate when he heard it. He could only watch Ling Tianjin take Ling Yi away, but there was nothing he could do. Sister, I don't want to go back with him, sister." Ling Yi's howl resounded throughout the corridor. Everyone not only did not go forward to help, but also shook their heads one after another, as if they all thought that the children nowadays were too rebellious. Ling was still helpless and could only break down and shout, "Ling Tianjin, stop and let go of my sister. I won't allow you to take her away, Ling Tianjin." However, Ling Tianjin's plan has been successful. How can he listen to her? He will directly take Ling Yi away and proudly make a triumphant gesture. Ling still wanted to catch up, but was stopped by everyone. When Ling Yi's figure was about to disappear from her sight, a man suddenly appeared around the corner, who was Huo Jingling. Seeing that he quickly waved at Ling Tianjin a few times, Ling Yi was successfully saved. Huo Jingling held her and walked back to Ling still. "Ling Tianjin, I think we are all too tolerant of you, so you always don't have a long memory and make trouble again and again. Do we really think we are all vegetarians?" Ling Tianjin and Huo Jingling fought several times without flattering, and there was a trace of tension in his heart. Now that he saw him, he was a little timid, but because so many eyes were staring at him, Ling Tianjin had to stubbornly curse a few words. "This is my daughter. What do I think is my right? You are an outsider. Can you control me?" After hearing this, Huo Jingling was furious. "Ling Tianjin, don't forget that you are divorced. If you don't get out of here, I don't mind beating you to the intensive care unit." Now, Ling Tianjin dares not do anything nonsense anymore. After all, Huo Jingling is not as weak as Ling. If he really takes action, he will definitely not be able to win in his current state. There was an uproar. When he was about to sigh at the violent factor of the family, Huo Jingling made a posture of punching and kicking to threaten Ling Tianjin. Fortunately, it played a deterrent role. Ling Tianjin was still a little afraid and left. "Wait for me." The people on the bustle wanted to speak again. Huo Jingling glanced over, and everyone consciously retracted back to their homes. Several people opened the door and went in. Ling Still and Ling Yi sat on the sofa in fear. Ling Tianjin made trouble again and again, and they were all a little tired of dealing with it. "Don't worry, he won't come to you anymore." Huo Jingling has the handle of Xing Taidie in her hand. Since Ling Tianjin likes to do nothing wrong, he decided to find some trouble for him to see if he still has the energy to come here to make trouble. Ling still didn't know about it and didn't take it seriously. Ling Tianjin was greedy and would not give up. Ling Yi was also a little scared. "Sister, I have been sentenced to you. Can he still take me away?" "Don't worry, no, he doesn't dare, and he doesn't have the time to come to you again." Huo Jingling couldn't tell them the real reason, but since Ling Tianjin was unkind first, don't blame him for his injustice. Early the next morning, Ling Tianjin was awakened by a knock on the door. He dragged his sore body and opened the door impatiently. Who is it? It's called morning in the early morning. Express delivery. Express delivery? Ling Tianjin opened the door with a displeased face. A man in a cap stood outside the door, holding an envelope in his hand. It's not mine. I didn't buy anything. It must be Xing Caidie's thing. Ling Tianjin was about to close the door again with a snap, and the courier quickly reached out and pulled it. You are Ling Tianjin, right? The other party must send this thing to you. At this time, Ling Tianjin woke up more than half of his sleep. He closed the door while swearing and tore open the envelope casually. Unexpectedly, the moment his eyes touched the contents of the envelope, Ling Tianjin was completely sleepy, and his whole body was burning with anger in an instant. The envelope contains a photo of Xing Caidie and her son with another man, as well as a paternity test for him and his son. The firm result is that there is no parent-child relationship. He has been helping others raise their sons for so many years. Ling Tianjin squeezed those photos in his palm fiercely, and his eyes were fierce as if he was going to eat people. Xing Caidie, you bitch. He washed up in a hurry and went straight to the hospital with these things. That day, the two had a big fight, and Xing Caidie was also injured. Now, she was still in the hospital. Ling Tianjin rushed over and put the envelope on her face fiercely. Xing Caidie didn't want to pay attention to him, but now he is still treated like this, and his heart is also very angry. What are you nervous about in the early morning? Ling Tianjin is now angry and has the heart to kill. He looked at her fiercely and said, see for yourself, bitch, if you don't give me an way today, I will kill you. Chapter 20 Make Trouble Again. The moment he saw the content of the photo, Xing Caidie's face suddenly changed greatly, and the more he looked at it, the more he became a little flustered. There is no doubt that the two finally had another big fight in the hospital. Xing Caidie, who had gradually recovered, was once again sent to the emergency room by the doctor. Huo Jinling was right. After that day, Ling Tianjin was busy looking for trouble for Xing Caidie, and he didn't care about finding trouble for their sisters at all. Ling is still happy and at ease, and he and Huo Jinling also get along well. The relationship between the two is one step closer. On this day, Huo Jinling was in the company and received a call from her grandmother. The old lady mysteriously inquired about her granddaughter-in-law and asked Huo Jinling to take her back to her old house. Huo Jinling was tired of dealing with it, so she agreed on the surface. The old lady was secretly happy at home all afternoon. As a result, when it was time for dinner, Huo Jinling came back alone. Dad, he's back. The two little guys ran to the door excitedly. Huo Jinling hugged one in one hand, and the little doll kissed him on the face alone. The old lady and Song Yuan stretched their necks and looked behind him, but they didn't find anything. Their expressions were obviously lost. Jinling, didn't Grandma say that you would bring my daughter-in-law back? Mom, the red envelopes are ready. Why didn't you bring them back? Huo Jinling was speechless and could only find an excuse casually. She had something to do today, and she would come to see you another day when she had time. You didn't hide it secretly and didn't want to bring it back to show us, did you? The old lady muttered dissatisfiedly, and looked at Huo Jingling's eyes a little unhappy. Song Yuan also wanted to see Ling still and asked, can you tell me the exact time and when will you bring the person back to show us? The little guy listened confusedly and looked at Huo Jinling puzzledly. Dad, who are you talking about? Huo Jinling was a little unhappy. He didn't want to say this in front of the children. No one, you go down first. Dad will talk to Grandma for a while and come to accompany you later. All right. The two children have always been obedient and sensible. When they heard him say that, they could only shut their mouths down from him. When the child went far away, Huo Jinling looked at Song Yuan and the old lady resolutely and said, when there is a right time, I will definitely bring her back to see you, but not now. You should pay attention, especially don't say this in front of the children. Seeing that he was a little angry, the old lady muttered, I'm not worried about you. My two children are old, and I also want to have a mother. When the two little guys who were quietly hiding at the entrance of the stairs heard Grandma's words, they both opened their mouths wide and looked at each other in surprise. The distance is too far away. They listen. It's not clear, but both children are sure that they have heard the word mother, and the rest is not clear. The atmosphere in the living room was a little stiff. Song Yuan saw that Huo Jingling's expression was wrong, so she hurried out to fight. Okay, Mom, don't worry too much. Now that you are married, it's our Huo family. When there is a chance, we can always meet. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Huo Jingling and said, Jingling, you too. Don't be angry with Grandma. Grandma is just old and worried about you. At the same time, Huo Jingling didn't go home for dinner. Ling still cooked something casually. After dinner with Ling Yi, she sent the cartoon doll designed by Huo Jingling to Guanwang. Yi, you watch TV at home and write your homework later. I'll go to Sister Nwa's fried chicken restaurant. Oh, Ling Yi was watching TV on the sofa. When she heard her say this, she didn't raise her head. Ling still took the cartoon doll and went straight to Guanwa's fried chicken restaurant. At this time, it was getting dark and the street was deserted, but the door of the fried chicken restaurant was full of people. She was a little confused. She had a bad intuition and squeezed through the crowd with difficulty. As a result, there was a mess in front of her. The things in the fried chicken restaurant were smashed all over the ground. This time, there were a few guests watching there, but they stood there and dared not come forward. She ran in quickly. Guan Wen was still wearing an apron and stood there uneasily. What are you doing here again? If we don't leave, we will call the police. Guan Wen's brother-in-law and sister-in-law have dealt with Ling still several times. They are impressed by her cleverness and have no good impression of her. Seeing her coming alone this time, the attitude of the two immediately changed greatly, and their eyes became fierce. It's nothing to do with you. We asked my sister for money. What does it have to do with you? During this period, Huo Jinling and Bang Ling have still dealt with such things too many times. She has become bolder and refuted them loudly when she heard this. I also have a share in this store. You broke in and smashed the things in here. This is illegal. I have the right to sue you. Guan Wen's brother glanced behind Ling still and made sure that Huo Jingling did not follow him. He pushed Lin still fiercely. How old are you? Why do you care about our affairs? Originally, they were silent when they insulted Guan Wen, but now she dared to attack Ling Still, so she was the first to disagree and stood up to protect Ling Still. What are you doing? It's none of business. Don't touch it. Yo, how dare you talk at this time? I just want to ask you if you want to take out the money. The elder brother looked at Guan Wen, and his greedy eyes looked like he was looking at a stranger. I don't have the money I want, and I won't give it to you if I have it. Guan Wen has already seen through their insatiable greed, so he has long made up his mind to stop caring about them. A white-eyed wolf without conscience. Unexpectedly, this sentence directly angered his brother completely. He slapped Guan Wen in the face. Guan Wen was not a good man. He directly slapped him back fiercely, and the two immediately began to move. When the sister-in-law on the side saw Guan Wen's brother pushing her, she also rushed over and grabbed her hair and wrestled with them. The scene was a little out of control for a moment. Ling was still afraid that Guan Wen would be injured. He stretched out his hand to push his sister-in-law away, but he didn't expect to accidentally touch the T-bar machine. Seeing that the hot water was about to pour on Li's face, the guests watching the excitement couldn't stand it any longer. They quickly reached out to help, and Ling still escaped. The T-bar machine is not stable. Stop, the other side made a bang, and then everyone was stunned. Ling Still and Guan Wen were scared in an instant. The two guests grabbed their brother and sister-in-law, and the fight stopped. When the brother and sister-in-law saw that the situation was wrong, they just slipped away. The rest of the people looked at each other, and then Ling Still persuaded Guan Wen and said, Sister Wen, why don't you call the police, or they will definitely come again. Chapter 21, Almost Time Traveled. Guan Wen covered his injured arm and was silent for a long time. Finally, he hesitated a little. He shook his head and said, Forget it. After all, they are indebted to me. I really want me to send them to the police station with my own hands. I can't do it. After all, blood is thicker than water, and Li still couldn't say anything more, so he had no choice but to stop talking. Your hand is not lightly injured. Go to the hospital quickly. The two men who were the only ones to help, one of whom was younger, pointed to Guan Wen's arm. At this time, Ling and Guan Wen still remembered to thank others. Looking at the two of them, Guan Wen said gratefully, Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I don't know what they would have made a fuss. It's okay. Another slightly older man smiled innocently. My wife divorced me a few years ago. Now I'm alone with my daughter. She likes to eat food in your store, so we often come over. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much for today. Bring her here when you have time. I'll treat her to something to eat. Well, the divorced man nodded, looked at his watch again, and said a little anxiously, There's nothing to do. I'll go first. My daughter is going to school. Take this to your little sister. Thank you, big brother. Ling still casually took the cooked food that had been made before on the bar. Maybe it had just been cooked and had not had time to give it to the guests. The troubler came, so it was still there, but it was a little cold. No, the effort of raising hands is not enough to hang your teeth. It's okay. Take it. It's not a valuable thing. If it weren't for you today, I'm afraid our troubles won't be solved until now. The two pushed a few times, and finally the divorced man was pushed away, and left with those food again and again. Another man looked at the wounds on the two of them and said kindly, Let's go. I'm driving here to take you to the hospital. Guan Wen has always disliked to owe favors. He hurriedly refused and said, No, sir, you have helped me enough today, so I won't waste your time. The man was also stubborn and didn't care about Guan Wen's refusal. It's okay, I'm fine anyway, let's go. Ling still looked at Guan Wen and stood still without moving. I'm not a bad person. You can call me Lao Qing, and everyone will be friends. My friend, I'm just worried that you will continue to stay here. In case they come back to trouble you again, you two girls will definitely not be able to deal with it. They have already said this. If they refuse again, they will seem to distrust them a little. Well, I'm sorry to bother you, Lao Qing. Ling still took the lead in responding, and Guan Wen didn't say anything more. The three drove to the hospital quickly. It happened that Huo Jingling got off work early, but when he came home, he found that Ling was still absent. When he learned that she had sent the doll to the fried chicken restaurant, he immediately called her and prepared to pick her up. But when he learned that she was in the hospital, Huo Jingling thought that Ling was still injured. She was so scared that she quickly put on her shoes and rushed to the hospital. Ling was still accompanying her to bandage the wound. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of her. She looked up and saw that Huo Jingling was coming. "Why are you so fast?" The phone was hung up for less than 10 minutes. Judging from the distance between her home and the hospital, this is obviously the speed of stepping on the accelerator to the end. Huo Jingling avoided answering, but pulled her arm nervously. "How are you? Where is the injury? Is it serious?" Since getting along with each other during this period, Huo Jingling has still unconsciously developed feelings for Ling, but he didn't know it himself. But as soon as he heard that Ling was still in the hospital, his heart immediately hung up to his throat. Guan Wan silently looked at all this in his eyes and did not interrupt, but quietly gave Ling a strange look. With her hot eyes, Ling still shook his head awkwardly. "It's not me, it's Sister Nguyen who was injured. I'm fine." As soon as the words fell, before Huo Jingling could speak, he caught a glimpse of Lao Qing, who had come back after paying Guan Wan's fee. They looked at each other, and both of them were a little confused. "After the fee is paid, we..." Lao Qing's words stopped halfway. When he saw Huo Jingling, he was surprised and puzzled. Huo Jingling quickly interrupted him. "Is this the kind person who saved you?" "Well," Ling still nodded. "This is Lao Qing, who saved us today thanks to him. By the way, Lao Qing, this is my husband." Although the two have been receiving the certificate for so long, Ling still officially introduced Huo Jingling to others for the first time, which was a little difficult to say for a moment. When Huo Jingling heard the word husband, a strange feeling also flashed in her heart. Lao Qing is an engineer in the technical department of Huo Jingling's company. Seeing that Huo Jingling seemed to be deliberately hiding his identity, he was puzzled, but he could only cooperate with him and pretend not to know him. Huo Jingling nodded slightly. "Thank you very much. If you have something to do, you can go. I'll send them back later." "Okay, then I'll go first." After saying that, Lao Qing hurriedly left, but Ling still felt strange and confused. "Do you know, Lao Qing? Why do I feel that he looks at you strangely?" Huo Jingling quickly denied, "I don't know." Although they didn't leak any flaws, Ling still felt that it was strange between them. Huo Jingling seemed to have been hiding something. "I really don't know you. Why do I think Lao Qing seemed to say hello to you just now?" Just now, she clearly saw that Lao Qing had spoken, but was interrupted by Huo Jingling. Seeing that she was suspicious, Huo Jingling had to make up another excuse in order not to reveal her identity. "Maybe he knows me, because I work in their company, but I don't know him." "Well, that's possible." Ling still nodded half-heartedly. Huo Jingling is a security guard. He may not remember seeing people coming and going every day, but people come and go in front of him every day. Maybe he really remembers him. It's just that for some reason, Ling still always feels that Lao Qing's attitude towards Huo Jingling is strange, not like an ordinary friend he just knows. "Still, I have bandaged it, and the doctor has also prescribed other tests. Please accompany me to have a look. I have an injury on my arm, so it may not be convenient to go alone." Just as she was still struggling with this matter, Guan Wen had bandaged the wound and came out. Hesitating that there were other wounds on her body, the doctor suggested a full body examination. "Okay," Li still nodded and turned his head to explain to Huo Jingling, "Then I'll go with her, and you wait for me here." Chapter 22, Probing. "Okay, you go. I'll wait for you here." Huo Jingling took the bags for them and sat down on the chair in the corridor of the hospital. Unexpectedly, Guan Wan and Ling still walked away, and soon Lao Qing came back. As soon as he saw him coming out of the elevator, Huo Jingling looked nervously at the end of the corridor not far away. Fortunately, Ling still hadn't come back. "Didn't you go back? Why are you back again?" His tone was a little scolding. Lao Qing didn't know why. He glanced around and didn't see Ling still and others. "They didn't know whose mobile phone was left in my car, and I sent it back to them." Lao Qing is holding a mobile phone in his hand, which is Guan Wei's. "Put it here. You can go back." Huo Jingling's tone was light, and Lao Qing was even more confused. "Mr. Huo, why don't I know what you are hiding and when you got married?" The two usually get along well in private, except for the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Lao Qing even occasionally jokes with Huo Jingling, but he has never heard of his marriage. Huo Jingling looked a little unnatural when asked, and he didn't want to imagine the truth of Lao Qing Daoming, so he could only beat him secretly. "Anyway, don't expose it, just pretend you don't know me, and don't mention anything about me." Lao Qing was puzzled and joked, "Mr. Huo, you are not cheating on marriage, are you?" "You." Huo Jingling raised her feet with an unnatural face and wanted to kick him on the lap. She said coldly, "I don't mind sending you to participate in the company's newly developed South Africa project." This scared Lao Qing and quickly waved his hand. No, I don't want to go to that place where birds don't shit." "Mr. Huo, don't worry, I will keep this secret for you." The joking eyes were obviously making fun of him. Huo Jingling was about to speak, but he caught a glimpse of Ling still coming back. Guanwan wondered. Huh, Lao Qin, didn't you just leave? Why did you come back? Oh, I don't know whose mobile phone you two dropped on my car. I heard it ringing all the time, so I quickly sent it back to you. Take a look. Don't worry about anything. Sister Nguyen, it's yours. Well, I was so anxious to get off the bus just now that I didn't notice it. Lao Qin, thank you for taking this trip again. Guanwan picked up his mobile phone and saw that there were more than a dozen missed calls on it, all of which were from her sister-in-law. Thinking about it, they were nothing more than scolding her for a white-eyed wolf or something. Guanwan ignored it and directly pressed the shutdown button. Lin still hooked her lips silently. Just now, she was puzzled about the relationship between the two. Now that Lao Qin came back, she decided to find out what kind of medicine was sold in their gourd. Hua Jingling, please help Sister Nguyen send this examination list to the doctor's office. By the way, ask the doctor if there are any precautions to see when we can leave. Hua Jingling didn't know her little Jiuzhou at all, so she obediently took the inspection form and went upstairs. Seeing his obedient appearance, Lao Qin suddenly clicked his tongue and was a little unaccustomed to it. He was usually used to his fierce appearance like a wolf, and for a moment he was not used to his docile appearance like a sheep. Seeing that Lao Qin had been staring at Hua Jingling, Ling still had an intuition that there must be a clue. She deliberately asked Lao Qin sideways. I heard that you are from the same company. Ah, really? Then why don't you say hello? We are all colleagues. Well, we are not. Lao Qin didn't understand what Ling still meant. Just when he didn't know how to answer and almost leaped his horse's feet, Hua Jingling came back in time. What are you talking about? I'm so happy. It's nothing. Ling still deliberately said, I just heard you say that you are in the same company. I'll ask for you. In the future, everyone will go to work together and take care of each other. Lao Qin was shocked. It turned out that he was testing himself just now. Fortunately, he was not exposed. Otherwise, he would only be afraid that he would be sent to the place where no grass grows in South Africa by Hua Jingli, the great demon king. As witty as he was, Hua Jingling had long guessed that Ling still deliberately supported him. He did not expose it, but said lightly, the company is so big that it is impossible for everyone to know it, and I have no impression. Seeing that they were still hiding and refusing to tell the truth, Ling still did not continue to ask questions. With Hua Jingling's relationship with her, even if Hua Jingling deliberately hid it from her, she was not qualified to ask more questions. Well, now that we know each other, we are friends. Well, Hua Jingling's tone was light and turned to ask, do you feel any discomfort? The doctor just heard that you were injured in a fight. Let me ask you if there are any other discomfort on your body, whether there will be internal injuries or something. I'm fine. Fortunately, Lao Qin and another big brother Toot in time, and Sister Nguyen has been protecting me. Yo yo yo, Guanwan beside him couldn't listen any longer. He coughed softly and mocked, still, I always feel that you didn't tell me the truth. Isn't this handsome man in your family very good to you? Well, it's really not what you think. Guanwan has never believed that Ling still met Hua Jingling at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Now that they have such a harmonious relationship, he naturally doesn't believe it. Ling was still a little embarrassed by her joking eyes, blushing like a ripe apple. Hey, are you shy? You girl, you're hiding a lot, aren't you? I won't tell you. Let's go. We'll send you back. Yi is alone at home. I don't feel at ease. When Lao Qin heard this, he glanced at Hua Jingling and quickly said, you go first. I'll just send her back. Well, that's okay. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Although Lao Qin guessed that Hua Jingling and Lao Qin knew each other, Hua Jingling didn't say anything. I think Lao Qin should not be a bad person, but after all, they just met. Ling was still a little uneasy and said, Sister Nguyen, in this case, send me a message when you get home. Okay, I got it. Go home quickly. All this was seen by Hua Jingling, and he was moved. The girl in front of him valued affection and righteousness and did things meticulously, which was really very special. In fact, in the process of getting along with each other during this period of time, Hua Jingling has still had feelings for Li, but he didn't know it. The two of them didn't say anything all the way. Li was still thinking about what had just happened. She always felt that Hua Jingling had something to hide from her, and she was uneasy. As soon as he got home, he pulled Hua Jingling to sit down and chatted, deliberately saying, no matter when, husband and wife, there shouldn't be too many secrets between each other. I will never lie to you, but I also hope you can be frank with me. Chapter 23, Over Dependence. Hua Jingli knew that she had something to say, but she kept her mouth shut and said lightly, I know, I will learn slowly. Well, you can tell me anything, and I will try to understand. Lin still doesn't blame him. She has always known that communication and trust between husband and wife are the most important. Although they have no feelings, she also hopes that the two of them can go on for a long time. Hua Jingling was silent for a moment before he said, Lao Qin and I do know each other, but we don't know each other very well. We are all in the same company. I am valued by the senior management of the company and I'm afraid that I will be promoted, so I accidentally met Lao Qin several times, but I don't want others to gossip behind my back, so I just want to pretend not to know him. I see. Wouldn't you have told me earlier? I won't blame you. Ling still knows that he is afraid that others will say that he relies on connections to rise to the top, so it is normal to have this idea. She didn't doubt the authenticity of Huo Jingli's words at all. Instead, after listening to his explanation, she was surprised and very happy for him. Wait a minute. I'll cook right away and cook something delicious for you to celebrate. No, I'll just eat what you have left. Ling still didn't listen to him. He took out all the delicious food in the refrigerator. No, how can you just eat it? This is a good thing and we must celebrate it. Huo Jingling was surprised. She didn't know that what she said casually made Ling still so troublesome. However, it was impossible to take it back, so she had to let her go. Ling Yi, who has been independent since childhood, however, he was a good cook. He cooked several big dishes in a short time. Ling Yi, who was doing homework in the room, heard the sound and saw several dishes on the table full of flavor. She was instantly dishappy, and her mouth was pouting. Sister, you are biased. Why did I eat the leftovers at noon when I came back? When my brother-in-law came back, you cooked so much delicious food for him. You really forgot your sister when you got married. You little girl, don't talk nonsense. It's your brother-in-law who is going to be promoted. I want to congratulate him in advance. Ling was still blushed by what she said and hurriedly explained to her. When Ling Yi heard this, her big round eyes came to Huo Jingling. Brother-in-law, if you are promoted in the future, will you get more salary? Huo Jingling knew what the little girl was thinking, but she still answered her question seriously. Well, yes, the salary will definitely increase if she is promoted. Oh, the little girl cheered and applauded. Then you can buy me more delicious food in the future. As soon as Ling still heard this, his face instantly darkened. Yi, don't let your brother-in-law buy you something. It's not easy for him to make money. You should save money. Oh, Ling Yi dragged a long tune and made a mischievous face at Huo Jingling. Fortunately, Huo Jingling didn't tell her sister about secretly buying things for her before. Otherwise, she didn't know how long she would talk about herself in her ear. I have to say that Ling is really good at cooking, and the food he cooks is spicy and delicious. Huo Jingling has eaten for a while, and now he can't get used to other meals. But he remembered that he was going on a business trip soon, and he still had to leave for a few days. During this period, his stomach was still a little picky. I guess he would not get used to it when he went out. These days I may have to work shifts and night shifts at night, so I won't come back for the time being. I will rest there directly during the day, which is more convenient. He can't tell Ling that he is still going on a business trip, so he can only find an excuse to stand up. Ling was still puzzled. Didn't you say you didn't have to work the night shift? Why do you want to do it again now? Oh, I have a colleague who has to ask for leave, so we need a few people left to replace his shift. After Huo Jingling and Ling were still together, she got used to lying. Now, she doesn't blush when she lies. Well, take care of yourself. I'll pack some food and daily necessities for you later. Ling is still used to Huo Jingling's existence. Suddenly, he is not here, and he may not be used to it. In fact, both of them gradually got used to each other's existence, but they didn't know anything about each other. No, my company has everything, and you don't need to bring anything. Ling still packed up his things and nagged, how can the things outside be as good as at home? It's better to bring some. Anyway, it's not far away. Bring more and you can take a taxi at that time. Huo Jingling looked at her big and small bags to clean up for him, but he didn't feel annoyed at all, but felt warm in his heart. But looking at her tidying up more and more, Huo Jingling still couldn't help reminding, I just went for a few days, it's not that I won't come back. How can I clean up so much? Ling still felt that she had become a nagging aunt. She was tirelessly asked, and looked at everything and felt that she wanted to bring it to him. There are no more, just bring some commonly used ones, and I still think there are fewer. After the ceremony and cleaning up, the Ling Still sisters sent Huo Jingling out together. Ling Yi was obviously a little reluctant to let him leave. Brother-in-law, can you not go? There is no one to tutor my homework when you are not here. Yi, what are you talking about? My brother-in-law is going to work, not to play. How can you think that you won't go? Ling Yi muttered, but I just can't give up my brother-in-law. Huo Jingling asked the driver to drive the most ordinary car to pick him up, falsely claiming that it was an online car hailing he found on the internet, but Ling still did not doubt it. He put his luggage in the trunk, touched Ling Yi's hair pettingly, and said, good boy, my brother-in-law will be back in a few days. You should listen to my sister at home. All right. Until the car disappeared from the corner of the street, Ling Yi still drooped and looked unhappy at all. Ling still couldn't help joking her, you are too dependent on your brother-in-law, which is not good. Cut. Ling Yi didn't take it seriously and said with a squirreled mouth, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. On the contrary, it's you. You should rely more on your brother-in-law. Ling still stretched out his index finger and tapped her forehead, saying, you child, ancient and strange. The sisters went upstairs talking and laughing, but Huo Jingling went straight to Nolingye. After all, he can't come back for a few days. Huo Jingling still came over and told his grandmothers, lest they worry. By the way, take a look at the two little guys. Unexpectedly, the two little guys hiding in the dark overheard the news that he was going on a business trip and danced excitedly. They wanted to sneak to see their mother. So early the next morning, Huo Jingling had just boarded the plane, and the two children in the family avoided the maid and sneaked out. Chapter 24 Disappearance. The two children were so well protected that they hardly went out alone. When they went out to the street, the two children got lost in an instant. Arabao, do you know how to get there? Darbao pretended to be calm and took his brother around the street a few times, only to find that he couldn't find the direction at all, and suddenly panicked. Before Arabao realized that his brother was lost, he asked doubtfully, "Didn't you say you knew the way that day?" "I seem to be lost." "Huh?" Arabao opened his mouth wide and asked with a little surprise, "Can we still find our mother?" Darbao shook his head blankly, "I don't know, I can't even find the way home now." The brothers had been walking along the street for a long time. Thinking that they should be far away from home now, Arabao suddenly wanted to cry. "Brother, what should I do? I'm a little scared. Why don't we go to the policeman?" Fortunately, the teacher said that if you have any problems, you can ask the policeman. "Well, let's go to the policeman." As soon as they had an idea, the two little guys cheered again in an instant and walked forward happily hand in hand. But after walking for a long time, they didn't see any policemen, and they didn't know where to find them. For a moment, they fell into trouble again. "Brother, it will take a long time to find the policeman. I'm hungry." He could hear the gurgling sound in his stomach. At this time, he was hungry and tired, and he had no strength to walk at all. Darbao didn't know what to do. The two brothers casually sat down on a chair in the park, with their hands on their chins, as if they were thinking about what to do. Coincidentally, Ling Yi stepped on a scooter and came out of it. Seeing two delicate little dolls sitting at the door, she couldn't help taking a few more glances. "Are you twins? Why do you look the same?" "Yes," Darbao nodded proudly and pointed to Arabao to introduce, "This is my younger brother, and I am the elder brother." "Wow, it's amazing. It looks the same when I touch it. It's the first time I've seen it." The children were not as complicated as the adults, and they soon got together. However, just as they were chatting passionately, Arabao's stomach rumbled again. "Are you hungry? Let me take you to my house. It's not far from here. My sister cooks very well." The two children got lost and didn't know how to go home. At this moment, they were hungry. As soon as they heard that Ling Yi had food at home, they hurriedly agreed. The three children arrived home soon. Looking at Ling Yi's small house, Darbao and Arabao were very curious. The house was not as big as their living room, but it was very warm. They all liked it very much. Ling Yi greeted the two of them like a little adult. "Don't be restrained. Just play casually. My sister will be back soon and will cook for you." The good children agreed in unison, and the three of them began to play happily in the room. Unexpectedly, the adults on this side of Naolingyang were going crazy. The servants looked for it outside the house, but they couldn't find it. They had no choice but to run to inform the old lady. "What, lost?" Song Yuan knew that these two children were Huo Jingling's sweethearts. If they lost them, he was afraid that Huo Jingling would scold them to death. When the old lady heard about it, she was so anxious that she almost had a heart attack. She quickly asked them, "When did you find out? Have you looked for it around here? Maybe it's just for fun." The maid who specializes in taking care of the children was about to cry, "I have looked for it. I have been to all the places I usually go to, but I haven't seen them. I don't know where they have gone. Hurry up and send more people to find it. I'll call Jingling right away." Song Yuan was also in a hurry. She quickly took out her mobile phone to call Huo Jingling, but at this time, Huo Jingling was on the plane and could not be contacted at all. "How's it going? Did you answer the phone?" "No," Song Yuan shook her head. Maybe he was still on the plane and couldn't get through the phone. The old lady is anxious. The angry hands trembled slightly. "Send someone to find it quickly, send more people out, and then go to the police station to call the police and ask them to help find it together." Song Yuan was worried about her health and quickly helped her sit down on the sofa. Okay, Mom, I'll let them go. Don't worry about it first. Don't be in a hurry." For a moment, the whole Naolingyang was full of chickens and dogs, and everyone was worried. Almost all the security guards and servants in the family were dispatched. The two brothers here still didn't know why they played at Ling Yi's house and were very happy. When Ling still came home, she was shocked to see that there were suddenly two more children at home. Originally, the three children were having a good time. At this time, when they saw an adult coming back, Darbao and Arabao immediately stood up uneasy and stood there obediently and looked at her. Ling is still at them. He smiled gently. "You continue to play with yours. Ah, my sister will cook for you. Yi, come and help me get this." The two good sisters entered the kitchen. Ling still closed the door quickly and asked in surprise, "Yi, is that your friend? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" "No, I went to the park today and found them. They seemed to be lost. Then his brother was hungry, so I brought him back." Liu was still shocked when he heard this. He quickly took Ling Yi out, squatted in front of the two children, and asked them patiently, "Hello, children. Welcome to my house as guests." Darbao and Arabao saw that Ling was still so gentle, and the first impression of her was very good, but after all, it was the first time they met, and they were a little restrained. The two said crisply, "Hello, sister. Well, how are you?" Ling is still watching them patiently. Can you tell your sister where your home is? Or, do you remember the phone number of your family? As soon as she finished her words, the two children immediately looked at her vigilantly and stood there without saying a word. Ling was still busy explaining, "Kid, I'm not a bad person, but you just ran out like this. I'm afraid that your family will be worried. When mom and dad can't find you, they must be in a hurry. I just want to call them." Now, the two little guys understand, but they don't want to go home until they find their father. Aobao nodded, and then shook his head. "Sister, we came out to find dad, but we got lost. We didn't want to go home until we found dad." His answer made Ling still want to cry. He could only look at Dabao. Unexpectedly, he also nodded directly. Chapter 25 Notice of Search for People. "Well, since you don't want to go back, you can play here. I'll cook for you." Ling was still helpless and didn't get any useful information. She could only leave the two children at home to take care of them. Seeing that she frowned, Ling Yi quickly followed her out and asked cautiously, "Sister, did I cause you trouble?" Just now, Ling Yi was also thinking that it was hard enough for her sister to take care of her alone. She didn't think so much about it before and brought the two children back on her own. "No," Ling still gently touched her head and said with a smile, "No trouble, and Yi, this is also your home. You have the right to bring your friends back to play, but you must get the consent of their parents when you bring other children back, otherwise, your parents can't find them." How worried should I be? "Well, I got it, sister." When she explained like this, Ling Yi understand, because since she was a child, Li has still taught her in this way. She can go anywhere, but she must make it clear to her, so that she won't worry. Ling still glanced at the two brothers in the room and was a little worried. Just as she was hesitating to call the police, her phone suddenly rang. It was Xu Wan who called. Ling still didn't care so much and immediately pressed the answer button nervously. "Ran, hurry up and come to the hospital. There is a new situation here. The doctor asked our family to discuss whether to continue treatment here." "Okay, Mom, I'll come right away." It was about Xu Wan. Ling still didn't hesitate. He hurriedly cooked for Ling Yi and the three of them. He told them not to make trouble at home, and then hurried out. At the same time, as soon as Huo Jingling got off the plane, countless messages of his grandmother and mother popped up on his mobile phone. He did not hesitate and immediately called back. The phone was connected for a second, and his mother Song Yua's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Jingling, the two children are missing." "Disappeared?" Could it be that he sneaked somewhere to play? Huo Jingling didn't panic too much. The two children were ancient and strange. No one could deceive them away, only because they sneaked out by themselves. "I don't know. They disappeared after you left this morning. The servants have searched all the places they may have visited, but they haven't found them. It's been several hours now. Is there anything?" Song Yuan was quite calm at first, but now she couldn't find it after looking for it for so long. She gradually panicked and cried as she spoke. Huo Jingling knew that the few people in the family must have been scared without thinking about it. He comforted, "Mom, don't worry. I'll ask someone to find a way, and I will definitely find them for Ping and well, we have called the police, but there is no news so far." Grandma is also very worried. The two children are still young and have never gone out alone. What if something happens? "All right, Mom, don't worry. Tell Grandma not to worry too. I'll figure it out." The phone was hung up, and Huo Jingling dialed another phone call to the assistant, told the specific situation roughly, and asked him to quickly arrange to broadcast the search announcement on TV. In the current internet era, such search announcements are faster than anything else, and the most important thing is that they are more likely to be seen. As a result, after Ling still discussed the follow-up experimental research and treatment with Xiwan, he saw the wanted notice on TV on his way out of the hospital. Originally, she didn't care, but then she fixed her eyes. Aren't the two little guys on the screen the two in her home? Ling still can't imagine how anxious the family should be. They didn't ask for help on TV. Now, she couldn't let the two children do whatever they wanted. She took a closer look at the address on TV and hurried home. "Sister, are you back?" As soon as she got home, the three children were still playing with blocks. When Ling Yi saw her coming back, she rushed over. Well, when he came back, Ling still changed his shoes and glanced at the two little guys behind Ling Yi. He said seriously, "Good boy, I must send you home this time. Your lord has launched a wanted notice on TV." Seeing her serious expression, the two of them had been playing here all afternoon and wanted to go home, so they nodded their heads like a rattling drum. Ling still sent the child there according to the address given on TV, only to find that the two children were actually from a big family. This yard alone can park at least dozens of cars, and not to mention the indoor construction area of this house. It is really that their house is probably not as big as a toilet. The ancient architectural style, with a deep wooden door in front of the house, with a smooth ring hanging on the left and right, the quiet and ancient atmosphere makes people feel like they are in ancient times hundreds of years ago. Ling was still a little unbelievable. "Is this really your family?" Dabao and Aobao don't know why. They clicked heavily and said, "It's here. We usually live here with our grandparents and grandmothers. Dad lives in the company most of the time, but he will come back almost once every 2 or 3 days." "What about your mother?" Da Bao shook his head pitifully. Mom doesn't live here. We went to find her today, but we got lost. Ling still. The three of them walked while talking. After walking for several minutes, they came to the old wooden door. Ling still raised his hand and knocked. At this moment, Song Yuan and the old lady, who were sitting on the sofa and sighing, heard the knock on the door, and their eyes instantly lit up. Could it be that the two little guys are back? The old lady, whose legs and feet are not very sharp in ordinary days, ran towards the door alone this time, and Song Yuan quickly followed. The door was opened, and a woman stood outside, who was a little familiar. Grandma's two children rarely go out on weekdays, so they are used to following the old lady. At this time, the two children are very excited to see her. Song Yuan, who was following behind him, glanced at Ling, still in a hurry, and was also surprised. Grandma, where did you two go? Do you know that we are all worried to death? Why don't you tell Grandma when you go out? Seeing them come back safely, Song Yuan's hanging heart finally fell. Okay, the old lady waved her hand and said, now is not the time to educate them. Since this lady sent them back, we have to invite them in and sit down to thank them. Chapter 26 Excessive Enthusiasm. Yes, girl, come in and sit down. Song Yuan stared at Ling still and took a few careful glances, confirming that this was the girl on her son's marriage certificate. She was overjoyed and enthusiastically pulled Ling still into the room. Well, no, auntie, Ling still didn't want to enter the room at all. She only planned to send Da Bao and Xiao Bao to the door of the house. Unexpectedly, she was dragged in by the aunt in front of her. Looking at the big villa, which was as luxurious as the castle in a fairy tale, Ling was still very uncomfortable and stood aside uneasy. Sister, come in. After getting along with her for a while, the two children also liked her very much. The two of them pulled Ling in, one left and one right, still came in. Ling still smiled awkwardly and said, Auntie, Grandma, since the child has arrived home safely, I'll go back first. No, as soon as she heard that she was leaving, the old lady quickly stopped her. Girl, it's thanks to you today. Otherwise, the two children may not find it so no matter what, you have to stay for dinner, just as our gratitude to you. No, Grandma, it's very kind of you. Don't bother me. I'll go first. Seeing this, Song Yuan came forward and persuaded, Child, look, you are about to see the outside. We are just grateful to you, so we want to keep you for dinner. If you refuse again, you will not like us. Ling was still helpless and had to reluctantly respond, Well, Auntie, Grandma, it's too much trouble for you. The old lady and Song Yuan didn't notice their excessive enthusiasm at all. But the two looked at each other and were sure that it was their own daughter-in-law, so they tried to keep her. Seeing that she finally agreed, the old lady was so happy that she almost told the world immediately. She immediately rushed to the kitchen to tell the servant to prepare dinner. Song Yuan sat on the sofa holding Li Still's hand and talking to her enthusiastically, as if an old friend was reunited, but Li Still looked at a loss. It's really troublesome for you today. We found that the two children were lost, and we were so scared that their souls were gone. Their father happened to be on a business trip and was not at home. He old lady was so anxious that she almost had a heart attack. Yes, it must be urgent to lose the child, so I saw the news on TV and quickly sent him back. Ling is still telling the truth. At the beginning, she asked the two children and planned to call their families, but the children didn't want to go home, so they refused to tell the truth. That's right, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't know when we would find them. The old lady was also in a hurry. At this time, the old lady arranged dinner and ordered the servant to immediately instruct the servant to prepare many precious gifts for Ling. Girl, where are you from? What do your parents do? Ling still didn't know why Song Yuan asked her this question, but he still said honestly, My parents are divorced, my mother is sick and hospitalized, and now there are only me and my 7-year-old sister at home. Oh, Song Yuan rubbed the back of her hand distressedly. You must be working hard alone. This situation is the same as what Huo Jiling said. It seems that they did not admit their mistake. Although Song Yuan has been well dressed since she was a child, she is a soft-hearted and emotional person. Hearing that Ling is still in this situation, she also has mixed feelings in her heart. The old lady didn't know the truth. She didn't expect that Ling was still so pitiful and immediately sympathized with her. Girl, I'm sorry for you. What kind of work are you doing now? Ling was still extremely uncomfortable with their excessive enthusiasm. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but he felt a little bad, so he had to let them pull it. I'm taking care of my mother and sister now. I'm not at work for the time being. I partnered with my friends to run a fried chicken restaurant. Occasionally, I go to the store to help in my spare time. Oh, do you want me to arrange a job for you? Song Yuan thought that Huo Jingling's company was also recruiting some time ago. If Ling still went there to work, wouldn't the two of them get a long day and night to enhance their relationship? No, the current income of the fried chicken restaurant is not bad, which can barely support our family's expenses. Moreover, my mother is in poor health now, and my sister is still young. She needs me to take care of her. She really doesn't have time. Ling's attitude was still neither humble nor arrogant, and he politely rejected Song Yuan. The old lady saw all this in her eyes and liked this granddaughter-in-law even more in her heart. Soon, the servant made an exquisite dinner, but Li still refused and had to stay for dinner. The old lady and Song Yuan's passionate eyes made Li still don't know where to put his hands, and the whole meal was very restrained. How about it? Is the food still delicious? We didn't know what you liked to eat, so we just asked our aunt to cook a few dishes. Song Yuan also picked up food for Li Still, and didn't notice her nervous look at all. Da Bao and Xiao Bao ate the food cooked by Li Still, and then ate their own food and felt tasteless. For a moment, they were a little upset. The old lady was surprised. What's wrong with you two? You usually eat most actively, but today's dish is not to your taste. Xiao Bao hissed and looked at her unhappily. These dishes are not as delicious as their sister's dishes. Haha, you little elf, you are used to eating one meal. Song Yuan stretched out her hand and scratched the tip of his nose, and praised Ling's daughter-in-law even more in her heart. Ling still likes them very much and said, since you like to eat, come to my house often in the future, and I will cook it for you again. Okay. Da Bao likes Ling still very much. When he heard her invitation, he clapped his hands and cheered. If only my sister was our mother, then we could eat such delicious food every day. Everyone was stunned. Ling was still embarrassed and blushed, but Song Yuan and the old lady looked at each other quietly and smiled. Soon, after dinner, Ling still proposed to leave. The two little guys got along well with her and couldn't bear to leave. The old lady ordered someone to bring the prepared gift and took her hand with a smile, which was very kind. Girl, thank you for sending my two babies back today. This is a little kindness. I hope you will accept it. Looking at the pile of valuable things she brought, Li still waved his hand quickly. Grandma, thank you for your kindness, but these things are too expensive for me to accept. Song Yuan had already guessed that she would refuse, and hurriedly persuaded, girl, just take it. This is a little thought from the old lady. Ling still firmly refused and said, I can't accept this gift, and I didn't send them back for these reasons. If you don't mind, you can bring them to my house at any time, but I won't accept the gift anyway. Chapter 27 Frequent Praise. Well, since you insist on not accepting it, we can't force it. She firmly refused, and Song Yuan had no choice but to give up with the old lady and let her leave empty-handed. Ling still smiled, pointed to the car in front of him, and said, it's enough to bother you. The old lady was determined to send a car to take her back. Ling still thought about it. If she refused again, it would seem a little boring. Da Bao and Xiao Bao and Ling still stayed for a day. When they saw her leave by car, they both pouted and stared at the car, disappearing into the dark. What's the matter? Are you unhappy? Song Yuan squatted down and looked at them, and found that the two children seemed to have tears in their eyes and were about to fall. Da Bao nodded and said, Grandma, this sister is so gentle. If only she could be our mother. They all like Li still very much and get along with her very happily, but Song Yuan can't tell them the truth for the time being, so she can only rub their heads with pity. Stupid child, when Dad comes back, you should ask Dad to cheer up quickly and find you a mother as gentle as this sister. That's a good idea. The two children's gloomy faces just now disappeared in an instant, and they grinned innocently. Huo Jinlin, who was thousands of miles away, knew nothing about what had happened at home. However, in the evening, Song Yuan sent him a message saying that the child had been found. He was also in a meeting, so he didn't ask any more questions. At this time, I finally finished a day's work, and then I remembered to call and ask. When Song Yuan saw the incoming call message on her mobile phone, she unconsciously pressed the answer button with a smile. Huo Jinling's handsome face appeared on the screen in an instant. Song Yuan was still extremely satisfied with Ling. Now when she saw her son, she felt as if she had seen a great meritorious minister. Do you know how these two children came back today? Looking at her mysterious eyes, Huo Jingling wondered, didn't the police send it back? He asked his assistant to call the police. The police station doesn't look at the monk's face, but the Buddha's face. If it were an ordinary person, it would definitely take 24 hours to go to the police, but who dares to provoke the Huo family? No, Song Yuan smiled and said with a deep meaning. It was your newlywed wife, and Ling still sent her back. Hearing the news that the two children were sent back, Huo Jingling thought of the police station at the first time. He didn't expect that Ling would still be sent back. How did she know these two children? Did she know her identity and deliberately hide it before? Huo Jingling's heart tightened. Could it be that Ling was still disguised before, so she deliberately asked him to get the certificate at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau? This is a coincidence that the two children met their sister in the park. Later, they still saw the wanted notice on TV, so they quickly sent the child back. Song Yuan saw that he was silent and knew what was he thinking and reminded, it's not what you think. Today's incident is purely a coincidence. She is still a good girl. The gift we gave her was also not taken. In a family like theirs, I'm afraid that the person I meet is in love with his money, not his people. In short, it is difficult to find a sincere one. I think she is still a good girl. She is very patient with the two children. My grandmother and I both like her very much. You'd better bring her home earlier. Huo Jingling didn't expect Song Yi to praise Lin still at the party, but he still had to consider the matter of officially taking Lin still back to his old house. I got it. Song Yuan was dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude and reminded, don't hide your identity for too long, otherwise you will still know it and feel that you have been deceived. When she thinks that you don't trust her and ignores you when you feel uncomfortable, you will regret it. I got it. I will find a suitable opportunity to tell her when I come back from a business trip. Huo Jingling was tired of dealing with it, so she responded on the surface, but in her heart, she did not intend to tell Ling the truth immediately. Looking at his impatient expression, Song Yuan knew that he was perfunctory himself. He was about to talk to him, but he caught a glimpse of two children running over and swallowed the words. Grandma, is it Dad? The two children ran over and put their heads together. When they saw Huo Jingling, they were very excited and kept chirping. Hearing that the children took the initiative to mention the sister who sent them home during the day, Huo Jingling suddenly became interested. So do you like the sister during the day? The two children nodded their heads like a chicken pecking at rice and said, I like it. My sister cooks deliciously and is very gentle. Really? Huo Jingling hooked her lips with deep meaning, revealing a little arrogance in her eyes. Xiaobao put his hand on his chin and stared at Huo Jingling in his mobile phone. Dad, if only I could let that sister be our mother. She is very good to us. I miss her a little. Song Yuan burst into laughter. My sister has just been back for so long. Huo Jingling smiled and comforted through the screen. Good boy, don't be unhappy. Dad will come back from a business trip in a few days and bring you delicious food. All right, all right. The child's mood changed quickly. As soon as he heard that there was delicious food, he immediately forgot his unhappiness just now. Huo Jingling and Song Yuan told him a few more words and hung up the phone. The room became quiet for a moment. Huo Jingling stared at the black screen mobile phone, thinking. After pondering for a moment, Huo Jingling picked up her mobile phone, opened the address book to look at it, and put the mobile phone back on the table in a dilemma. He got up and walked to the window, looked at the bright red and green outside, and suddenly missed the small house in Heling. Song Yuan's words hovered in his mind, and Huo Jingling was entangled and didn't know whether to tell Lin still the truth. Just as he hesitated, the screen of his mobile phone lit up again, and the vibration sounded in the room. Huo Jingling looked back and found that it happened to be a call from Lin Still. Lin Still didn't know the identity of the two children today. She also shared it with Huo Jingling, thinking that today's incident was very magical. Do you know? Today, Yi met two children in the park and brought them back. As a result, their family members appeared on TV. They were shocked to see the wanted notice and quickly sent them back. Although Huo Jingling knew what had happened and had not been exposed, she still listened to her patiently. Lin Still sighed. Don't you know that their house is bigger than our village? I guess that toilet is bigger than our room, and I don't know how the two children are used to staying in our house. Huo Jingling heard her exaggerated tone and didn't pierce it. When she finished speaking, she asked curiously, do you like the two children you met today? Chapter 28. Take care of yourself. I like them. They are very good and super cute. You haven't seen them. You will definitely like them very much when you see them. Lin still wanted to invite them to his home when he came back from a business trip, but he thought that his family background was special, and he must not be afraid that he would not allow children to come to their place at will. Well, Huo Jingling was also very pleased to hear that she liked Dabao and Xiaobao. So do you like children very much? Lin still thought for a moment, nodded and said, children are very cute, much simpler than adults. Adults are very thoughtful. It's complicated, but children are different. Their joys and sorrows are all written on their faces, so you don't have to guess. Speaking of this, she suddenly thought of the child in Huo Jingling's hometown, and her face was a little heavy in an instant. When it's convenient for you, it's better to pick up the children from your hometown as soon as possible. Huo Jingling didn't know why. Why did he suddenly mention them? Lin still sighed and said lightly, when I saw these two children coming out alone to find their father today, I suddenly felt that although the family was rich, their father must be very busy and had no time to accompany the child, so the two children thought of coming out to find him. Huo Jingling was silent. He really spent too little time with Dabao and Xiaobao. From the moment they were born, the servants of the family took care of them. He only occasionally went back to see them when he had time. He hardly went out with them. He still owed a lot to them in his heart. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin still thought that he was hesitating and worried about their current situation. 2 more children would not be able to afford it. Children should not be a burden. No matter how bad our situation is now, we should not be forced on children. Companionship is the most important thing. Children's childhood is only a few years. After this stage, you can't accompany him even if you want to. When Huo Jinling heard these words, he was really touched. He knew that Lin was still thinking about him and his children everywhere, and he was also moved. Since getting along with her during this period of time, Huo Jingling also saw that Lin was still a kind-hearted girl. The children were in her hands, and she was relieved. I got it. I will find a suitable time to pick them up after a while. Well, Lin still looked at the time. It was very late, and she was also a little tired. If there is nothing to do, I'll hang up first. You go to bed early. Well, Huo Jingling has always been taciturn. Even if the two of them sat opposite each other, they rarely spoke. What's more, on the phone, Ling was still used to it. She didn't think much about it and hung up the phone directly. Listening to the beeping sound from the mobile phone, Huo Jingling fell into meditation and unconsciously began to calculate to tell Ling the truth and officially bring the child to her. The night was getting darker, and Ling, who had been tired all day, still fell asleep with the hazy moonlight. Without a dream all night, she almost overslept when she woke up. When she got up in a hurry, Ling Yi had already got up and washed herself. Seeing her standing at the door, Ling Yi spit out the toothpaste foam in her mouth into the sink. "Sister, you're up. I'm about to call you." Compared with those 6 or 7-year-old children, Ling Yi is obviously much more sensible. She knows that her sister's daily hard work is very sorry for her. Ling still hurriedly picked up the comb and began to tie his hair. "Clean up quickly. I'll take you out for breakfast later. I have to go to the fried chicken restaurant to help later." The sisters came out of the house in a hurry. Ling Yi sent her to school, then bought some breakfast for Xu Wan. After feeding her, she hurried to the fried chicken restaurant. "Coincidentally, I came across the goods in the store." Ling still didn't say a word and quickly helped to receive the goods, sorted out the things in the freezer and sorted them. When all this was done, it was already noon. Several people were tired and panting. Guan Wei cooked some home-cooked meals casually, and everyone gathered around the table to eat. "Still, you have to eat more. You have lost weight recently." Since Xu Wan fell ill, Li's body has been losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Guan Wei looked distressed. "Is there any?" "I don't think so." Ling still pinched his face. It was still plump. "He didn't lose weight, did he?" Guan Wan gave her a blank look. "Don't you know how many jins and tails you have? Don't you know when you weigh it? Your collarbone is exposed. Haven't you lost weight yet?" When the words fell, Guan Wan directly gave her a piece of meat. "Eat more. Take good care of your body. Aunties all need you. If your body collapses, who will take care of them?" Her nagging did not make Ling still feel annoyed, but warmed her heart. Except for her mother, no one has ever cared about her so much. "Thank you, Sister Wan. I know. I will take care of myself. Don't worry about me. By the way, there is one more thing." Guan Wan looked up and looked at her seriously. "From tomorrow on, you don't have to come to the store. You are not very busy recently. A few of us can come over." "Huh." Ling still listened to it in the clouds and fog, but she still didn't know why. Looking at Guan Wan, she didn't know what she meant. Guan Wan added, "You still have to take care of your aunt in ordinary days. I'm afraid that your body will be unbearable to run back and forth. Now that you are not busy, you can take care of Yi and aunt at home at ease. We have everything in the store." Another sister in the store also nodded and said, "You have to take your sister to and from school on weekdays. It's very hard. You don't have to worry about the things in the store. Just a few of us. Their store has been open for a while, and everyone takes good care of each other, so the relationship in the store is also very harmonious." The other sister is also a veteran employee here. However, Ling still never thought of using this privilege. She resolutely refused and said, "No, I can be busy. I have received your wishes. It's just that there are so many things to do in the store, and you are also very hardworking. I will come whenever I have time, which is also my duty." Guan Wen wanted to persuade her again, but Li still directly stopped her words. "Sister Wan, stop talking. I am also a member of the store. No matter what happens, I should come to the store to help." Seeing that she insisted on this, it was difficult for everyone to persuade her. Guan Wan had to say, "Then take care of yourself and pay more attention to rest. If you really need help, just say it. We can help." Hearing this, Ling was still moved. Guan Wan had been helping her a lot. For so long, she had encountered so many things. Fortunately, with their help, she could survive. Chapter 29 Doubts. Day by day, although Ling was still tired, her heart was full of sunshine. Xu De's health was getting better day by day, and those dark and obscure days were gradually fading away. In the blink of an eye, Huo Jinling had not come back for 2 weeks. Ling was still surprised and called Huo Jinling during the lunch break. "Hasn't your colleague come back yet? Why did it take so long to change shifts?" Huo Jinling was shocked and speechless when asked. He had to extend the business trip because of work, but he forgot that Li was still on his side. Without hearing the echo, Li still took out her mobile phone and took a look. She was still on a normal call. She asked strangely, "Huo Jingling, are you still there?" "Yes, still." Huo Jingling came to her senses and found an excuse at will, saying, "My colleague's family had an accident and went back to his hometown, so he can't come back for a while, and he still needs me to help him replace him for a while." Oh, all right." Ling was still half-hearted and half-hearted. He was a little unhappy, but he couldn't help it. She and Ling Yi are used to Huo Jingling's existence. Suddenly, he didn't come back for so long, and Li was still a little unaccustomed to it. Huo Jinling on the other end of the phone heard her. The tone was wrong. I thought she didn't believe it. She hurriedly added, "Don't worry, I will change to the normal shift as soon as I finish my hometown affairs." Ling is still not a petty person. Hearing what he said, the little emotion in his heart disappeared in an instant. Thinking that he had been on duty for 2 consecutive weeks, he was a little worried. Can you eat it? It's been 2 weeks of night shift. It's okay. Listening to his caring tone, Huo Jinling felt that there seemed to be a warm current in his heart, and his tone was unconsciously gentler. I will take care of myself. Staying up late is the most hurtful. Ling is still worried that Huo Jingling's health has collapsed, and he is afraid that he can't get used to what the company has prepared. Forget it, or I'll cook some food for you tomorrow, and then buy you some daily necessities. Your dormitory is definitely not as good as your home. Just tell me what you lack, and I'll send it to you. Huo Jinling was very defensive. She didn't expect that Ling would still make this request. She was afraid of her suspicion, so she had to stubbornly agree. The two greeted each other. Ling still hung up the phone. Huo Jinling looked at his mobile phone but was not sleepy at all. He unconsciously remembered Song Yue's words in his mind. Ling is still very dependent on him now, and Huo Jinling can also see that she really cares about herself. Huo Jinling thinks it doesn't hurt to tell her the truth. Maybe it's the best for the 2 children. Yes, that's it. Huo Jinling secretly decided to tell Ling the truth after returning from a business trip. He completely forgot that Ling still was going to send him something to the company. However, early the next morning, the crisp ringtone of his mobile phone woke him up. Huo Jinling took the mobile phone on the bedside table with sleepy eyes, and the 3 words Ling still were written on it. He was so scared that he sat up quickly and pressed the answer button. Huo Jinling, you send me the address of your company. Yi Yi won't go to school this weekend. We will deliver things to you when we come back from the hospital. Well, he is not in the company at all. How can he pretend to be? In order to avoid Ling still discovering the truth, Huo Jinling had to find a lame excuse. Except for the internal employees of the company, no one else can go in and out at will. Just help me put the things with the security colleagues who are on duty during the day, and I will come out to get them when I am free later. Well, okay, then send me the address. Remember to get it when you are free. It's all food. Don't spoil it then. Listening to her tone, Huo Jinling breathed a sigh of relief and said, don't worry, I'll go right away when I'm free, and it won't be broken. Ling still didn't notice any abnormality. He told him a few more words and hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound from the other end of the phone, Huo Jinling quickly dialed the assistant's phone. Who is the security guard on duty during the day today? Later, a lady is going to deliver something to me. You can ask him to collect it for me. If the lady asks about me, just say that I am his colleague and I am on the night shift for others during this period. Huh? The assistant listened with a confused face. Mr. Huo, what do you mean? Huo Jinling was a little embarrassed. It probably took countless lies to tell a lie. He coughed softly. Just do as I say. Remember, don't reveal it. Well, I'm going to do it right away. The assistant didn't know why and didn't dare to ask any more questions. He had to tell the security guard on duty truthfully. The security guard's words to him were naturally obeying, so that when Li was still carrying something, the security guard calmly sent her away without revealing any flaws. Ling Yi looked at such a big company, and her eyes lit up. Sister, this building is very tall. My sister works here, and the salary should be very high, right? Maybe, but he is also working hard. Don't always let him buy things for you in the future. Huo Jinling's salary card was given to Ling Jingyu, but she never touched the money in it, and she didn't see how much he was paid every month. Ling Yi knew that her sister would teach her a lesson with a straight face every time. She could only stick out her tongue at her naughtily and did not talk about this topic again. The sisters came back on the bus. After getting off the bus, they walked for a while against the sun. They were already exhausted. Unexpectedly, they saw a familiar figure at the door of the house, and the sisters' steps stopped at the same time. That man was Ling Qianjin, who had disappeared for a long time. Ling's face still turned black. What are you doing here? Ling Qianjin was dirty and looked embarrassed, but he stared at them fiercely. What are you doing here? Of course, I asked you for money, and the two lost money. Ling Yi hid nervously behind Ling Still. Ling Still said angrily, keep your mouth clean. Have you forgotten the last lesson? If you pester me again, I won't give up. Ling Still, I'm barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. If you don't give me money this time, I will never leave. This time, Ling Qianjin has been cheated out of all his money by Xin Saijie. At this moment, he is already homeless. He is still determined to come to Ling for money. If Ling Still doesn't give it, he will definitely not leave. Ling Still probably guessed this, but he still firmly refused. My money was used for my mother's treatment, and I don't have a penny at the moment. It's useless for you to follow me. It's not that I don't give it to you, but that I really can't take it out. Chapter 30 Pestering and Beating. Humph, Ling Qianjie sneered, obviously didn't believe Ling's words, and threatened her persistently, if you don't pay, I will never give up. Let's wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, he lay down directly at the door like an old man, not caring about Ling Still and Li Yi at all. The two sisters looked at each other, and their expressions were a little ugly. Ling Still knew that people like him were used to being shameless, and he didn't bother to pay attention to it. He directly pulled Ling Yi and carefully bypassed him into the room. After a long time, Ling still cooked and quietly went to the window to take a look. He was still lying there half dead and didn't even move his seat. Ling Yi was a little scared. Sister, what should we do? In fact, Ling was still a little afraid, but in order to comfort Ling Yi, she still pretended to be calm. Don't be afraid, her sister is here, and he dares not do anything to us. Ling Yi nodded anxiously and sat down to eat with fear in her heart. The usual delicious meals have become tasteless today. The sisters didn't dare to make a big move all afternoon, as if they were afraid of waking up the people outside the window. It was not until dinner time that Ling Yi looked out and found that Ling Tianjing was not outside, and the hanging heart finally let go. She shouted excitedly to the busy man in the kitchen, Sister, sister, that man is gone. Listening to her voice, Ling still knew that she was talking about Ling Tianjing. Then the two of them seemed to have resolved the crisis and sat down happily for dinner. In the next 2 days, Ling Tianjing did not appear, but Ling still did not dare to relax his vigilance at all, and his heart was more nervous. Sure enough, when she sent Ling Yi to school on Monday morning, she always felt that someone had been following them. Ling was still stunned and had a bad intuition. That person must be Ling Tianjing. Sure enough, Ling still blocked him on the way home from school. What on earth are you going to do? I've already told you. We don't have money. Why do you want to pester me? Haha, Ling Tianjin laughed twice. Lay still, if you don't give me money, I will not only not leave, but also keep harassing you until you are willing to give me money. Ling still wanted to use the previous trick and threatened, Ling Tianjin, you are affecting my normal life. I can sue you. Before Huo Jingling used this trick, Ling Tianjin was very useful, but now he has learned to be smart, and he is not afraid of Ling's words. Ling still, your trick doesn't work for me. I'm so far away from you. What evidence do you have to prove that I'm following you? If you don't want to do this, you can take out the money. Otherwise, don't try to scare me. In a word, if you want to have a birthday, you have to take out the money. Ling still didn't talk to him. He turned around and left with Ling Yi, pretending that the person behind him did not exist. For such a scoundrel, the best way was to ignore him. They deliberately accelerated their pace, but the people behind them obviously noticed it, and he also deliberately kept up with them. In short, Ling Tianjin has been keeping a distance between them and Ling. If they are fast, he will be fast, and if they are slow, he will slow down. In a word, he was like a piece of cowhide candy, and he couldn't get rid of it. Ling still had no choice but to drag him like this, hoping that Huo Jingling could come back quickly. Ling Tianjin regards gambling as life. This is this bottomless pit. No matter how much money is in his hands, I'm afraid it's not enough to lose. Moreover, although Shijia's condition is getting better now, she is weak and needs to supplement nutrition, which also costs a lot of money. All the expenses of Ling Yi's schooling are also she is responsible for all the expenses, and the big and small expenses are all paid by her, so she is indeed very tight and has no money to give to Ling Tianjin. As expected, Ling Tianjin, as he said, vowed not to stop when he saw Tian. He had been following Ling Yi for several days in a row, harassing them near the sister's house. Ling still had a headache. One day, the fried chicken restaurant was so busy that Ling still forgot the time. Ling Yi waited left and right at the gate of the school and didn't see Ling still, so she had to go back boldly. Ling Tianjing was still following her. Seeing that Ling still didn't come, Ling Yi was alone. Ling Tianjing originally wanted to take her away, but when he thought about the jingle of his current poverty, if he brought Ling Yi back and had her more mouth to eat, it would be better to ask Ling Yi for money. Ling Yi has been carefully guarding for Ling Tianjin. She looked left and right all the way, hoping to meet a kind person who could help her get rid of the big trouble behind her. As a result, when I passed a corner, I didn't meet the kind person I imagined, but I accidentally caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Xin Caijie was dating another man with her son, Ling Yi's nominal younger brother. The two were so close that Ling Yi couldn't help fighting for Ling Tianjing. She stopped to look for a while, and the people behind her also stopped and followed Ling Yi's line of sight inexplicably. Ling Yi knew that Ling Tianjin must have no time to take care of her now, so she went straight back to Ling Tianjin. Can you stand it all like this? At this time, Ling Tianjin clenched his hands into fists, and his ugly face was like Baogong. The emotions that he could have been able to hold back exploded in an instant in Ling Yi's words. Ling Yi still doesn't want to add fuel to the fire. Aren't you quite dignified in ordinary days? Why are you cowardly again at such a critical moment? Why don't you hurry up and catch adultery? If you miss this opportunity, it won't be easy next time. When Ling Tianjin, who had always been arrogant, heard the words, he didn't care so much. He rushed over with a dark face and slapped Xin Caijie in the face fiercely. You bitch, how dare you hang out with a wild man? Let's see if I don't tear your mouth. He was so strong that Xin Caijie struggled a few times before dodging. She made her crooked clothes, and her heart was full of anger. Ling Tianjin, do you really think of yourself as a person? I'm not close to you, and the child is not yours. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Don't forget that Zhu Wan is your nominal wife. You only have the right to ask her, not my business. Both of them were furious and immediately scolded each other in the street. Ling Tianjing was originally wearing green. Hat felt uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, Xing Caidie's words were like a fuse, which instantly drove Ling Tianjin's mood. He suddenly raised his hand and prepared to slap her, saying that the pain expected by Xing Caidie did not come. Ling Tianjin, what are you? How dare you attack my woman? Chapter 31 Ants. Ling Tianjin was stunned by this roar, and his anger was worried that there was no place to vent. At this time, all his brains were on the middle-aged man's head. What are you, a woman who dares to touch me? The two quickly had a big fight, wrestling and rolling around on the ground. Their noses and faces were swollen in 3 or 2 strokes, and the scene was a little tragic. Xing Caidie took a few steps back with her son. She was a little nervous. She was afraid that something would happen, and she didn't dare to come forward to art. Passers-by saw this scene and didn't know what happened. She hurried to call the police for them. Ling Yi saw this scene from the side, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The police came soon. Ling Tianjin and the middle-aged man were still fighting together, and even told them several times without stopping. Finally, the police learned about the situation and learned that it was Ling Tianjin who took the lead, so they immediately handcuffed him. Ling Tianjin was indignant. Why did you arrest me? It's all a pair of adulterous husbands and who stole people behind my back. Why didn't I beat him? The policemen looked at each other with a deep meaning and said, we don't care about your family disputes. You fight in public. You are the first to make trouble. Naturally, we will take you back for good interrogation. You. Ling Tianjin was taken away by the police, and the resistance was ineffective. He turned around angrily and cursed at the two. Xing Caidie, you broken shoes, you don't want to die, bitch, shameless. The curses continued, and Xing Caidie trembled with anger. It was not until she watched Ling Tianjin being pressed into the police car and the car drove away that she smiled comfortably. He glanced at Ling Yi in the crowd. She came over with Ling Yi's nominal brother with a bad smile, and said strangely, Ling Yi, you are really good. At the age of 7, you can incite your father to provoke trouble in the street, and send him to the police station with your own hands. You are really filial. Ling Yi herself knew that it was her little eyes at that time that completely angered Ling Tianjin's heart, so he would fight with the People's Congress. But Xing Caidie was a villain in her eyes. Ling Yi didn't bother to say more to her. She glanced at her and left arrogantly with her school bag on her back. Being despised by such a child, Xing Caidie's self-esteem was hit. Looking at her little figure walking further and further, Xing Caidie clenched her fists and her eyes were fierce. Xu Wan, this is your good daughter. Let's wait and see. As soon as Ling Yi walked away, she met Ling Still, who came out to find her. The moment she saw her, Ling Yi felt a little afraid. Sister, you're here? You scared me to death just now. Ling's heart was still tight. Did Ling Tianjin do something to you? During this period, Ling Tianjin has been harassing their sisters, so Ling Still saw the time and rushed out to find Ling Yi for fear that something would happen. No, Ling Yi shook her head. He was fighting with someone else, and the police took him away. Ling was still puzzled. He was so neat. How could he fight with people? Ling Yi shrinted her mouth and told Ling Yi about what had just happened. After listening to all this, Ling was still a little afraid in his heart. He bent his index finger and knocked on Ling Yi's forehead. You are bold. He was so fat that he dared to incite him to fight. He was hot-headed at that time, but he inevitably reacted later, thinking that you were striving against him. What should you do when you come to settle the score? Ling Yi was young and didn't want to get so much. Hearing her say that, she was a little scared for a moment. Sister, how long will he be locked up this time? Will he come to me as soon as he comes out? Ling was still helpless and said angrily, now you know you're scared. What did you do early? The child was scolded and lowered her head and didn't talk to her again. Ling still looked at her obedient appearance, and she was really angry and funny. Just this time, let's not take it as an example. Don't make arguments without permission and annoy Ling Tianjin. Ling Yi stuck out her tongue mischievously, I see. This time, Ling Tianjin was lucky. The middle-aged man was not deeply injured, and there was no surveillance to prove it, so the police only reprimanded Ling Tianjin and was released after being detained for several hours. Therefore, as soon as the Ling sisters had dinner and Ling Yi was doing her homework in front of the window, she saw Ling Tianjin limping. She ran to find Ling in horror. Sister, he's here again. Is he looking for me? Ah, who is it? Ling was still washing the dishes and was confused. She quickly put down the work at hand and ran after her to see that it was Ling Tianjin. It's okay. It's okay. My sister is here. She will protect you. The sisters opened the door carefully and saw that Ling Tianjin had come to the door, carrying a large bag of things on his back. What are you doing? Ling Tianjin put down the bag of things. It turned out to be his bedding. Obviously, he came prepared and wanted to live here directly. What do you think I'm going to do? If you don't pay me, I can only lay the floor here. You. Ling was still angry. She looked at the sky. The sway corridor argued with him. This is a public place. What does it look like when you lay a floor here? Oh, Ling Tianjin quickly raised his hand and slapped Ling Still, and scolded angrily, you little bitch, even you think I'm ashamed, don't you? I'm on fire in my heart. You'd better not mess with me. Sister. With a snap echoing in the corridor, Ling was still caught off guard, and 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on her face. Ling Yi exclaimed in fright. He roared loudly like a madman, and the movement was too loud. When the neighbors heard the sound, they opened the door to watch. They found that it was the man last time, who all came to watch with an optimistic expression. When Ling Tianjin saw more and more people, he was happy and quickly said, "You unfilial girl, I'm your father. You don't give me money now, and you still want to turn me away. Is your conscience eaten by a dog?" There was an uproar, and they only pointed at Ling indiscriminately. Ling was still speechless. Just when the situation was deadlocked, Huo Jinling came back in time. As soon as Ling Tianjin saw him, he immediately became vigilant. He had suffered Huo Jingling's loss. As soon as he saw him, he wanted to take the lead. Unexpectedly, Huo Jingling was extremely vigilant and anti-guest, so he pressed Ling Tianjin to the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. Before he could see the details, Ling Tianjin had already been controlled. "Brother-in-law, you're back." When Ling and Ling Yi saw Huo Jingling coming back, they both ran over happily. Seeing that he had subdued Ling Tianjin in 3 or 2 times, Ling Yi's eyes were full of admiration. Huo Jingling looked at Ling Tianjin like an ant, and said coldly, "Ling Tianjin, I won't do anything to you, but I will let the law sanction you." Chapter 32 Pursuit of Dreams. Ling Tianjin didn't know Huo Jingling's background. He just thought he was an ordinary person. Although he was subdued, he still played a scoundrel. "I asked my daughter for money. Which law does this violate? What ability do you have to make the law sanction me? Oh, then I'll show you." Huo Jingling looked at Yi's all, and his eyes were cold and piercing, which was not like an ordinary joke at all. Ling Tianjin was scared for a moment and stunned. Ling still felt fear and grievance in his heart, and he hated to vent all the words that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. "Ling Tianjin, I'm just an adopted daughter. From the day I stepped into the gate of the Ling family, you beat me and scolded me. Later, you raised a 3rd child outside. I didn't care about the sick adoptive mother and young sister in return. Which point is sorry for you? Do you still have a little conscience when you come to trouble with me for 3 days?" These words have been accumulated in her heart for a long time. Now that they burst out, Ling still feels much more comfortable. She did not ask them for anything, but just hoped that they could understand her difficulty, which was enough. Now everyone finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It was true that Ling Tianjin had come to make trouble once, and they couldn't help but stand up for Ling Tianjin's injustice, and condemned Ling Tianjin one after another. "Who are you? Why do you still have a door on your face? That's right, it looks like a human touch. Why are you still raising Xiaosan outside? Yeah, I can't see it at all. How can he be such a person? Who knows, in today's society, there are more such clothes and beasts in today's society." The words of everyone's accusations came to cover their faces, and Huo Jingling also controlled Ling Tianjin. He was as embarrassed as a bereaved dog and did not dare to say another word. The siren sounded not far away, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Soon several policemen appeared in the sight of everyone. Ling Tianjin is already a regular visitor to the police station. Several policemen who came knew him and understood the origin of the matter. When they learned that it was a family dispute, they just mediated a few words. "Don't make trouble anymore. Find a serious job to live. Otherwise, it's just as simple as mediation when we come back next time." For this kind of ordinary family dispute, the police have no right to detain Ling Tianjin and can only try their best to mediate. Huo Jingling wanted to deal with him, but he didn't want to reveal his identity in front of Ling, so he just threatened him. "Why don't you get out of here? If you disturb the lives of their sisters again, I, Huo Jingling, will not forgive you first. If you don't believe me, you can try." Ling Tianjin has been forced to this scent. There is no one who believes it or not. He is intimidated to break free from the bondage, spreads his legs and runs away, and can't care about anything else. When the police saw that the others were still surrounded, they quickly dismissed the crowd. "Let's all disperse, go back to their own homes, and stop surrounding." Everyone had already watched the good play, and when they saw the police open their mouths, they closed the door and entered the room. "Are you the policeman? You have to cooperate with us to say a few words. We need to write a police record." Huo Jingling nodded and turned to Ling Still and said, "You take Yi in first. I'll be back after a few words." Ling Still nodded and took Ling Yi into the room haggardly, but thoughtfully left a gap in the door. During this period, she was harassed by Ling Tianjin every now and then. She had already been exhausted, especially this time. Fortunately, Huo Jingling came back in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. When Huo Jingling came in, he just looked at it. Ling, who was still petite, lay on his side on the sofa and fell into meditation, and the softest part of his heart suddenly hurt. "Why don't you go into the house to sleep?" He moved gently, and Ling still didn't notice that he was coming. It was not until the voice sounded in her ear that she came back to her senses. "No, I'm not sleepy, but I'm a little tired. I'll rest here for a while." She sat up from the sofa, and Huo Jingling sat down in the chair opposite her. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere between the two was a little special. Ling still felt that she was probably crazy. Even though Huo Jingling did nothing in this family, she felt very secure and secure. The two of them haven't seen each other for a long time, and they never thought that on such an occasion, Huo Jingling still felt sorry for Ling. Born in such a family, a girl had so much responsibility. The two looked at each other and were speechless. The living room is as quiet as a needle falling to the ground, which can be heard, or Ling still took the lead in breaking the tranquility. Why did you come back at this time? Did your colleague go to work normally? No, Huo Jingling shook her head and took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to her. I was liked by the senior management of the group and transferred me to an administrative position. In the future, I will do some simple civil work, and the salary has also been raised. This is my salary card. I'd better leave it to you to take care of in the future. Ling was still surprised and happy. He sighed a few words and pushed his bank card back to him. Really? You are so awesome, but I'm not good at taking care of these, and I have my own money. If I need something to use, I'll come to you again. Take it. Huo Jingling forcibly pulled Ling's hand over and stuffed the card into her hand. Inside, you can take it. Now that we are married and become a family, we have the obligation to build this small family together. Ling still wanted to refuse again, which showed that Huo Jingling's attitude was resolute. If she refused again, she would seem a little twisted. Well, then I'll be here for you first. If you want to use it, just ask me. In fact, what she thought was that Huo Jingling still had 2 children after all. If she came here in the future, it would also cost a lot of money. She thought that she had saved some money for him in advance and put it there. Huo Jingling couldn't care so much. He didn't care about that little money at all, just to alleviate the doubts in Ling's heart. But in order for Ling to still accept the card with peace of mind, Huo Jingling had to make up a lie again, otherwise with her shadow, she would definitely not. It's okay. You use it. Well, you also have what you want to do. In the future, I will silently support you behind your back. Do whatever you want. Since the two met, Huo Jingling saw that Ling was still busy, as if she was living for others. Ling still heard his words, and her inner mood fluctuated greatly. For so many years, she has been supporting this family, and no one has ever asked her about her dream. Everyone enjoyed everything she brought with peace of mind, but never asked her about her dream, and no one ever cared about what kind of life she wanted. Chapter 33 Promise. Dreaming is too far away for her, and Ling has never asked for these since she was sensible. Listening to Huo Jingling's words, her tears couldn't help flowing down, as if she was going to vent all the so many years of heartache and grievances. Huo Jingling probably understood and just patted her back silently, in a gentle tone. Don't be sad. Everything has me, and I will never make you sad again. As soon as his words came out, Ling still cried even more, and her mood was out of control. I don't know when, Huo Jingling had taken her into his arms. When she was tired of crying and her mood stabilized, she found that Huo Jingling's chest was wet, which was particularly conspicuous on the black coat. Afraid that she would dislike him, Ling was still a little embarrassed. You. Take it off, I'll wash it for you. It's okay. Are you in a better mood? Well, thank you. I'm much better. Ling still nodded with an awkward expression. She always seemed to make a fool of herself in front of Huo Jingling, and every time she showed her ugly side in front of him. Huo Jingling remembered the topic just now and proposed again. What do you want to do in the future? In order to pursue it, my salary has been raised, and the heavy responsibility of supporting the family in the future can be left to me. In fact, he feels sorry for Ling, who is still a girl, but he has to bear so much, which is a little worthless for her. I hope she can choose to do what she likes when she is young. Unexpectedly, Lei still shook his head resolutely. No, I am also a member of this family. I also want to make money to support my family. I can't put all the burdens of life on you alone. For so many years, she has been used to such a life, and has even forgotten her dreams and the life she wants many years ago. Now, she thinks it's good. She just wants to build her small family. It's okay. My current salary is enough to support our family. Just let go and do what you like. Ling is still used to seeing too much, and Xu Wan is a good example. Therefore, she secretly vowed in her heart for a long time that she would get married and have a family in the future. No matter how excellent the other party is, she must have a job and the ability to make money. Only when both parties are good enough can the other party be attracted and the marriage be fresh. No, I won't agree with this matter. Now that we have just started a family, there are still many difficulties to be solved. Anyway, I have to build our small family first. Knowing that she was a stubborn person, Huo Jingling did not continue to persuade, but couldn't help changing her impression of Ling again. This girl is really special. Maybe she is different from other girls. It's time for me to tell her the truth. Speaking of this, Ling still thought of the 2 children in his hometown. At present, this is something that Ling still can't let go of. Your children, why don't you pick it up earlier? I thought that the poor 2 children came out to find their father alone that day, and I couldn't bear it. They have been in their hometown and miss you very much. Will they also come out to find you? Fortunately, the 2 children met Ling Yi and were brought back that day. If they had met other bad guys, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Huo Jingling wondered, didn't you say that the 2 children's family conditions were very good? Then you should not worry about food and clothing. Why are you so pitiful? And you don't have to worry. My children are taken care of by my parents and my grandmother in my hometown, and they are doing well. He thought that Ling was still worried that the living conditions in his hometown were too bad, but he couldn't explain so much to Li still, which could only show that the child was taken care of and would not suffer. Unexpectedly, this word was still refuted by Ling. Is it good to have someone to take care of you without worrying about food and clothing? Children need companionship and grow up in a loving environment. Huo Jinlin was powerless to refute, and a shadow appeared in the corner of Ling's eyes. He said, I have been an orphan since I was a child. I can understand that feeling very well. Without my parents' company, no matter how good the living conditions are, they can't fill the shortcomings in my heart. This topic is a little heavy. Huo Jinlin has been busy since he was a child. His parents have always been busy. He once asked for these things, but when he grew up, he got used to it. Now that he thinks about it carefully, he is indeed too busy and has overlooked the two children. They have almost been born. Huo Jinlin has not accompanied them much, and he does owe something in his heart. I got it. I'll think about it. Well, Ling still nodded and said, you should take the children to your side earlier. The conditions and teaching in the city will be better than those in the countryside. At this stage, their academic education is the most important. Ling is still not selfish. Since he promised to marry Huo Jinling, he has sincerely regarded his two children as his own responsibility, so he will consider these everywhere. Huo Jinling was also very moved. The family environment he grew up with made him mistakenly think that marriage is a life of two partners, so the marriage partner is not important to him, as long as he is good to those two children. But he never thought that he would meet such a unique girl as Ling, which made his heart hope rise. Don't worry, I will treat the two children as my own and take good care of them. When our conditions are better in a few years, we will change to a bigger house, and we will take all your family here for easy care. Although Ling still hasn't seen Huo Jinling's family until now, she has always regarded this as her responsibility. In the dead of night, she is thinking about how to take good care of these people. Thank you. Huo Jinling was so moved that she didn't know how to respond for a moment. Ling still shuttered his mouth dissatisfiedly. Didn't you say it before? We are a family, so you don't need to say thank you. Besides, you are very good to my mother and Yi, so it is reasonable for me to be good to your family. Her little gesture of pouting unexpectedly looked particularly cute. Huo Jinling's heart was like a feather sliding over, and a strange feeling came from the softest part of her heart. Huo Jinling liked the future she envisaged very much. After this conversation, the two got much closer. Hearing her mention of Dabao and Xiaobao again and again, Huo Jinling was curious and couldn't help asking, how were the two children that day? Did they make trouble at home? Did you get along well? Only my two children know that heaven and earth are omnipotent. If no one stops them, they dare to demolish the house. No, it's okay. The two of them are quite smart. Lin still really likes them and said, it's normal for children to be naughty occasionally. Chapter 34 The Truth. In Lin's heart, she still thinks that children are the most innocent, so no matter what they do, they are releasing their nature. She feels that this should not be the standard for adults to judge whether they are good or not. Looking at her expression, it doesn't look like a lie. Huo Jinling is sure that they are getting along well, which is enough. The two chatted as soon as they came back. Unconsciously, time had passed. Ling was still a little tired and couldn't help yawning. Are you sleepy? Go to bed quickly. Well, I'm really a little tired. Then I'll go to bed first. You should go to bed early. Good night. Ling still got up and walked towards Ling Yi's room. Looking at the door closing gently, Huo Jinling leaned her back on the sofa and leaned her head on the cushion, echoing in her mind what Ling had just said. In this way, the children and Ling still like each other. Now that they can accept each other, there is no need to hide it anymore. Next, they can slowly tell her the truth. Huo Jinling rushed back as soon as she got off the plane. The jet lag had not been reversed yet. At this moment, she was thinking about it and fell asleep slowly. Ling still got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. When he pushed the door open, he saw Huo Jinling sleeping on the sofa. He couldn't bear to wake him up, so he walked over gently and covered him with a small blanket beside him. Ah! Unexpectedly, as soon as the blanket was picked up, Huo Jingling's big hand keenly grabbed Lin's wrist. She was shocked and fell firmly into the man's arms. Huo Jinling has always been highly vigilant. No one could get close to him even in his sleep. Hearing Ling still exclaim in a small voice, he hurriedly let her go. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Did I hurt you? This was the first time the two of them hugged each other. Ling could still smell the unique male smell of Huo Jinling. Her face turned red with a brush, and her heart was like a deer bumping. No, she stammered and explained, I want to cover you with a blanket for fear that you will catch a cold. Well, it's okay. I didn't know it was you. Huo Jinling was still a little calm. At this time, Ling was still pressing heavily on his body. The faint fragrance of the girl's body lingered between his nose, and he was quietly changing. Can you get up first? If he didn't stop it, Huo Jinling was afraid that he would scare Ling still. Only then did Ling still react. Like an electric shock, he stood up and didn't dare to look at Huo Jinling. He ran back to his room as if he was running away. Huo Jingling looked at her slight body, shook her head helplessly, got up and walked to the bathroom. Ling was still lying in bed, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Her face was still hot, and she could even hear her own pounding heartbeat in the dark. I don't know how long it took, but her eyelids finally couldn't support it and closed gently. Early the next morning, when Huo Jingling got up, Ling still had already made breakfast. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ling still coming out of the kitchen with a plate. They looked at each other. The embarrassing scene of last night immediately came to his mind again, and Lee still couldn't control the blush. "Sister, are you hot? Why are you so blushing?" There was no taboo in children's words. The child suddenly said a sentence, and Lee's face was still even more blushing. He came over with a plate and put it on the table. He didn't dare to look at Huo Jingling again. "Eat your meal, children's family, don't talk too much." Ling Yiyi was a little ghost. Naturally, she guessed what was going on and didn't pierce it. The ghost elf still stuck out his tongue at Ling. Huo Jingling came over after washing and sat next to Ling Yiyi. As soon as she picked up a piece of toast bread, Ling Yiyi immediately came over. "Brother-in-law, do you and your sister have a little secret from me? People are small and ghosts are big." Huo Jingling stretched out his index finger and tapped her forehead unceremoniously. Ling Yiyi curled her lips unhappily. "If you don't tell me to pull it down, I will know sooner or later." Ling, who had breakfast, was still extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, Huo Jingling had breakfast in a hurry and went out, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. After more than 10 days on a business trip, Huo Jingling missed the children a little. In the afternoon, he drove back to his old house. As soon as the two children saw Huo Jingling, they rushed over excitedly. "Dad, you're finally back." Huo Jingling squatted down, hugged the two children, and walked inside with one in one hand. "Have you two been good at home these days? Have you listened to Grandma and Grandma? Be obedient, we are so good." Da Bao patted his chest proudly, and his arrogant little eyes seemed to be asking for credit. Huo Jingling stretched out her hand and scratched the tip of his nose, pretending to be serious and reprimanded. "Why did you sneak out that day? Do you know that Grandma and others were so anxious that they didn't say a word when they went out?" Xiaobao was a little afraid that Huo Jingling would be angry and explained anxiously, "We wanted to find our mother, not to make Grandma and others worry." "Sorry, Dad, we knew we were wrong." Hearing this, Huo Jingling remembered Ling's words again. He felt ashamed of the two children and couldn't bear to reprimand them anymore. When Song Yuan saw this, she hurried out to play in the round. Okay, it's all over. The children also know that they are wrong, so don't teach them any more lessons." The old lady also said in Adwell, yes, it's good that they ran out and met the same thing. The child was really good. They were sent back in time, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As soon as Ling was mentioned, the old lady couldn't close her mouth with laughter and was overjoyed. Song Yuan also praised her. "This girl is really good, sensible, kind, diligent, and hardworking. You'd better bring her back earlier." Although he knew that they had received the certificate, Huo Jingling did not bring it back for a day, and Song Yuan was not at ease for a day. Huo Jingling came back today and was going to discuss this matter with them. Now that he brought it up, he turned around and asked the two children. "Da Bao and Xiaobao, do you like the aunt who sent you back that day?" "I like it." Da Bao said while counting her fingers, "That sister can cook again. She is beautiful and gentle. Xiaobao and I can't give up on her." "Sister." Huo Jingling's face was full of black lines. She was sure that they really liked Ling still very much, so she said, "She is your mother." "Wow." The two children were overjoyed and ran around in the living room with cheers. They couldn't stop being excited. When Song Yuan saw that he had shown Ling's identity in front of the children, he asked, "When will you bring her back so that I can prepare a meeting gift?" Yes, the old lady excitedly agreed with her words and said, "Do you want to hold a banquet directly and discuss the wedding by the way?" Chapter 35 Misunderstanding. Huo Jingling. Song Yuan saw her son frowning and quickly came out to persuade the old lady, "Mom, don't be too anxious. They have already received the marriage certificate, but they still can't run away. Don't scare her at the first time you meet her, and you won't dare to come again. Grandma, you don't worry, she is already from our Huo family. We will meet sooner or later. You don't have to be so anxious." Huo Jingling put his hand on the old lady's shoulder and pressed her to sit on the sofa. The old lady smiled and all the wrinkles on her face came out. She gently patted his hand on her shoulder. Yes, then I'll just prepare some welcome gifts. You bring her back earlier. Don't let Grandma wait anxiously." "Grandma, I know. I'll tell her the truth when I go back today, and we'll come back to see you together." Good. Everyone in the room was overjoyed. Everyone laughed so much that they didn't close their mouths. The laughter echoed in the huge house. No one noticed the middle-aged man standing at the door of the living room. Huo Nanqian's face was gloomy. Listening to the conversation between his mother and his wife and children, he felt more and more unhappy. "Find someone for me right away. I want to see her." "Yes, Chairman." Ling still didn't know about all this. After she picked up Ling Yi back, she saw a middle-aged man in a black suit standing at the door, with a black Rolls-Royce parked next to her, as if waiting for her. Fortunately, the man's face was happy. When he saw their sisters coming over, he just nodded and didn't say much. Lin still knew that it was coming to her. She sent Ling Yi into the room and told her to do her homework quickly. She watched the door of her room close before opening the door. "Miss Ling, please come with me. My master wants to see you." "Meet me?" Lin still looked at him doubtfully. "Did you make a mistake?" "Please, Miss Ling." The middle-aged man didn't say much. He went straight forward and opened the car door. Ling still refused at all. Lin still looked at him like that and was not afraid. He firmly said, "If you refuse to tell the identity of your master, I will definitely not go with you." Seeing his insistence, the middle-aged man had no choice but to say helplessly, "It's Mr. Huo's father, and I'm his driver." "Mr. Huo." Ling still turned around in her mind. She knew only one person surnamed Huo Jingling. But didn't Huo Jingling say that his family's conditions were not good, and even the two children were raised in his hometown? This car looks very valuable, and it is also equipped with a full-time driver. It seems that his father's identity is not simple. With doubts in his mind, Ling still got on the car in a daze and was taken to the door of a luxurious cafe by the driver. The driver politely got out of the car and opened the door for her. "Come in, Miss Ling, the master is waiting for you inside." Ling still looked at the high-end cafe in front of him and hesitated for a moment before walking in. It was empty inside. There was only a middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s in a suit and leather shoes. It seemed that it should be him. "Nice to meet you, Miss Ling." Huo Nantian looked at the ordinary girl in front of him and did not get up. He simply raised his hand to signal her to sit down. Ling still sat down unceremoniously, with doubts in his mind, politely but respectfully. "Are you going to see me?" The person in front of him was dressed in a black high-end handmade suit, and his elegant temperament made people unable to associate with Huo Jingling. "Yes, it's me," Huo Nantian said with a serious face. "I'm Huo Nantian, Huo Jingling's father." Ling still looked dumb, so who said he, and Huo Jingling panicked. Huo Nantian knew her expression without looking at it, and he didn't have time to talk nonsense with her. He was straightforward. "You don't have to wonder. It was Huo Jingling who panicked you. His real identity is the president of Huo's group." For others, this may be as excited as winning the first prize, but Ling has always been more serious. Hearing this, it was like a bolt from the blue, which made her unable to recover for a long time. "Miss Ling, you should have heard a little about Huo's group. Our Huo family has been in business for generations, and Huo Jingling is the only heir of our Huo family. His wife should be the head of our Huo family and help his career. The implied is that she, who has a small family, will be a drag for Huo Jingling, and will not be of any help." Ling still had doubts about Huo Jingling's identity for a long time, but she didn't expect the truth to be so unacceptable. Her whole body was like a petrified, sitting in place, and Huo Nantian's words had been echoing in her mind, and she didn't even know when he left. "Miss Ling, do you think Huo Jingling is sincere to you? He's just playing with you. You'd better give up this thought earlier." Ling still sneered. "Yes, what kind of woman does Huo Jingling want? How could he choose her? Huo Jingling, I'm really disappointed in you." Huo Jingling, who didn't know about it, just came back from Nanlingying when she saw that there was no one in the living room, and Ling Yi was doing her homework in the room. Hearing the movement, he turned around and his lips moved silently. "My sister is in the room." Looking at her gloating expression, Huo Jingling didn't know about it and went straight in. Ling still knew it was him and didn't raise his head. His tone was the coldness Huo Jingling saw for the first time. "Huo Jingling, do you have anything to hide from me?" "What?" Huo Jingling was at a loss, but then he was stunned. His intuition was bad. He didn't know if Ling still knew something. But his performance was still in Ling's eyes, but he thought he didn't want to explain to himself. He immediately patted the table angrily and said, "Huo Jingling, let's divorce. I'm not worthy of you." She was very emotional. Obviously, there was something wrong. Except for this matter, Huo Jingling had nothing else to hide from her and hurried forward to explain. "I won't agree to the divorce. I did make a mistake in this matter. Listen to my explanation. I was going to tell you the truth when I came back from a business trip, but I didn't expect you to know in advance." Lin still heard the clue and looked at him with disappointment and said, "Huo Jingling, you really chill me. So you are really the son of Huo's group? It seems that I didn't know when I got a large amount of money." "No, still, listen to my explanation, things are not what you think." "Shut up, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore." Before he finished his words, Lin still interrupted mercilessly. The scars left by his ex-boyfriend are still vivid in his eyes. Now what Lin still hates most is cheating. The fierce quarrel between the two shocked Ling Yi next door, and there was a gentle knock on the door. "Sister, brother-in-law, are you quarreling?" Chapter 36 Forced to live together. Lin still didn't want Ling Yi to see the scene of the two quarreling, so he had to sort out his emotions and hold Huo Jingling's arm with a smile on his face, pretending that nothing had happened. "No, we are just talking, and the voice is a little louder." Huo Jingling knew her intention and also cooperated with her. "Yi, go and do your homework. Don't worry, I won't quarrel with your sister." "Well," Ling Yi nodded. Maybe she still didn't believe Ling's words, but she believed that Hua Jinling would not lie to her. Looking at her sister turning around and leaving, Lei's face changed in an instant. She withdrew her hand and looked at Hua Jinling coldly. Don't think that you just helped me coax Yi, and I will forgive you. Hua Jinling couldn't laugh or cry. I have never thought of this. Yi is also my sister. I just hope that she will grow up healthy and happy. The two came out of the room one after and went straight into the kitchen. Today was Ling Yi's birthday. She planned to cook a table of her favorite dishes for Ling Yi to celebrate. Looking at her busy work in the kitchen, the two people outside the house gathered together and whispered, "Did you quarrel with your sister just now?" Ling Yi looked like a little adult, with her hands around her chest, and the expression on her face was very serious. Looking at it, Hua Jinling couldn't help laughing. "No, your sister is angry, and I'm coaxing her." Humph, Ling Yi deliberately showed a fierce face and warned him viciously, "It's better to do this, otherwise, I won't forgive you. My sister has brought her up since she was a child. Ling Yi will never allow anyone to bully her sister, even the brother-in-law she admires most." Hua Jinling cooperated very well. She promised, "I will never bully your sister. That's the best way." Ling Yi turned around arrogantly and went back to her room to do her homework. Hua Jinling went back to his room and took out the gift he specially prepared for the two sisters during his business trip from his bag. Ling Yi was an intelligent learning machine, and Ling was still a diamond necklace. He didn't dare to buy too expensive things at that time, for fear of making Ling still suspicious, so it was too ordinary for him. But for the Ling still sisters, this gift is too expensive. Knowing that Ling might still ignore him, Hua Jinling directly took the gift to Ling Yi. Ling Yi has been coveting this learning machine for a long time, but now her mother needs money for treatment, so she has not mentioned it. Unexpectedly, her brother-in-law knew about it. "Brother-in-law, you are so kind. How do you know I like this? I sent you home that day. Seeing that you stayed outside the window for a long time, I guessed that you might like it." Ling Yi held the learning machine in love and almost closed her mouth with laughter. Hua Jinling took the opportunity to take out the prepared necklace. "Yi, for the sake of giving you a learning machine, help me give this gift to your sister so that she won't be angry anymore." A ghostly expression appeared on Ling Yi's face. She pointed to Hua Jinling with a smile and said, "Humph, so you have a request for me? Well, for your sincerity, I will reluctantly help you once." Hua Jinling shook her head with laughter. Nowadays, children are just like little adults. Ling Yi went into the kitchen with a necklace. The dining table was already full of colorful and fragrant dishes. Ling was still busy. She was a little confused. "Sister, is today a special day? How did you cook so many dishes?" When Ling still heard the words, he reached out and taped her forehead. "Silly girl, have you forgotten? Today is your birthday." Oh, Ling Yi suddenly realized that she remembered her task and said with a giggle, "Well, sister, did you quarrel with your brother-in-law?" "My brother-in-law went on a business trip and brought you a gift back. Don't be angry with him." Looking at Ling Yi, who was pulling her arm and coquettish, Li still took the gift and put it aside with an expressionless face. "It turns out that you are his lobster. What did he use to bribe you, little traitor?" Ling Yi stuck out her tongue, shook the learning machine in her hand, and said, "Sister, forgive him for the sake of my birthday today." She didn't know what was going on between the two, and Li still didn't want her to know this, so she responded indiscriminately. Taking a deep breath and trying to leave these unpleasant things behind, Li still forced himself to squeeze out a smile that was more ugly than crying, and came out with the birthday cake prepared early in the morning. The table was full of delicious food, and there was a birthday cake with a Peppa Pig pattern in the middle. When the three people were about to start around the table, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who will come at this time? Ling still got up doubtfully to open the door. Seeing Xu Wan standing at the door, she was almost shocked and stunned for a moment. Mom. Seeing that there was no movement at the door for a long time, Li Yi looked back and saw that the person who was supposed to be in the hospital was her mother, and she was excited for a moment. Xu Wan took out a very cute doll and handed it to Ling Yi. "Happy birthday, baby." "Thank you, Mom." Seeing Xu Zhou's condition getting better, several people were very excited. Her sudden return gave Ling still a big surprise. While Xu Wan and Ling Yi were greeting, Ling still pulled Hua Qingling into the kitchen and told him a few words under the pretense of preparing dishes and chopsticks. "My mother is back. Can you cooperate with me in acting a play? Don't let her know about our quarrel. She is not in good health now, and I don't want her to worry about me." Hua Jinling didn't say much and nodded in response. "Don't worry, I know what to do." His work has always been reassuring. Looking at his back when he went out, Ling still had mixed feelings in his heart. "Mom, when will you go back?" After all, Ling Yi is just a 7-year-old girl. She also longs for her mother to be with her. When she comes back, she is reluctant to leave. Xu Wan naturally can't give up the two children, but her current health, the doctor can allow her to be discharged from the hospital and go home for dinner, which is already very good. "I have to go back to the hospital tomorrow morning. Now, the physical treatment has just improved a little. If it is delayed at this time, wouldn't it be halfway?" This point Lin still knows that this is still Hua Jinling's credit. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that my mother would have died now, and how could she sit with them to eat and chat? Yi, be obedient. Mom is not in good health now. When she cooperates with the doctor and uncle to cure the disease, she can go home and accompany Yi every day. Ling Yi pouted, well, I got it. Chapter 37 Solemn Apology. The house rented by Ling still has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. When Shu Wan suddenly came back, Ling still was forced to move in the same room with Huo Jinling. The air in the narrow room became awkward. Ling was still sitting on the bed, at a loss. Huo Jinling took the initiative to take the quilt out of the wardrobe and spread it on the floor. You can sleep at ease, I'll lay the floor. Looking at him like that, Li was still a little unbearable, but when she thought of what had happened before, she felt very uncomfortable and her anger did not subside. Huo Nangtia's words echoed in her mind again and again. The only heir of Huo's group was reduced to the floor shop here at this moment. If he was seen by others, I'm afraid he couldn't bear it. Huo Jinling didn't know what Ling was still thinking. He lay on the hard floor, but his heart was uneasy. Still, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to hide my identity from you. Although I don't know where you found out, please believe me, I'm really going to tell you the truth. Since Ling still knew the truth, the two have not sat down and said a few words. Huo Jinling didn't even know that Huo Nangtian had come to her. And Huo Nangtian's words are still deeply stinging Ling's heart. She said lightly, your father came to me in the afternoon. He said that your wife should be a person who can help you in your career, so it will never be me. Huo Nangtian. When Huo Jinling heard that Huo Nangtian had come, his face was instantly ugly. He had disagreed with Huo Nangtian in all aspects since he was a child. Unexpectedly, he came to ask about the big event of his life. Needless to say, Huo Jinling also knows what Huo Nangtian, who has always paid attention to Mindy, will say to her. I'm sorry, I didn't know he would come to you. I didn't deal with it well and made you feel wronged. It's okay. I don't care. In fact, Ling still doesn't care about these. What she cares about is that Huo Jinling hides his identity. If the two people don't even have the most basic trust, how can they go on? Huo Jinling knew what she was saying angrily and explained, my father is a workaholic. From childhood to adult, he only asked for my studies and never really cared about me. His work was very busy. In my impression, he accompanied me to dinner very often. Outsiders saw him bright and beautiful. Who would have thought that his childhood was so miserable? Huo Jinling turned to look at her sideways and said, so I'm never just playing with you. In my heart, marriage needs to be treated seriously and carefully. I have always wanted to find someone who is really good to my 2 children, so when I didn't know you very well at the beginning, I thought about hiding my identity. The room was very quiet, and Ling still didn't say anything. Huo Jinling continued to talk as if he had opened the conversation box. I don't want my 2 children to experience the feeling of loss and recovery, so I dare not let the children see you until I'm not sure what you think. I hope you can understand that this is also a father's love for his children. Although he didn't like this, Li was still not angry. It can be seen from the way he takes care of Yi carefully that Huo Jinling is definitely a competent father. He is also extremely serious about marriage. Although he is cautious, Li still feels cheated, but after thinking about it carefully, isn't this the man he is pursuing? Huo Jinling paused for a moment and didn't hear Li Still's response. He said solemnly, still, I'm sorry for hiding the truth for me, but I hope you can give me a chance. I think we can support each other and continue to walk. His attitude was sincere and his words were sincere. Ling was still quite moved, but he couldn't pull his face for a moment. Let me think about it. Hearing this sentence, Huo Jinling smiled silently in the dark. She knew that Ling still said to consider, which was to forgive him, but she still needed a little time to digest the matter. The two slept in the same room, but they tossed and turned. It was difficult to fall asleep. They couldn't sleep all night. The next day, when it was a little dawn, they fell asleep. At this time, Ling was still sleeping sweetly. When she woke up, she was the only one in the room, and Huo Jinling had already disappeared. All the bedding on the ground was also put into the cabinet, and there was no clue. She got up and came out, and there was a fragrant smell. Shu Wan just came out of the kitchen with porridge. When she saw her standing at the door with sleepy eyes, she quickly said, are you awake? Go wash up and have breakfast. Ling still thought he was blinded at first, but when he came to his senses, he remembered that Shu Wan had come back last night. Mom, you are not in good health. Why don't you get up so early to cook for us? Shu Wan smiled, put the porridge on the table, and took a bowl to serve each of them. It's okay. I'm used to it. Besides, I just made some porridge. It's not tiring. Huo Jinling drank 2 big bowls of porridge very cooperatively. Mom, the porridge you made tastes really good. No wonder it's still so delicious to cook. How can this child speak so well? One sentence praised both of them. Shu Wan was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. The more she looked at Huo Jinling, the more pleasing it was. Ling still looked at this heartwarming scene and didn't want them to worry more and more, so he decided not to divorce Huo Jinling for the time being. After breakfast, Shu Wan was going back to the hospital for further treatment. Ling Yi couldn't give up on her and followed her every step. Shu Wan also couldn't bear her little daughter. She didn't have her parents by her side at such a young age. She couldn't help but tell her a few more words. Yi, you should listen to your brothers and sisters at home, take care of yourself, and cover yourself with a quilt when you sleep alone at night. Mom, don't worry, I'm already a big child. I will take care of myself, and my sister will accompany me to sleep at night. Mom, don't worry, take good care of the disease. Since Xu Wan got sick, Lin Yi has grown up a lot, but when she heard the last sentence, Xida's expression changed a little in an instant. Your sister and brother have never slept in the same room. The child didn't notice anything wrong and nodded. Yes, my sister has always lived with me, and my brother lives in another room alone. Xu Wan was still worried about Ling, so she squatted down and taught Ling Yi, Yi, you have grown up now, and your sister is married. It's wrong to always live with you. After I go to the hospital, you should learn to live alone and don't let your sister live with you anymore. Although Ling Yi doesn't understand the reason, she is an obedient child, and what her mother said must be right. Mom, I got it. Chapter 38, Resistance. On that day, Ling still sent Xu Wan back to the hospital and placed everything for her. She repeatedly confirmed with the doctor that Xu Zhai's return to home yesterday would not affect her condition, and then she left with peace of mind. After listening to Xu Zhao's words, Ling Yi resolutely refused to sleep in the same room with Ling, shaking her head like a rattle. Mom said that you are married, and you must live with your brother-in-law, so that I can't live with you anymore. These words came out of the mouth of a 7-year-old girl. Ling was still embarrassed and blushed shyly. Yi, my brother-in-law and I. Anyway, my sister lives with you now. When my mother comes back, I will move there to live with my brother-in-law, okay? She really doesn't know how to explain so much to a child, so she can only say so vaguely. Unexpectedly, Ling Yi was as stubborn as her. She promised Xu Wan that she would do it and resolutely refused to let Ling still enter the room. No, I have to listen to my mother. I don't want my brother-in-law to leave. Even after entering the room, he closed the door with a snap. Ling still looked at the closed door in front of him and could only shake his head helplessly. Xu Wan must have told her that if she lived with her again, Huo Jingling would leave one day. She liked Huo Jingling very much, so she was so determined. Forced, Ling still had to come to the door of Huo Jingling's room with the quilt in her arms. Looking at the equally closed milky white oak door, she hesitated. The hand was raised and lowered, but he couldn't knock on several times. Time passed by minute by second, until Ling finally summoned up the courage to raise his hand, but the door of the room was suddenly opened from the inside. Looking at each other, both of them didn't know what to say for a moment. Huo Jingling saw that she was empty-handed and didn't know that she had been kicked out. What's the matter? No. Li was still a little stuttering, and his face was embarrassed. I was kicked out by Yi. Mom told me before she left that I was not allowed to live in the same room with her again. Huo Jingling's expression was also unnatural for a moment, and then he took a step back and gave way. Come in. Ling still walked in and sat on the bed, his hands twisted together nervously, did not speak or move, and sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Last night's bedding was still on the edge of the cabinet. Huo Jingling took it out and began to lay it on the ground. Ling still felt a little guilty. Seeing him flatten the quilt, she took the initiative to say, how about, shall I sleep on the floor tonight? Huo Jingling fell directly on the floor and said in a faint voice, it's cold on the ground. You can sleep in bed at ease. His tone couldn't hear joys and sorrows, but Li still felt warm in his heart, like a warm current brushing through his heart. The night was getting darker, and the lights of thousands of families gradually went out. The room was quiet, and only the slight breathing of each other could be heard in the dark. Ling was still lying on the bed and tossing and turning, but he didn't dare to move like sitting on a needle felt, for fear that the movement would affect Huo Jingling's rest. Therefore, after a night, she was sore and uncomfortable when she slept, but she could only go to the hospital to deliver breakfast to Xu Wan with 2 dark circles under her eyes of Big Mac. Xu Wan looked at her like that and was a little worried. Didn't you sleep well last night? It's okay for her not to mention this. When it comes to this, Ling still thinks of Ling Yi's words and can't help saying, Mom, why do you say those words to Yi? She is a child. How can she know this? So what's the matter with you? I heard from Yi that you have been sleeping in separate rooms. Originally, Xu Wan should not have worried about these things, but she was worried that Ling was still thinking about the unreliable ex-boyfriend in her heart, which would affect the relationship with Huo Jingling. In her mind, Huo Jingling looks much more pleasing to the eye than the previous man. If she hadn't lived in the hospital, she would definitely not have allowed them to stay in the same room for so long. Doesn't it affect the relationship between husband and wife? Ling still didn't know how to explain it to her. He only said, this is what we both mean. At the beginning, we were not familiar with it and needed an adaptation process. Her reason was very far-fetched. Xu Wan still wanted to ask a few questions, but the doctor suddenly came in to check the room and had to give up. Ling is still relieved. Since the two were forced to share the same room, the relationship between Huo Jingling and Ling still became strange, a little awkward and a little ambiguous, so that Li still blushed and beat his heart when he said a few words to him. When I went to bed at night, it was still Ling who slept on the bed, and Huo Jingling lay on the floor next to the bed. In the dark, Ling was still about to fall asleep in a daze when he heard Huo Jingling's magnetic voice ringing in the room. Still, come home with me? Grandma wants to see you. Now that the children have reached an agreement, Ling should still go to see him. After all, there are also his grandmothers. After all, they are his elders, and they should visit them. But Ling still echoed what Huo Nangtian said that day in her mind. She was unwilling but helpless. Let's wait for a while, Huo Jingling. I think you need to think clearly that there is an insurmountable gap between you and me. Her life is a reality that she can never change. No matter how hard she tries, she can't catch up. For you, Huo Jingling, she not only can't help, but may also become a burden for his life. The words fell, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a little. No one spoke. Ling was still tense and dared not breathe loudly. A moment later, a sparse sound came, and Huo Jingling suddenly sat up. He looked at the direction of the bed very seriously and said, "Still, if it's because of my father's words, you don't have to care, because I'm just a pawn in his heart, but he is him, I am me, and I will definitely insist on my choice." Huo Jingling never thought that his father would interfere in his marriage, so he was caught off guard. If it were normal, the two would be equal, and Huo Nangtian would not dare to come to Ling still. Of course, Ling still couldn't say what Huo Nangtian said to her, but she still resisted Huo Jingling's request to go home. Huo Jingling, now is not the right time. Slow down. Although she didn't say it, Huo Jingling could probably guess what Huo Nangtian was. He had appreciated it for more than 20 years and had already guessed him, so this was also the reason why he was unwilling to announce Li's identity too early at that time. He won't force her to do what he doesn't like, so he deliberately pulls up the topic. That's okay. Since you don't want to, think about it again. Grandma, I'll explain to them. Well, Ling still turned around and turned his back to him, leaving a cold back. Chapter 39 Video Calls. This matter was originally Huo Jingling's fault first, so he didn't dare to ask Ling when he would still be willing to go back to Nelingying with him. He could only drag it out day by day. Time passed day by day, and another week passed in a blink of an eye. The old lady was about to wear it, but Huo Jingling still didn't come back with her. She made a phone call angrily to scold him. "Are you going to toss my old bone to death before you stop?" Across the phone, Huo Jingling could feel the helpless tone of the old child, but he couldn't persuade Ling. He was also helpless and could only coax him. "Grandma, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I'll ask her to make a video call with you when I go back later. I'll take time to bring it back to see you in a few days, okay? It will be a few days." "Humph, well, you'd better do what you say, otherwise I, an old woman, will come after you." On the other end of the mobile phone, Song Yuan always winked at the old lady, and the old lady changed her words, otherwise she would have been unforgiving and quarreled endlessly. When the phone was hung up, Huo Jingling breathed a long sigh of relief and decided to do ideological work for Ling tonight. However, as soon as he heard that he was going to video chat with them, Li still shook his head in an instant, nervous for fear that he would say something wrong. "I'm stupid and I haven't seen them before. I don't know what to talk to them about." Speaking of this, Huo Jingling remembered the incident of the two children last time. She was still in the dark. He looked at Ling still with a deep smile. "Did your family give you a gift when you sent the two children home last time?" Well, Ling still nodded. He didn't understand why he suddenly mentioned this matter, but he still said, "I not only gave gifts, but also sent a lot of valuable things, but I didn't ask for any of them. Is there anything wrong with this?" "No." Huo Jingling leaned on the sofa behind him. "Why do you think they sent you so many things just because you sent those two children home?" Ling is still puzzled about this. After all, even if they are rich, they won't be like this. "I'm afraid that those things can be estimated at random, and they will be tens of millions more." But at that time, she was only confused for a moment. After that, she also thought that they had a lot of money. She regarded the two children as priceless treasures and didn't care about this star. Huo Jingling hooked her lips and said, "Because they are my grandmother and mother, those two children are my sons." When he said this, he was ready to be scolded. Unexpectedly, Ling was still petrified after listening to it and sat still without saying anything. She was surprised at that time. How could such a young child and such a powerful family allow them to go out alone? And it happened to be picked up by Yi. It turned out that all this was Huo Jingling's conspiracy. She tried to suppress a trace of anger in her heart. "Huo Jingling, how many things do you have to hide from me?" Looking at her cold eyes, Huo Jingling knew that she had misunderstood. For a moment, she was a little nervous and explained in a panic, "You misunderstood me. This is purely a misunderstanding. I really didn't know that the child would sneak out and happen to meet you. This matter was a coincidence from beginning to end. Otherwise, I would have spent a lot of money. Is there a wanted notice on TV? It's reasonable to say so. If I really knew that the child was with her, I'm afraid I wouldn't be so anxious." Fearing that she would not believe it, Huo Jingling continued to explain, "Believe me, no matter what, I don't need to make fun of children, and Huo's group is attracting attention, and we will not easily announce any family affairs on the online platform." With Huo Jingling's love for children, she really won't joke about her children's life and safety, but there is still one thing she doesn't know in her mind. How did your mother and grandmother know that I was your marriage partner? Huo Jingling stroked her forehead helplessly. "They have seen our wedding photos." Ling still. The truth came out, and her anger gradually subsided, but she was a little nervous to let her face so many people at once. However, Huo Jingling did not give her a chance to be entangled. She directly called her grandmother's video call, which seemed to be waiting next to her mobile phone. As soon as she dialed it, it was connected. "Hello, where's my granddaughter-in-law? Let her come over and have a look." The old lady's tone was cheerful, which made Huo Jingling a little sour. "Grandma, do you just want your granddaughter-in-law? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you don't want to see me? Pull it down. How old are you? We watch it every day and get tired of it for a long time." The old lady was like a naughty child and didn't save face for Huo Jingling at all. Ling still couldn't help it and sneered. Hearing the sound, all the people on the other end of the phone flocked to the camera. Ling still had no choice but to pick up his mobile phone and greet everyone stubbornly. The two children saw Ling still again and learned her identity from Huo Jingling. They were so excited that they couldn't stop at all. They chirped and called their mother. Ling Still was an inexperienced little girl, and her face turned red. After this video call, Ling Still and Huo Jiling's family became familiar. He couldn't help Grandma Huo's invitations again and again. Ling Still finally agreed to visit her at home in a few days. The old lady put down the phone excitedly and told everyone to get ready quickly. The granddaughter-in-law was finally going to appear. Because of Grandma and Song Yue's attitude, Ling was still gradually not so afraid, and his nervous nerves finally relaxed. As soon as the two arrived at the gate of Naolingye, the people in the room had already prepared. As soon as they saw Ling Still appear, the two children immediately ran over and hugged Ling Still's legs and called his mother cheerfully. And Ling Still really likes and feels sorry for the two children. Although the two children have been clinging to her, Ling is still not impatient and tries his best to take care of them. After a meal, Ling Still couldn't have a good bite. Song Yuan, who has always felt sorry for his little grandson, couldn't help changing his mouth. "Still, hurry up and eat and don't care about them." Xiaobao pouted and muttered, "Grandma doesn't care about us even if she has a daughter-in-law. It's so pitiful." As soon as this was said, everyone at the dinner table couldn't help laughing, and laughter filled the whole room. Song Yuan took a piece of braised pork into Lei's bowl, and then smiled and said, "Of course, look at how good my daughter-in-law is. I can't even find her with a lantern. Of course I like it." Grandma also agreed in front of Huo Jingling and praised Ling's Still good things. Huo Jingling was jealous when she heard it, not to mention the children. Chapter 40 abandoned that. At dinner, the old lady also pulled Ling to sit beside her. She put her white and tender little hand in her palm and was reluctant to let go. The more she looked at it, the more happy she became. He even complained about Huo Jingling. "I asked you to tell you the truth earlier, but you didn't listen. If you hadn't deliberately hidden it at the beginning, my granddaughter-in-law and I would have met long ago. Why wait until now?" Huo Jingling, who was shocked inexplicably, couldn't even refute. He glanced at Ling Still and said with some embarrassment, "Grandma, didn't you see her now? The previous things are over. Why are you still talking?" In fact, Ling was still relieved about what had happened before. Now that they mentioned it, she was not angry at all, so her face did not change. Song Yuan also saw his son's embarrassment and hurriedly came out to play. Okay, Mom, don't mention what happened before. Now is the time for our family reunion to be happy. Why do you mention those unpleasant things?" Okay, don't mention. The old lady still gave Lee a piece of meat, laughing so hard that she can't close her mouth. "Eat more, don't be polite." The family was happy. While he was talking and laughing, Huo Nantian came back. When his eyes swept to Ling Still, his face instantly darkened. Song Yuan was in it for unknown reason. "You're back, have you eaten yet?" Mother Zhao, add another pair of dishes and chopsticks. A cold snort came out of his nose, and he raised his feet upstairs without looking back, looking very angry. Who messed with him again? This old man's temper is getting weirder now. Ling Still buried his head low, and Song Yuan, who didn't know about it, still whispered beside him. After dinner, the two children had to take Ling to visit their room. They couldn't stand it, so they went with them. The old lady was old and tired after eating. She went upstairs to rest early. Only Song Yuan and Huo Jingling were left in the living room. "Mom, my father didn't accept Still. He had seen Still privately before, so he was very resistant that day and didn't want to come back. Huo Jingling has always been arbitrary. He doesn't care whether Huo Nantian accepts Ling Still or not, but if he doesn't untie this knot, Ling Still will feel uncomfortable." Unexpectedly, Song Yuan knew about it, and suddenly he was quite dishappy. This old thing must have taken out his feudal antique set again. "I don't care. I've been used to it since I was a child, but I'm mainly worried that I still can't accept it." Huo Jingling leaned on the sofa, rubbed her eyebrows tiredly, and her tone was a little helpless. Seeing him like this, Song Yuan was gratified. Her son finally grew up and became sensible and knew how to hurt people. "Don't worry, I will definitely deal with this matter. Don't worry." Huo Nantian became stubborn, and the emperor could not persuade him. Only Song Yuan's words, he did not dare to refute, so there was no one else who could persuade Huo Nantian except her. "Thank you, Mom." Song Yuan looked at him with a little surprise in his eyes. "Jingling, it seems that you are still really careful. In the past, Huo Jingling could not be like this. Even the tricky thing, he could solve it by himself and never ignore others. The mother and son were talking when Ling still came down from upstairs. Song Yuan quickly got up and took her hand and sat on the sofa. Ling was still a little uncomfortable and a little embarrassed. Auntie took the children to take a bath. Well, Huo Jingling got up. Let's talk. I'll go to the study to deal with something. Song Yuan waved to him with a disgusted face. Go, let's talk for a while. Huo Jingling. Everyone else has a daughter-in-law and forgets her mother. How can it be the other way around when it comes to them? Now, he seems to be an outsider in this family. When Song Yuan turned his head and looked at Ling still, he smiled brightly in an instant. My son is like this. If he bullies you in the future, feel free to tell me, Mom is your master. No, Mom, he's fine. Ling was still shy and buried his head low. Huo Jingling had just walked a few steps, and the 3 words were particularly clear. He couldn't help but outline an arc with his lips and strode upstairs. Well, don't worry, as usual, this kid is affectionate and righteous. He has been quite responsible since he was a child. He is definitely a reliable person. Song Yuan did not lie about this. Since getting along with each other during this period, Ling still appreciates Huo Jingling's character. She didn't say anything, and Song Yuan said again, that year, Dabao Xiaobao's father had an accident. Their mother was pregnant in the 7th month and it was difficult to give birth to their brother. He passed away. Without saying a word, he brought the 2 children back and took care of them carefully. From that day on, the first criterion for choosing a partner was that he must sincerely "How are you, baby?" Ling was still surprised. Huo Jingling had never said these things to Ling still. She didn't know that Dabao and Xiaobao were not his biological mom. Huo Jingling was chatting, and Huo Jingling took her 2 children downstairs. The children liked Ling still and ran left and right to surround her. After learning about their background, Ling was still very distressed and loved them more and more. Dad, we want to sleep with Mom tonight. As soon as Song Yuan heard it, his face immediately turned pale. No, you go back to your room to sleep. You are such an old child, how can you still sleep next to adults? If you let them mess around, when will you be able to hold your eldest grandson? Grandma to the 2 children obviously didn't like her. They ran over and spoiled Song Yuan, helping Song Yuan to hang her shoulders and press her legs left and right. She has always been hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, and soon surrendered. All right, it's up to you. The 2 children have a strong ability to discern words and colors. When Song Yuan said this, they immediately turned to Ling Yu. Mom, how are you? We want you to sleep with us and tell us stories. Ling is still afraid. She was in the same room with Huo Jingling, which made her sleep badly every night. Taking this opportunity to leave him aside, she could also have a good sleep. Naturally, she nodded without hesitation and agreed. Good, Mom, sleep with you. She glanced at Huo Jingling. The other party didn't say a word. Ling still suddenly felt a little guilty and felt as if he had been abandoned. Oh yeah. The 2 children's plan was to succeed. They jumped around in the living room excitedly and danced on the sofa. Huo Jingling had a headache when she saw it. You 2 have no conscience. You all forgot about me, didn't you? Hearing his jealous tone, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 41, Live in a Villa. Early the next morning, when Huo Jingling and Ling still left, the family couldn't bear them. The 2 little guys hugged Ling's arms left and right and refused to let go. Ho Nanshan sat on the sofa. Although he didn't say a word to them, and didn't even want to look at them, at least he didn't make a face anymore. It was probably Song Yuan who gave him ideological work last night, and today's results were remarkable. Huo Jingling couldn't help giving her an expression of appreciation. Song Yu was willing, glanced back at the stubborn old man on the sofa, and smiled faintly at her. Mom, I want you to be with me all the time. Xiaobao looked at her with a pitiful expression. Ling still couldn't bear it and could only comfort him. Good boy, Mom has work to do. She will come to see you again in 2 days. You should listen to Grandma and Grandma at home. Well, the 2 little guys are also obedient and sensible. Seeing that they really want to leave, they can only let her go reluctantly. However, as soon as they got into the car, the 2 children turned around and lay in Song Yuan's arms and cried. Ling still glanced back, and tears couldn't stop coming down. Huo Jingling raised her hand to hold her in her arms, but she felt that it seemed inappropriate, so she was embarrassed to hand over 2 tissues. Don't be sad. If you can't give up on them, we will come back often in the future. Ling is still a sensitive person, but when she thinks of the poor background of the 2 little guys, she can't stand the way they stare at her. Dabao and Xiaobao also really like her. They have to make video calls several times every day. Occasionally, they will be scolded by Song Yuan, but they will still secretly hide and call her. Huo Jingling saw all this. In order to take care of the children, Huo Jingling discussed with her that she wanted to move back to Naolingyang. But Ling still couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart and said with an excuse, Yi is now in school here. It's inconvenient to live in a villa. It's too far away. Let's wait and talk about it. All this was not a problem for Huo Jingling at all, so he didn't expect that this was Li's excuse for procrastination. It's okay. Leave the matter of Yi's school to me, and I'll solve it. Ling was still speechless and had to say, well, okay, let's wait for a while. The Huo family has a great career. She knew that if Huo Jingling really dealt with this matter, it would not take long to solve it, but it could be delayed day by day. Now that she moved to Nanlingyu, Ling was still a little unaccustomed to it. That night, they went to Nanlingyu to see the children. Unexpectedly, the old lady took the initiative to bring up this matter. Still, you and Jingling should move back to live. The children don't want to give up on you, and it's convenient to take care of you when you live at home. What do you think? Ling still looked at Huo Jingling with a headache, doubting whether they colluded to bring her back to brainwash her, but saw him shaking his head at her innocent face. She had to refuse. Grandma, the place where my sister goes to school is near my house. If we move here, it will be too far from her school, which is a little inconvenient. It's okay. The old lady took out a piece of paper from the drawer of the coffee table with a mysterious smile and handed it to her. This is a transfer certificate. I have arranged it for her. You just need to take her to the new school to report. This. Ling is still dumbfounded. Is the old lady's work too fast? Huo Jingling's lips were tight, but there was an unstoppable smile on her face. I really admire the old lady for coming prepared. In desperation, Ling still had to follow the arrangement of his grandmother and Song Yuan and move into the villa with Ling Yi. It was the first time for Ling Yi to see such a splendid place. She was so surprised that she could put an egg in her mouth. She stood at the door and dared not move. Come in, Yi, come in, come in. Seeing their sisters standing at the door uneasily, Song Yuan quickly greeted them in warmly. Ling Yi is pulling. Lin still asked cautiously at the corner of his clothes. Sister, we didn't go wrong, did we? Is this really my brother-in-law's house? This is like a castle in a fairy tale. Huo Jingling smiled when she heard the words, bent her index finger and knocked on her forehead mercilessly. Where is your usual fearless energy? When everyone heard the words, they all laughed. Song Yi stepped forward at night and kindly took her hand and came in. Come in. You're right. This is also your home in the future. Although she was born with a golden key and grew up with brocade clothes and jade food, she is particularly gentle and has no pretentiousness at all. Ling was still warm-hearted when he heard it. He followed them and came in and taught Ling Yi. Yi, this is aunt and this is grandma. Ling Yi was sensible. The more the Huo family looked at her, the more they liked her. Dabao and Xiaobao were also the same age as her. She obediently took her to the children's room to play. Seeing all this they have done, Li was still moved. Mom, thank you. We moved in and caused you trouble. What did you say? Song Yuan took her hand and said with a smile, in the future, we will be a family. Don't say these outside words and live with Yi at ease. In the future, this will also be your home. The old lady also smiled and said, it's the happiest thing for you to move in, and you're not troublesome. Well, Ling's eyes were still a little sour. How lucky he was to meet this family. The days got back on track. Day by day, Ling still lived in the Huo family villa, and Huo Jingling also regained her identity, and there was no need to hide it. However, he recently found that Ling still always avoided him intentionally or unintentionally, and seemed to be a little reluctant to get close to him. Huo Jingling thought that Ling was still angry about his identity. When she came home from work and was about to find a suitable opportunity, she explained it clearly, but she saw that Li still saw him turn around and leave. Huo Jingling quickly caught up with her and stopped her. Still, why have you been hiding from me recently? No. Ling was still a little embarrassed and casually found an excuse and said, Yi just came back. I'll go to see how her homework is going. She didn't mean to avoid him, but the gap between the rich and the poor between them was too big, and Li still didn't know how to get along with him for a moment. When Huo Jingling heard the words, she bluntly exposed her lies and said, Yi has always been sensible and never let you worry about her homework. Didn't she go home from school before to do her homework? Why do you want to supervise it now? Ling is still speechless and doesn't know what to say. Since moving into the Huo family, she has always been with 2 children, and Ling Yi, as an excuse, he avoided being alone with Huo Jingling, and he didn't even want to talk too much. The more times, even a fool could see the clue. Chapter 42 Noble Gathering. Ling still didn't know how to explain. His hands kept twisting together, and he stood there a little cramped and uneasy. Huo Jingling didn't want to force her. Seeing her avoid it like this, he couldn't bear it. That's it. Since you don't want to say it, forget it. When the words fell, he strode upstairs, leaving Li still standing in place, looking at his back resolutely upstairs, with mixed feelings in his heart. Huo Jingling lay in bed alone, thinking that the reason why Ling still avoided him was because he was new to it and was not used to it. So he thought, give him a while and let her adapt slowly. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan noticed the abnormality. When Huo Jingling went to work, he mysteriously came to ask Ling Shili. Still, did you quarrel? Why do you feel strange about you and Jingling during this period? Did that boy bully you? Originally, Len still wanted to make it clear to Huo Jingling and no longer avoid him, so she shook her head. No, Mom, we've just been too busy recently and a little tired. Although he moved to Hua's house, Ling still insisted on going to the fried chicken restaurant to help every day, so he was really tired of running back and forth. Song Yuan didn't say much. He just patted Ling still on the shoulder and said, "It's better to pay more attention to rest. Don't be too tired. Tell your mother if you need anything." "Thank you, Mom. I'm fine. I'm going to see if the two children have slept." Ling's heart was still warm. After saying that, he turned around and went upstairs. When Hua Jingling was planning to get along with Ling in a different way, there was a problem with the company's cooperation with foreign countries. He had to deal with it himself, and it may take a period of time to come back. When the old lady heard this, she looked at the old man. "You kid, you know how to work all day long and leave your new daughter-in-law alone at home. Is it appropriate?" Ling still lowered her head awkwardly and didn't say anything. She hoped that Hua Jingling would go. In this way, the two could calm down for a while and adapt to each other. Hua Jingling was usually dignified in the company, but at this moment he was scolded without saying a word. Song Yuan came out to rescue him in time. "Mom, a small parting is better than a new marriage. Men still have to put their careers first. How can they immerse themselves in the love of their children?" "Humph," the old lady snorted unhappily, "leave it to you. Now your wings are hard, and I can't control you." After saying that, she hit the crutch heavily on the ground and went upstairs. No one in the room said anything. Song Yuan smiled awkwardly. "Don't be angry. Grandma is old. Don't care." She turned her head to look at Hua Jingling and said, "Okay, what should you do? Grandma has me there. Don't worry and work hard." The old lady is actually old and hopes that her children and grandchildren can accompany her. Now, money is no longer important to her. Therefore, as soon as she heard that Hua Jingling was going out, she was unhappy, so she lost her temper here. Ling still breathed a sigh of relief. He was very entangled in his heart. Finally, he said lightly, "Will you go for a long time? I'll pack your luggage for you later." Hua Jingling's dark eyes looked at her with deep meaning, but he swallowed the words, opened his lips gently, and said, "Take care of yourself." "Well," Ling still nodded. "You can work at ease." She didn't say much, and she didn't know what to say. Coincidentally, Ling Yi came to her at this time, and Li still left in a hurry as if she was waiting for a rescue. When Song Yuan saw Ling's still well-behaved and sensible appearance, she couldn't help but look appreciating. "Son, you have a good vision. You are still a good girl and treat others well." Through this period of time, Song Yuan has really regarded the Ling still sisters as her own family. She also knew that the young couple's atmosphere was not right recently, but she didn't say much. Now, she is no longer suitable for her to take care of young people's affairs. Just help them deal with it by themselves. Hua Jingling looked up at the stairway, and Ling's figure still disappeared. Then he said, "Mom, you have to work hard during this period, and they still leave it to you." Although they are not a big family with many rules, there are still many things that Ling has not touched, especially when she just came here. Hua Jingling was afraid that she would not get used to it for a while. Song Yuan understood his intention and nodded, "Don't worry, this matter is up to me." Early the next morning, Hua Jingling took the earliest flight and left. Ling still slept lightly. When she heard the next room open and close, she knew that it was Hua Jingling who left, but she didn't get up in the end. Now, the two of them are awkward. If they don't know what to say when they meet, it's better not to see each other. Thinking about this in her mind, she fell asleep unconsciously. When she woke up again, it was already dawn. When I went downstairs, I found that everyone had already had breakfast. Song Yuan was accompanying the two children to study in the morning, and the old lady went out to exercise. Song Yuan looked up and saw her, smiled gently, and her eyes were bent into a small crescent moon. "Are you awake? Breakfast is reserved for you on the table. Come and eat it." Ling still scratched her head awkwardly. She usually paid special attention, but today she still overslept. Song Yuan seemed to see her embarrassment and comforted. "No, young people usually work hard and sleep a little longer if they have nothing to do. Our family doesn't have so much courtesy." Now Ling is still more embarrassed, blushing like an apple. "Thank you, Mom." In fact, after getting along with each other during this period, Ling still and the old lady are very harmonious. Song Yuan almost treats Ling still as her own daughter. It is Ling still who can't overcome that hurdle by herself and has always felt outside. By the way, the Ling family has a birthday dinner tonight. Will you accompany me to meet them? The young grandmother of Hua's group will appear in front of everyone one day. Song Yuan wants to take her to get familiar with her. Unexpectedly, when Li still heard it, his scalp was numb in an instant. He said nervously, "Let's forget it. Mom, I have something to do in the store today. I'll go there later. I'll go with you next time I have a chance." This many people couldn't wait for such an opportunity, so Song Yuan didn't think much about it. She just thought that she really had something to do, and felt a little sorry for her. "That's a bit of a pity. I can only go there next time." "It's okay, Mom. There's still a chance. It's the same next time." Well, Song Yuan still smiled and was not angry. Instead, he cared about her and said, "Don't be too tired. Let the driver take you there." In fact, she also knows that Song Yuan is for her good, but now she still can't integrate into Huo Jingling's circle. There are many things she has never seen and heard of, so she doesn't want to participate in such occasions. Chapter 43 Worry. Hearing her say that she asked the driver to take her, Lee still waved her hand without hesitation. If she asked the driver to drive me in a luxury car, the friends in the fried chicken restaurant would probably be scared, and maybe they would not ask me to work again. Song Yuan listened in a daze. What's the matter? Our Huo family is also a well-known family. Just tell them generously, isn't it? Ling still couldn't laugh or cry. How can rich people like them know how poor people like them and people living at the bottom feel when they see these things? She didn't know how to explain it to her, and she was afraid that she would be angry, so she had to say, Mom, it's not what you think. My friends have never seen such a luxurious car. If I take such a car rashly, they will only be scared. Now Song Yuan understood that the real reason why Lee still was that she could not overcome her inner fear and had no way to really integrate into their family. After noticing her thoughts, Song Yuan discussed with the old lady and quickly secretly dialed Huo Jingling. Who would have thought that Huo Jingling would? He was not surprised and said, so this is another reason why I hid my identity at the beginning, that I was afraid that she would not accept it for a while. Song Yuan sighed deeply and frowned a little worriedly. When you finish your work, you'd better come back earlier, accompany her more, and take her out for a walk, otherwise in the long run, I'm afraid that she will hold it in her heart and get sick. That's right, the old lady also came over and said to her mobile phone, I told you not to go on business trips that day, but you didn't believe it. Now you know it's awesome, right? Okay, you go to work first. The two children are coming back soon. If you are free, call me later. Song Yuan knew that if she didn't come out to save the scene in time, the old lady would inevitably count Huo Jingling. Ling still takes a ride to the fried chicken restaurant to help every day, but now the distance is far away, so he is usually late and leaves early. Gorn Wen just thought he wanted to take care of Xu Wan, so he didn't care. After hesitating again and again, Lee still decided to tell Xu Wan about Huo Jingling's background. After all, she was her own mother and had the right to know. But she moved her lips, and she didn't know how to open her mouth when the words came to her mouth. Until the end, Xu Wan saw the clue. What's the matter? You want to say something today? What on earth do you want to say? Xu Wan is very good to her. Ling still has always had nothing to say to her, and today she will be a little hesitant. Mom, Huo Jingling. Ling still looked at her expression and said carefully. He is the heir of Huo's group, with tens of millions of assets, and his family is a powerful big family. Thinking that she was also difficult to accept that day, she secretly observed Xi Zhe's expression as she said, afraid that she would not accept it. Unexpectedly, Xu Wan was a little shocked after listening to it, but it was not as exaggerated as Ling still imagined. What did he say to you? Forrest still nodded. He took us back to Huo's house. Mrs. Huo insisted on asking us to move back, and even helped Yi go through the transfer procedures in private. Now, she has sent Yi to an aristocratic school near his home. Now that I think about it, it is indeed a little abrupt. She didn't discuss it with Xu Wan that day, so she directly agreed. Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Lee was still a little nervous. Mom, I'm sorry, I was in charge of this matter without permission, but their family repeatedly persuaded me and was very good to me and Yi. I really couldn't bear to refuse. Now Xu Wan slowed down for a few seconds before she said, from the first time he came to the hospital, I knew that this person was not simple. On that day, he helped me transfer to the hospital. I thought he was a high-ranking official family, but I didn't expect the background to be so complicated. After all, she had experienced more than Ling, so she had already guessed that Huo Jingling might be lying, but she saw that he was really good to Ling, so she didn't think much about it. Well, Ling still nodded, and I didn't expect his family background to be so strong. Xu Wan looked at her with some worry. Still, what do you think? This kind of family has many rules and complicated thoughts. You are simple-minded. Can you live happily with him? Unlike those parents who regard wealth as life, she only cares about whether her daughter is happy or not. Although she has never seen such a family, Xu Wan also knows that the situation will be very difficult. Ling has been a straightforward girl since she was a child. I don't know if she can stand it. Ling still knew her worries. Thinking about her life in the Huo family these days, she smiled and said, their family treats me very well, and Huo Jingling is also very concerned about my feelings. She does not force me to do anything I don't like, and also treats Yi as her own family. Really? Xu Wan couldn't believe it and asked doubtfully, how many people are there in their family? She didn't know how powerful Huo Jingling's family was, but when she heard the tens of millions of assets, she still unconsciously thought of the big families in the TV series. A large family lives together. It takes a period of time just to recognize people, let alone get along with them. There are not many people, only his parents, grandma and 2 children. Ling was still surprised by this. His father didn't even have a brother or sister. Huo Jingling didn't often go back before, and there were only a few of them in such a big house. Oh, it's not so complicated if there are fewer people. Well, Lee still nodded, and their family was very kind to me, not arrogant at all, especially his mother, who was very gentle. When Ling still mentioned Song Yuan, he couldn't help smiling. He didn't know how lucky he was to meet such a gentle and virtuous mother-in-law. Learning that the Huo family was really good to her, and she and Yi were not bullied in the Huo family, Shi Wen was relieved and didn't ask anything more. Lin still looked at the environment in the ward and said with some emotion, and the drugs and equipment you are using for treatment now are all because Huo Jingling's participation in the investment, so you have the privilege of priority to use them. Hearing this, Xu Wen felt mixed feelings. Although Ling was still not her biological son, Xu Wan had always regarded her as her own son. Her feelings for Huo Jingling are very complicated, but she still said bluntly, still, no matter what your relationship with him in the future is, don't care about me. If one day, you really need to rethink your future with Huo Jingling, don't worry about me. Mom doesn't ask you to be rich. I just hope you can be happy and healthy. It's healthy, and my mother is satisfied. The tip of Ling's nose was still sore, and he felt warm in his heart. He held her arm and said nothing. Chapter 44. The situation is very good. In order not to worry Qi Wan, Lin still deliberately picked up the good situation and told her, not saying a word about the situation that he was not adapted to. After a period of observation, Xu Wan was sure that the Lin still sisters were really doing well in Huo's house. She was in a much better mood, and the treatment situation was getting better day by day. Ling Yi stayed at Huo's house for a period of time, and her personality was much more cheerful. When she came to see Xu Wan in the hospital, she also shared many anecdotes with her. Mom, you don't know that there are many rooms in my brother-in-law's house. The roof is brilliant, like the big castle in fairy tales. Sometimes I get lost. Xu Zhe's heart was sour, but she could only rub her forehead spoiledly and said, you can't make trouble to their brother-in-law's house. You have to be obedient, understand? Got it, Mom? This time, Huo Jingling came back from a business trip. Follow me together. It's not easy for Xu Wan to say something in front of her, but seeing that the three of them get along so harmoniously, she is much relieved. Mom, don't worry, I will treat you well and won't let her be wronged. Huo Jingling knew what Xu Wan was most worried about, so he directly answered her concerns, and he did want to live a good life with Ling. In order to make her feel at ease in the Huo family, he said this in front of Xu Wan, not only to give Xu Wan an explanation, but also to give Ling a calming pill. When Xu Wan heard his words, she naturally couldn't close her mouth with a smile. Good, good, you just have a good life. She has been a sensible child since she was a child. I hope you can cherish her. It was not until this moment that Xu Wan really let go of all her worries and accepted and blessed Huo Jingling and Li's marriage. Lin's eyes were still sore. He took Shi Zhe's hand and said, Mom, don't worry about us. Get well soon. At that time, our family will be together every day and be happy. The only thing she can't feel at ease in her heart is Shi Zhu's illness. Although she has been treated for so long, she has improved, but she doesn't know when she will be discharged from the hospital. Huo Jingling saw the concern in her heart, came out of the ward, and took the initiative to take her to meet her friend, who was also Shi Ji's attending doctor. That was a middle-aged man in his 30s. When the other party saw Ling still, he immediately looked at Huo Jingling with deep meaning. Yo, you have hidden it deep enough. Did you bring it here today? What? Do you have any comments? I didn't dare. The man in the white coat shook his head, put away the playful expression on his face, and took out a stack of information from the drawer with a serious face. This is your mother. The medical record, her cancer cells have now spread, which belongs to the middle and late stages, and can no longer do radical resection surgery. Now, after a period of our drug control, the spread of cancer cells has been temporarily controlled. Now we have comprehensively studied and decided to adopt a variety of methods such as systemic chemotherapy, local radiotherapy, and immunotherapy. Combined treatment, and at the same time, small molecule targeted drugs are used to control the tumor, but these are new treatment schemes. At present, we are in the process of research and testing, so we dare not guarantee the results to you 100%, but we will definitely do our best. Thank you, thank you. I believe you will cure my mother. Before that, Huo Jingling had already told Ling Jingyi that this was specially tested for this disease, but Xu Wan has been getting better day by day during this period, and Li still believed that they would definitely develop a method. Now that I have an in-depth understanding of Shi Jie's treatment plan and follow-up arrangements, Li's still hanging heart can finally be put down a little. The doctor greeted Huo Jingling again, and then the two came out of the office. Huo Jingling turned to look at her. Are you relieved now? I'm relieved. Thank you, Huo Jingling. Ling still looked at him gratefully, with an indescribable feeling in his heart, and even a trace of guilt for his previous behavior of alienating him. On the way, Ling still told Ling Yi the news that Xu Wan was in good condition. Ling Yi was overjoyed when she heard it. Really? Will Mom be able to go home after a while? Looking at her innocent little eyes, Ling still couldn't bear to hurt her and said, yes, maybe Mom will be back soon. Aha! Ling Yi's big, clear and transparent eyes were shining, and she danced excitedly in the car. One day as the day went by, the fried chicken restaurant gradually entered the peak season, and the business was getting better and better. Guan Wan was often busy. Ling was still free during this period. Ling Yi was picked up from school, so she stayed in the fried chicken restaurant for a long time. It's just that for a few days in a row, she found that Lao Qin often came. Occasionally, when they were too busy, he would even help greet guests. Guan Wan looked at him strangely. Ling still quickly found out and blocked Guan Wang in the back kitchen while he was not busy. Tell me, what's your situation? The relationship between these two is obviously unusual. Guan Wang occasionally pours some water for Lao Qing in his spare time. Is this the treatment that ordinary guests can have? What's the situation? Guan Wang was still pretending to be stupid and deliberately asked her back. Ling still made a gesture to take out the killer sword, stretched out his hands to scratch her, and said, "Tell me, what's wrong with Lao Qing outside? Now he comes every day? I didn't know that maybe people like to sit here, that's not impossible." When Guan Wang heard her mention Lao Qing, his face turned red in an instant, and his ears were like ripe apples. Ling still suddenly realized in an instant and looked at her jokingly, "Can you pull her down? She doesn't order anything every day, but sits in the corner to look at you. And you blushed and pretended to be stupid with me here." Now, Guan Wang was even more embarrassed. It was the first time to fall in love, but when he was exposed, he blushed and beat his heart as if he had done something bad. "Well, we are indeed in love." She couldn't say it after 2 words. Ling still stopped asking, but teased her, "Oh, you want to hide such a big thing from the sky and don't even tell me. It's really boring." She deliberately dragged a long tune, and Guan Wang blushed even more, burying his head low. Just then, a guest came from outside, and the topic between the two ended. Guan Wang was relieved and ran out as if to escape. Lao Qing looked up and just met her blushing face. Her eyes were full of love, and Ling, who followed closely, looked at her. "Zizi. The sour smell of love." She deliberately whispered in Guan Wang's ear and looked at her blushing with a smile. Guan Wang glanced at her angrily. "You are married, and you are still pretending to be here with me. You, Mr. Hua, you don't know what kind of sour you are." Chapter 45 Troubles. The store gradually became busy, and the two of them didn't bother to argue anymore. They hurried to work, and it took a long time to be idle again. "I'm so tired. I feel like I can't lift my arms. There are so many guests today." The two sat in the back kitchen to rest. The other workers had already got off work. Ling still and Guan Wang were still packing up slowly. Guan Wang looked up and glanced. Lao Qing was still sitting outside. She frowned and sighed. Ling was still confused. "Why did you sigh? Well, did you have a bad time with Lao Qing?" "No." Guan Wang shook his head and said, "I didn't mean to hide it from you before. I was just afraid that my parents would know, so I kept it from everyone." "What's wrong with them? Are you so old that you don't even have the right to fall in love?" "No." Guan Wang shook his head like a rattle and said worriedly, "You don't know that they regard wealth as life. No matter who I fall in love with, they will definitely blackmail them endlessly. What's more, Lao Qing's salary is very high and the conditions are so good. If they know, what's better?" "Oh, so that's it. It's really a little troublesome." Ling still didn't expect this. Although she had seen Guan Yuan brother-in-law's skills in making trouble, but after all, they have only met a few times, so Ling still doesn't know the specific situation at all. However, when Ling Chenzhen pestered her, he was the same as Guan Yuan's brother and sister-in-law, so Ling could still deeply understand that feeling, but she could do nothing but worry for her. Yes, if they knew, they would definitely harass Lao Qing. Guan Yuan was also helpless. She was born in such a family, and she had no choice but to try her best to hide it from them. Ling still sympathized. She sighed, hugged her shoulder, and comforted, "Don't be sad. There will always be a way to solve it. I'm afraid this can't be solved in my whole life. Unless I never get married, no matter who I'm looking for, I can't escape their entanglement." From childhood to adult, Guan Wang has been heartbroken countless times, but no matter where she is, they can always find her, and they can't avoid her. Ling was still a little worried and said, "It's not a way to go on like this. How about telling Lao Qing the truth to see if he can do anything?" During this period, no matter what happened to her, Hua Jinlin solved it for her. Ling has gradually learned to rely on others instead of bearing it alone. However, when Guan Wang heard this, he quickly waved his hand and shook his head like a rattle. No, don't let Lao Qing know." She was very resistant to this, and even looked outside nervously to make sure that Lao Qing didn't hear it. Ling was still puzzled. "Why? Since you are going to be together, Lao Qing knows this. It's just a matter of time." Guan Wang frowned and said worriedly, "I don't want her to know this. I'm afraid that the more he knows, the more he will be afraid. The gap between us is already big, and it may no longer be possible at that time. After all, people who know her know that there is such a big mess behind her. Lao Qing, such an excellent man, how can he help her deal with this?" Ling still remembered that Hua Jinling helped Xu Wan find a hospital and took care of Yi. She tentatively said, "Maybe Lao Qing is not such a man." Guan Wang knew what she was thinking and sighed, "Who knows? After all, a good man like Hua Jinling is really rare." Ling is still not sure about this. After all, she has only met Lao Qing a few times and doesn't know much about his nature. However, she experienced Hua Jinling's concealment of her identity, and she was also deeply touched. She always felt that it was better not to hide between the two people, otherwise the day the truth was exposed, the other party would be very hurt. "You'd better think about this problem carefully and explain it to him as soon as possible." "Well," Guan Wang responded indifferently. Obviously, he didn't want to mention this topic anymore. He turned around and began to clean the pot and stove. Lin still noticed her displeasure and didn't say more. He was just worried about her in his heart and was a little depressed. When the two packed up and came out of the back kitchen, it was deserted outside, and only Lao Qing was still there. Except for the last time Lao Qing sent them to the hospital, this is the second time she has had such close contact with Lao Qing. Although the atmosphere is a little awkward, after all, we have already met, and it seems a little difficult to say without saying hello. Hello, long time no see, Lao Qing. Lao Qing was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know if Huo Jinling had announced his identity and how to call her. He could only smile innocently. Ling still didn't think much about it. He just packed up his things and turned to Guanwan and said, "Then you close the door, and I'll go first." "Well, be careful on the road." Guanwan was in a bad mood and didn't notice that there was a black Rolls-Royce parked at the door. Ling still left the fried chicken restaurant and got into the car directly. When Lao Qin saw this scene, he guessed that Huo Jinling had announced his identity, but seeing that Guanwan was busy, he didn't say much. The night was dark, and the black Rolls-Royce shuttled on the main road of the city, and soon stopped steadily at the gate of Nanlingyang. Mom. Sister. 3 children of the same age rushed out excitedly to greet Ling when they saw that Ling was still coming back. "Are you good at home?" "Aha, good boy." The 3 little radish heads nodded in unison, and their expressions were very cute, but Ling still had Guanwan's things in his heart. He just said a few words to them a little tired, and then went straight into the room to wash. The old lady and Song Yuan looked at each other and realized that Ling was still in a bad mood, so the two immediately split up. Song Yuan went upstairs with a glass of hot milk and knocked on the door of Ling's still room. She saw that she was really sitting on the bed in a daze, looking like she was worried. "What's the matter? Still, have you encountered any problems?" Lin still thought too much just now. It was not until he heard Song Yuan's words that he calmed down. Seeing that it was her, Lin Still's expression changed a little. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm sorry to make you worry. Look at what you said. We are all a family. Don't talk outside." Song Yuan touched the milk in her hand, and the temperature was just right. "Drink the milk, have a good sleep, and there will be nothing to worry about." "Thank you, Mom. I'm fine. I just have some small problems at work. It's okay to rest for a night." Lin, still naturally, saw her action of testing the temperature, and he was moved. He took the milk and took a big sip. "Then have a good rest. I'll go downstairs first." Watching her drink milk, Song Yuan turned around and went out. Chapter 46. Take the initiative to seek peace. The old lady here went to find Huo Jinlin. At this time, she was dealing with official business in the study. When she saw the old lady coming in, she was puzzled. "Grandma, what's the matter?" Although the old lady likes to play the temper of a child when she is old, under normal circumstances, as long as Huo Jinling is in the study, no one at home will disturb him. "Jinling, your daughter-in-law doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Hurry up and take care of her and see what happens." Song Yuan had just asked the old lady to beat him, but the old lady didn't bother to beat around the bush and said it directly. Huo Jinling was a little surprised. He put aside the contract in his hand and looked at the old lady doubtfully. "How do you know?" The old lady thought he was grinding, and her face was a little impatient. "Just don't care so much. If you tell me to go, you go. Can a big man be sneat?" Since Ling still came, the center of gravity of the family has been transferred to her. Now, the old lady doesn't like Huo Jinling. "Be impossible to explain." Miao was scolded. Huo Jinling couldn't get angry yet, so she had to obediently say, okay, I'll finish my work, okay? Don't worry." The old lady knocked the crutch heavily on the ground. "Can't you go now? Like your father, he is stubborn." Huo Jinling had no choice but to put down his work and get up and walk to the bedroom. Song Yuan happened to come out of the room. The mother and son looked at each other. Song Yuan said nothing. The door of the room rang again, and Lin still walked over to open the door. It turned out to be Huo Jinling. Lin was still a little surprised. "What's the matter?" Huo Jinling pointed to the room. "Don't you invite me in?" Since the two moved to the old house, the 2 children still want to live with Ling. In addition, Huo Jinling is always on business trips these days. The 2 get together less and leave more, so they have been living separately. Hearing the words, Ling still took a step back awkwardly. Huo Jinling came in unceremoniously and sat on the chair. Ling was still a little restrained. He closed the door and came over, sitting on the edge of the bed, and was in front of him. "What's wrong with you? Grandma said that you were in a bad mood today. Did something happen to you?" Ling still buried her head and didn't say anything. She didn't want Huo Jinling to help in everything. Originally, there was a big family difference between them. If they relied on Huo Jinling for everything, it would seem to take advantage of him. Therefore, she avoided answering Guanwa's matter. "It's okay, it's just a small matter that I can solve by myself." Huo Jinling knew that she was very stubborn. As long as she decided, Jiutou Niu couldn't pull it back, so he didn't ask any more questions. Just by looking at her expression, Huo Jinling knew that this matter must not be so simple, and Lin still must not have told the truth. But he knew that even if the two of them were in a stalemate like this, he would not be able to ask for any results, so he chatted for a few words and left. Seeing him come out, Song Yuan and the old lady hurriedly greeted him. How about it? Did you ask? It's not a big deal. Don't worry. Huo Jinling knew that Song Yuan and the old lady could not be idle. If they knew, they would have been worried all the time. Oh, that's all right. You should care more about her in the future. She is still very fragile inside. She is not used to it when she first arrived. Sometimes she will inevitably think nonsense. All right, Mom, Grandma, you guys go to bed early. I still have some unfinished business. I'll go first. Huo Jingling went to the study and immediately took out her mobile phone and called the assistant, asking her to investigate Ling's recent movements to see if she had really encountered any problems. At the same time, the two children on this side were still clamoring to sleep next to Lei Still, so when Li Still had just packed up, the two children were already waiting for her in the quilt. Mom. Ling Still lifted the quilt and sat in. It was warm inside, and the two children had already covered it up. Da Bao handed her the book in his hand. Mom, we want to hear this story today. Can you tell us this? Howling still took the book, covered the quilt for each of them, and then began to tell the story vividly. The child listened to the story, leaned left and right on Li's body, and soon fell asleep. Suddenly, Xiao Bao seemed to remember something, and he came back to his spirits in an instant. He looked at Lin, still with expectation. Mom, can you take us to the amusement park on the weekend? My mother and I want to go to the amusement park. Huh. Ling still stopped to look at him and said seriously, I need to discuss this matter with Grandma and others. If they agree, Mom will take you there, okay? Well, don't forget it. The two brothers shrinted their mouths and seemed to be a little unhappy. Good, I won't forget it. Although Lin still regards the two children as their own children, if she wants to take them out, she still has to tell Song Yuan. After all, the Huo family has a special status, which is always different from the children of ordinary families. In case they are brought out, she can't bear the responsibility. The next morning, as soon as Huo Jingling arrived at the company, the assistant came to report on the work. He had investigated what Huo Jingling told him last night this morning. How's it going? Is there anything unusual? No, the assistant took out a few surveillance photos and handed them over. Miss Ling hasn't encountered anything recently. I also asked the driver at home. Miss Ling has only been running back and forth between the fried chicken restaurant and home recently, and has never been to other places. Huo Jingling looked at the photo in her hand doubtfully. Could it be something missing? I always felt that something was wrong with her. The assistant shook his head firmly. No, Miss Ling has only contacted a few people recently, and she has indeed never been anywhere else. All right, I got it. You go down first. Since he has said so, it is not convenient for Huo Jingling to ask more questions, and he will no longer ask Ling Yuyu. Since the two have become husband and wife, he hopes that Ling Shiyu can take the initiative to tell him the specific situation, instead of asking him about everything. Time passed day by day, and Guanhua's affairs have not been handled well. Although Ling still has something on his mind, he has not forgotten that his two children are going to the amusement park. I wanted to discuss it with them one day in advance, but Song Yu was not at home for a party on Friday night. Ling still didn't find a chance to talk to her, so he had to wait until early the next morning to mention this matter. Taking advantage of breakfast time, Ling still said tentatively, Grandma, Mom, today is Zoo finally, can I take my two children out to play? They want to go to the amusement park. They told me 2 days ago. After thinking about it, I still have to ask you what you mean first. Chapter 47, Try to Adapt. The old lady was overjoyed to see that she really liked the two children. How could she refuse her request? Go ahead. You can take this opportunity to enhance the relationship between mother and son. You also need to get along more to understand the two children. Well, thank you, Grandma. Ling still has this intention. After all, she still doesn't know the true thoughts of the children in their hearts. If she takes this opportunity to spend more time with them, she may be able to really understand them. But Song Yuan, who was beside him, suddenly proposed, how about letting Jingling go with you? It's also a rare opportunity for your family to hang out. Ling is still in his heart. However, 10,000 people were unwilling, but she couldn't say it clearly. The little brain quickly turned around and then organized the words of refusal. Forget it. I think he has been very busy with work recently, so don't bother him. If you don't worry, I'll just take the children there myself. For the sake of everything she said, if Song Yuan insisted on letting Huo Jingling accompany them, it would seem as if she didn't trust her. Look at what you said. They are all a family. How can they not feel at ease? It's just that these two children are very skinned. You have to worry more if you take them out. Don't worry, Mom, I will be optimistic about them. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law said a few more polite words. Ling still took Da Bao, Xiao Bao and Ling Yi out of the house and asked the driver to go straight to the amusement park. Huo Jinlin didn't go to the company. After an online meeting in the study, she found that the house was so quiet that only Song Yuan was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Mom, why are you the only one at home? Where are the others? When Song Yuan heard the words, he turned around and joked, "What other people? Wouldn't it be better for you to ask directly?" Huo Jinling's mouth twitched speechlessly. She went down the stairs and sat next to her, and then said, "Where did they go?" His face was cold, and Song Yuan's mouth was squirreled. He gave birth to a boring son. Even if he made a joke, his face was so tight. Who could be blamed for this? I still took the children to the amusement park, and Grandma was resting upstairs. Huo Jinling nodded slightly and didn't talk to him. He turned around and wanted to leave. Song Yuan quickly stopped him again. Don't always be straight-faced. People still don't take you to the amusement park. You don't reflect on yourself, and you are still estranged from you. Song Yuan got to the point. Although Ling was still not very close to him when he was in the rental house before, he was not so alienated. Now that she lives in Huo's house, she is careful everywhere, like a guest. I can't say a word to myself for 10 days. It feels strange. The two are not like husband and wife, and they are not even ordinary people. Huo Jinling doesn't know the reason. I don't know why. We used to get along like this, and we were quite harmonious. Why is it strange now? Song Yuan also has a headache for his single-minded son. Is it true that men are all elm heads? That's because I still felt that your conditions were equal and the door was right. Now that the gap between her and you is too big, her mentality has naturally changed. Our circle is different from the circle she lives in. It is difficult for her to adapt for a while, which is also normal. Now, Huo Jinglin finally got the hang of it and said, "I know. I will accompany her more when I have time." Song Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "But don't worry too much. Grandma and I will also do more ideological work with her, and take her out more when we are free." "Ari, I got it." The mother and son were chatting when Song Yuan's mobile phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Ling still calling. "Grandma, look, there's a lot of food here. My brother and I went to go to the Ferris wheel. It's so tall that my brother is a little scared." "Cha, who is afraid?" "I'm not afraid." "Humph, I don't know who held his mother's arm and said he was scared." Several children stood in front of the tall Ferris wheel and called Song Yuan. Xiaobao and Dabao chattered and were very excited. "Still, thank you for your hard work." With several children alone, Lin still didn't dare to blink his eyes, and there was a layer of fine cold sweat on his forehead. However, she also enjoyed it. Although it was hard, she was also very happy. The only thing she was worried about was that she was afraid that the children would feel uncomfortable when they went home after eating outside. In addition, the sun was also big, so after playing for a while, Lin still took the three of them home. The three children were still not satisfied. Lin still had to promise them to bring them to play when they had time in the future, and Dabao and Xiaobao were willing to go home with her. In a blink of an eye, another week, and the two children gradually began to rely on Ling still. Ling still did not feel tired, but felt very present, and began to gradually adapt to the Huo family. The old lady and Song Yuan are also better and better to her than before. Song Yuan gradually began to want to integrate into their circle with Ling. There was a birthday dinner of a rich lady on Saturday night. The Huo family was invited. Song Yuan undoubtedly chose Ling still to accompany her. Ling still hesitated a little and looked at her clothes. She said a little unreassured, "Mom, I didn't go to this kind of party. I don't know what to prepare. Why don't we forget it?" This time, Song Yuan was fully prepared to tell her. She took out a delicate box from the sofa behind her and handed it to her. "Don't worry, Mom has prepared it for you. The evening dress and shoes are prepared according to your size. You can change them later. In the afternoon, the hairdresser and makeup artist will come to your house to make up and do your hair. Don't worry, I'm in everything." This time, Li still had no reason to refuse. She thought about it. After all, she had been with Huo Jinglin. In the long run, she would have to take this step, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. Song Yuan chose a burgundy knee-length evening dress, which took advantage of Li's still skin color. When she changed her clothes and came out, Huo Jinglin happened to come out of the study and looked at each other. He was stunned. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Lin still changed into this skirt, and immediately had an extraordinary beauty, which made people a little unable to take their eyes off. Song Yuan, who was waiting for Lin to change his clothes downstairs, was amazed when he saw this scene and sighed. "Still, you usually ask you to buy some beautiful clothes, but you don't listen. You are so beautiful in this dress. It will definitely be gorgeous tonight." Lin still smiled bitterly. She didn't miss anything to oppress the crowd. She just hoped to have a quiet corner and not let others notice her. However, it turned out that Song Yua's words had really been fulfilled. Lin still had been looking at her since she stepped into the hall. Chapter 48 Pressing. Those people's eyes gathered on Lin still. She was so uncomfortable that she couldn't even let go of her walking. "Yo, who is this? It's not the new young grandmother of the Huo family, is it? I'm afraid it's after Hoff. I heard that it's a small family, so it's true. Cut, the pheasant can't become a phoenix. Does she think that marrying into a rich family can enter the aristocratic circle? Look at that poor look, you can't change it for the rest of your life." Many noble ladies were pointing behind their backs, and Li's face was still hot when he heard it, and he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. At first, Song Yuan didn't care, but the more they said it, the more she couldn't stand it anymore. She stopped and looked at them angrily. Have you finished speaking? The ladies didn't expect that Song Yuan would stand up to defend Li still. The Huo family had a great career, and many people present had business with the Huo family. They did not dare to offend Song Yuan easily, so they had to immediately shut up. Song Yuan stepped on the high heels and came back. She changed her previous posture and looked at them angrily. This is the daughter-in-law of the Huo family. You don't need to talk nonsense here. In the future, if no matter where I hear anyone talking about her behind her back, they are enemies of my Huo family. You should consider the consequences by yourself. Since she met Song Yuan, Li still had never seen her such an angry expression, and she was moved. Mom, thank you for your willingness to stand up and protect me. In fact, you can't do this. If it hurts the harmony between you, it won't be good. You silly girl, you are a member of our Huo family. Mom should stand up to protect you. No matter who dares to bully you, she doesn't care about our Huo family. After this disturbance, the mood of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was affected. Before the banquet was over, Song Yuan left with Ling still. The host of the banquet was the biggest partner of the Huo family. His company needed the Huo family's capital injection, so the host kept apologizing. Although Song Yuan was angry, he was not angry with others. When the two came back, they were in a bad mood. Huo Jinling happened to sit on the sofa and watch TV with Dabao and Xiaobao. When he saw the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law coming in with ugly faces, he was puzzled. What's the matter? As soon as Song Yuan entered the house, her emotions completely exploded, and she angrily complained about what had just happened at the banquet. When Huo Jinling heard this, his ugly expression flashed by. He comforted Ling and said, "Don't be unhappy. Evil people have their own evil people. Don't affect your mood because of other people's affairs." Ling still shook his head and said, "I don't want to participate in this kind of thing again in the future, okay?" Song Yuan was also very guilty. If she hadn't had to take Liu still to the banquet, she wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Now when she heard Lin still say this, she was naturally heartbroken. Okay, we won't go there again in the future. Don't be unhappy anymore, Forest she still nodded and went upstairs in emotion. In fact, she didn't care what they said. What she was sad about was that the gap between herself and Huo Jinling was so big that she felt afraid. After today's incident, she was even a little afraid of how to deal with such a scene in the future. Looking at Ling still taking the first step with difficulty, but now he had shrunk because of these people's too much talk, Huo Jinling's heart was burning with anger, and an idea flashed secretly in his mind. A few days later, Ling still came back from work from the fried chicken restaurant. Before he got to the door, he was blocked by two middle-aged men. She was stunned and thought that she had met a bad guy. When she was thinking about how to ask for help, the two suddenly knelt in front of her, which really scared Ling. "Miss Ling, banquet, we are very sorry for what happened at the meeting. If you don't remember the villain's past, don't have the same insight as us." Banquet? Ling still turned his head quickly, and then realized that the two people should come to beg for mercy for those people. But I didn't argue with them. Besides, if they hadn't mentioned such a big thing, I would have almost forgotten it. Did they use such a serious request for mercy? She asked puzzledly, "Why did you say that?" "I have never cared about this matter." When the two people heard the words, they looked at each other and said with some fear in their eyes, "Miss Ling, tell Mr. Huo that we already know we are wrong. If our capital chain is cut off again, the company will go bankrupt. If we watch the company go bankrupt, then we have no way to live." As soon as they said this, Li still understood in an instant that this was what Huo Jiling's so-called evil people had their own evil people that day. Her mood sank to the bottom and said lightly, "I can't control his mind. If you ask for mercy, go and beg him. Huo Jinling will take revenge on those people in business," which is indeed what Ling still didn't expect. It's just that she is not the Virgin Mary, and she has no right to guide Huo Jingling's business. Miss Ling. Those two obviously didn't believe it, but Li still didn't say much, just bypassed them and walked aside. It's just that the gap between them is too big. No matter how hard Ling tries, it can't change this fact. Huo Jinling only needs to do it to make these people worse than die, and she will never reach this level in her life. She walked heavily to the strange and difficult to integrate villa, with a heavy weight in her heart. Maybe from the beginning, the marriage between the two was hasty. At that time, Ling still felt that she could bear any result, but now it seems that she is too naive. At this moment, she suddenly had an idea that if Huo Jinling was willing to let her go, she wanted to divorce him and leave this place. Fortunately, she came back late today. All the children at home were asleep, and the old lady also went upstairs. Song Yuan went out for a party with her little sisters. There was no one in the living room. It happened that no one noticed that her mood was wrong. Otherwise, she would have been nagging again, and her ears would have a cocoon when she heard it. Although he knew that everyone was for her good, Li was still a little difficult to accept. And the wave was not calm, and the wave rose again. Early the next morning, Li still went to work in the fried chicken restaurant. As soon as he walked in, he saw that the room was full of people. Lao Qin is still sitting in that familiar corner, but he opposite, there is a middle-aged couple sitting, and on the other table, there is also Guanhua's fierce brother and sister-in-law, but today's attitude is extremely gentle. Guanhuan sat aside, obviously his face was not very good-looking. Ling still glanced at it and guessed that Lao Qin's identity should have been exposed. Chapter 49, Unreasonable Trouble. Looking at this situation, they should have just arrived. Guanhua's brother-in-law and Ling still met several times, and they didn't get along very well. At this time, when they saw her again, they suddenly snorted coldly and looked up elsewhere. Ling still didn't have much intersection with them, but she didn't pay attention to it. She walked over and sat next to Guanhuan and patted her on the shoulder comfortingly. "Young man, what do you do?" Guanhua's mother was very discerning. Looking at the suit and leather shoes worn by Lao Qing, her eyes lit up in an instant. "Auntie, I work as an engineer in a company." Lao Qing had only interacted with Guanhua's brother and sister-in-law. Looking at her parents' amiable appearance, she didn't associate them at all, but she didn't know that this was a powerful role. Sure enough, she was happy when she heard it. She winked at Guanhua's father next to her and praised it as if she had picked up a treasure. "Look, you can become an engineer at such a young age. It's really excellent. We are with you, which is really the blessing of our ancestors of the Guo family." Lao Qing couldn't understand her messy logic. He frowned slightly and said lightly, "Auntie, you're sorry." When Guanhua's sister-in-law heard this, she was not happy. Guanhua's parents scolded her for being worthless because she was also from outside. She snorted coldly to express her dissatisfaction and did not speak. "Xiao Qing, what kind of people are there in your family? What do your parents do?" "My parents and I are the only ones in my family. My father is a university professor and my mother is a doctor." Oh, my parents are so powerful. No wonder they raised such an excellent son." Guanhua's mother's eyes were full of smiles. This is simply her ideal condition. Her parents have jobs, and she has only children in the family. She has made a lot of money. "So what are your plans with Nguanhuai in the future?" Lao Qin glanced at Guanhuan in the corner and said solemnly, "Uncle and aunt, I really love Nguanhuai. I want to marry her. I hope my uncle and aunt can succeed." Guanhuan was moved, her nose was sore, and tears were rolling in her eyes. She never thought that Lao Qing would think so in her heart. How could a weed like her deserve to have such a towering tree? When Guanhua's parents heard this, their nature was suddenly exposed. The couple looked at each other greedily, and then Guanhua's father slowly opened his mouth. "Xiao Qin, you are very excellent. We can rest assured to give Nguanhuai to you, but you can see that our Nguanhuai has been the pearl in the palm of our hands since we were young. We have worked hard to raise her. Naturally, this hard work is not easy to do." He turned around the corner and said something. Lao Qin still heard it at once. He nodded but deliberately vaguely said, yes, I understand, uncle and aunt, don't worry, I will definitely be good to Nguanhua, and will never disappoint her in my life. At this time, Guanhua's mother couldn't calm down. She said directly, "Xiao Qin, it's okay for you to marry my Nguanhua, but our family's dowry is 500,000 yuan. After all, our whole family has spent so much effort on her. It's not easy to send her to school. Isn't this too much? 500,000 yuan, are you selling your daughter or marrying your daughter? What do you think of me as your tool of making money? Do you have any parents who do this?" Lao Qin didn't change his face after listening, but Guanhuan, who was beside him, couldn't calm down. He stood up directly and rushed over to point at his parents and cursed. Guanhua's mother was also a quick-tempered child. Seeing her daughter talking like this, she couldn't stand up and was a little open-mouthed. "You lose money, I raised you with hard work. Now that you are promising and your wings are hard, you can point your nose and quarrel in front of your parents, right?" Lin still quickly followed to comfort her. Lao Qin also pulled Guanhuan to sit down and cast a glance to let her feel at ease. "Just deal with it by herself." Lao Qin first comforted everyone to sit down with his hand, and then said slowly, "Uncle and aunt, Nguanhuan is the treasure in your hand. It's not too much to ask for a dowry, but she will also the baby in my heart, please care about her feelings. I don't want to say those unpleasant words from your mouth again." The old man still wanted to get the money from him, so naturally, they didn't dare to offend him. Guanhua's father immediately began to act and reprimanded Guanhua's mother at a glance. The others didn't stop them. They knew that they were acting and watched quietly. After scolding, Lao Guo looked at Lao Qin again and said with a complimentary face, "Xiao Qin, your aunt is just a little hasty. She doesn't mean anything else. Don't take it to heart. Well, if you have any other requirements, let's talk about it together." After an hour of getting along with each other, Lao Qin has seen the essence of Guanhua's parents. Originally, he respected them quite well, but now he began to be casual. The old two fell into the eyes of money, so naturally, they wouldn't notice it. When they heard Lao Qin's words, they were naturally overjoyed and hurriedly said, "There is nothing else. It's just that Nguanhua's brother and sister-in-law are unemployed at home now. Since you have a job, Nguanhuan will stay at home to teach her children in the future, and leave this store to her brother and sister-in-law." Good man, this is the leader of the analysis, but this time Guan Wei was even more angry and refused directly. It's impossible. Don't even think about it. Don't talk about this fried chicken restaurant. I won't let him give you a penny. Originally, she had thought that if she could have a good discussion, it would be better to give some appropriate dowry to calm them down, but now it seems that she still underestimates her family too much. They are a group of hungry wolves who can't be fed. The softer she is, the more they are. Guan Wei's father got up directly and kicked him suddenly. His speed was so fast that everyone was caught off guard. Ling was still next to Guan Wei. The two flew out together and bumped into a chair not far away. Hiss. Her eyes were shining in pain. Lao Qin quickly helped the person up. Obviously, the force of the kick was not small, and Guan Wei's face was ugly. Nguyen, how are you? Hold on, I'll take you to the hospital. He looked fiercely at the family of four who were still standing there, and his eyes were like demons from Shura hell. The people trembled in an instant. Lao Guo still wanted to defend himself, but Lao Qin said coldly, "Don't you get out of here. From now on, if you dare to make trouble again, I will call the police and take you to court for intentional injury. At that time, you can go to prison to enjoy your old age." You. What else did Guan Wei's brother want to say? He was directly pulled away by his parents who knew the current affairs. Go quickly. Chapter 50. I was abused by the internet. A group of people are cursing. Leaving with a grin, Lao Xin couldn't help sending Guan Wen and Ling to the hospital. Once the two were examined, there was nothing serious. It was just a little skin injury, and Lao Qi's dark face was a little better. Lao Qin, don't make an iceberg face, which is strange and ugly. Guan Wen saw that his face was still drooping, and his heart was not good. He reached out and pulled his sleeve. When Lao Qin heard the words, his face softened a little. Instead, he held her hand and felt guilty. I'm sorry that I didn't protect you just now. Looking at her being kicked to the ground, her face turned blue in pain. Lao Qin blamed himself very much in his heart, but it happened that the other party was her parents, and he could only endure his emotions. No one knew how sad he was. Guan Wen was supported by him, and his heart was warm. His eyes, which had just cried, turned slightly red again. No one has ever been so kind to me as you. Silly girl Ling is still here. She listened to the conversation between the two silently and ate a wave of dog food steadily, but she was also happy for Guan Wen in her heart. Finally, a person who knew how to love her appeared, so that as a best friend, she was relieved. As soon as the people got into the car, Guan Wen said uneasy, "Still, how about I transfer the fried chicken shop to your name?" Just now in the hospital, she has been thinking about this problem. Her parents are insatiable. After all, it is not a way to make such trouble again and again. Ling was still shocked, and his voice was a little sharp. "Transfer to my name? Why? Didn't you do a good job?" Well, Guan Wen sighed heavily. "It's not that you don't know that my parents are like this. It's hard to guarantee that they will no longer plan the fried chicken restaurant, and even push them in a hurry. They may commit the act of robbery. At that time, they will make such a fuss for 3 days. If the business of the fried chicken restaurant is transferred to your name, they will be afraid and will not dare to make trouble. How can this be done? The fried chicken restaurant has been managed by you for so many years. At the beginning, when her family was in trouble, Guan Wen didn't take a penny, so she asked her to go to the fried chicken restaurant to help and pay dividends together. Now, even if she spends money to buy Guan Wei's shares at this time, she also feels like taking advantage of others." Guan Wen knew what she was thinking and said directly, "What kind of people we are, we both know in our hearts. Only by transferring the fried chicken restaurant to your name can I rest assured that you also have feelings for the fried chicken restaurant, and you don't want them to make trouble for 3 days, affecting the business of the fried chicken restaurant, and finally closing down. Right? Thinking like this, it makes sense. The fried chicken restaurant has been affected by their repeated troubles. If they come back several times in the future, I'm afraid it will really go out of business. All right? Well, don't be unhappy. I know you are not that kind of person. This fried chicken restaurant is in your hands, and you must have given me more than before, so no matter how you look at it, you have suffered a loss. Guan Wen is still a person. Guan Wen is very clear. She will definitely add a little points to her according to the original share dividend. In short, she will never treat her unfairly. Cut. Ling is still muttering. You are a general, and I won't be fooled. After the fried chicken restaurant turns around, I am the boss. At that time, you have to listen to me in everything. In order to ease the atmosphere, she deliberately said this in an arrogant tone. Guan Wen was not only not angry, but also said to her, yes, boss, everything will be up to you in the future. The two girls in the back seat of the car were talking and laughing, and Lao Qing in the cab unconsciously hooked his lips. The weather was so good that the smoke and clouds disappeared. The two of them have decided. She went to the fried chicken restaurant early the next morning to sign the contract, so Guan Wei went out particularly early the next day. The security guard at the gate of the community greeted her as usual. Good morning, Miss Guo. Why do you have to go out so early today? Doesn't your fried chicken restaurant open until 9 o'clock? Guan Wan has lived here for several years and has some familiarity with this little security guard, so he knows that she runs a fried chicken restaurant. Well, I have something to do today. Guan Wan shook the paper contract in his hand and said, I have an appointment to talk about something today, so I have to go early. Well, I wish you all the best. The little security guard saw Guan Wan go out as usual, but his eyes suddenly looked at a piece of paper that fell on the ground not far away, which was just dropped by Guan Wan. He walked over and picked it up. His eyes were wide open, the transfer contract of the fried chicken restaurant. When she was about to stop Guan Wan, she had already ridden the electric car and went out. Her figure disappeared at the gate of the community, and the little security guard had to give up. When Guan Wan came to the store, Ling still came one step ahead of her and sat leisurely on the chair to have breakfast. This is a simple contract I drafted overnight. Please take a look carefully after dinner. If there is anything that needs to be modified or added, I will adjust it immediately. Ling still glanced at it, put down the steamed bun in his hand, took a piece of paper to wipe his hands, picked up the nose beside him, and directly brushed 2 strokes to sign his name. If you do things so carefully, there will be nothing wrong with you. As soon as she ran out of her words, there was a loud noise outside the door, followed by a group of people pushing the door in. You, an unfilial girl, would rather transfer the store to the name of an outsider than leave it to your brother and sister-in-law. Guo's father cursed angrily first, and then Guo's mother began to cry and howl. God, my life is so miserable. How can I give birth to such an unscrupulous daughter? It's so unfilial that she doesn't care about us at all. Guo's mother's cry successfully attracted the attention of passers-by outside the door. The picture of Guan Wan arguing with him was photographed and posted on the internet. Many people accused Guan Wan one after another, and the protagonist of this matter didn't know about it at all. Her brother also accused Guan Wan, don't forget how many hard days I lived in order for you to study at home. Now that you have survived, it doesn't care about our lives. Are you worthy of your conscience? Ouch, why is it like this? Yes, this is a bit too much. Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, the other party is still my own parents. I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate, right? Nowadays, young people, how to say it is accurate, so the elderly still have to keep their own hand, otherwise how can they live their old age? Guan Wan felt exhausted and couldn't bear it for a moment. She staggered back. If Ling hadn't held her quickly, she would have hit the corner of the table behind her. The two of them were indisputable and outnumbered. In the end, the transfer of the store did not succeed. For a while, Guan Wan became the target of the public. The matter of the fried chicken restaurant caused trouble in the city. Some people even went to the fried chicken restaurant to accuse Guan Wan, which made her physically and mentally exhausted and began to be a little trance.